Hello, everyone. Welcome. Yeah, please be seated. Welcome, everyone, to the third Maritime SheEO conference, the biggest of its nature, biggest of its kind in maritime, the biggest diversity and sustainability event of the year. We are delighted to have you here today. In India, it's a tradition to light a lamp before any auspicious event. So may I now call upon our esteemed guest, Dr. Jose Mathical, Shri Amitabh Kumar, Mr. Otar Ostenes, Arne Janflo, and Dr. Cleopatra Dombia Henry. Please come forward. Good morning. Thank you so much. Please be seated. I now invite my favorite, our favorite, oh well, everyone's favorite, Sanjam Sahi Gupta, the founder of Maritime SheEO, the brain and beauty behind this concept. Sanjam, please come forward to give the welcome note.
Distinguished guests from home and abroad, I sincerely welcome and thank you all for taking precious time off your busy schedules to attend this conference. The Maritime SheEO Conference, the largest maritime equality conference. Due to the impact of COVID, the last 2 years since 2020, the conference was held in a virtual format, attended by 3,500 participants from 80 countries. It is a great pleasure to be able to host this year's conference as a fully on-site event to meet the participants personally. It is also being live-streamed globally to enable all our followers to experience the event. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all my sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. The Norwegian Consulate General, the Transworld Group, Uton, Maersk, Synergy Group, American P&I Club, the All Cargo Group, Sitara Shipping, SHM Shipcare, C-SPAN, AMET University, SAGT, Toto Theo, JW, NUSI, JNPT, SR, DNV, ODEX, Goodrich, MASA, FOSMA, PSA Mumbai, AS Mulboy and Company, HIMT, Fleet Management, JM Bakshi, and MUI. The theme of this year's conference is changing leadership paradigms, so I ask you this. If you were put on trial for your commitment towards diversity, would you be found guilty? It is becoming increasingly important and evident that diverse organizations perform better, and it is key that leaders support diversity and inclusion at all levels within their organizations. Initiatives should be leader-led, strategically focused, and business-driven. Accountability for change must lie with leaders to define and implement the A-balance that makes most sense to their changing business realities. This is the beginning of a journey, and we all need to be committed and understand that leadership is key to unlocking the benefits that a better balance will bring to our industry. The buck stops with every CEO. In addition to ethical discourses around equality that have powered the staggering changes of the past decades, the new global reality makes gender balance one of the biggest, and I argue, one of the easiest ways to make companies grow, innovate, and excel sustainably. In order to create the next generation of maritime leaders, Maritime SheEO has developed the Leadership Accelerator program, which has been supported by Vista and IMO. Maritime SheEO has provided certified training in leadership development to 60 women participants globally so far, and you will hear about their learning experiences from some of these women in the panel, how I took the leap. My motivation comes from being useful and help making a difference towards a diverse and sustainable maritime industry. Collaboration is key to success, and no one can do it on their own. And I would like to use this forum to thank all, especially Birgit, my Norwegian sister, who's come all the way to support the conference. The Norwegian consulate, who's been part of my journey from the way go, and everybody else here who has helped to make this conference a reality. Please enjoy the conference, and let's work together for a better future for our industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanjam. Now I request our distinguished guest, Dr. Jose Mathekel, to say a few words.
Good morning. Good morning. Very good. I can see some energy now. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, and it's such an honor for me and a privilege for me to be here today, and I truly feel home because India is my home. I began my professional career here in Mumbai, so it's bringing me back so many good memories of this beautiful, vibrant city of Mumbai. On behalf of the Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Kitak Lim, it is my great pleasure to address this conference, bringing together a global audience under the theme, Changing Leadership Paradigms. My thanks and appreciation go to our great colleague and my good friend, where is she? Sanjam Gupta, for taking the lead in organizing this important and timely conference, and for her invitation to address you today. She deserves all the many accolades bestowed upon her for championing diversity and inclusion in the maritime sector. Sanjam, it's a real honor for me to be with you here today at this opening session. I'm especially pleased to be joined by Mr. Ottar Osternes, the Director General of the Department of Maritime Policy and Coast Development, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries of Norway, and I can also see Mr. Arne Jan Flolo, the Consul General here. Very good to see you. Sri Amitabh Kumar, I guess he's on the way here, the Director General of Shipping, Government of India, who is my direct contact point in India on IMO matters, and of course, Dr. Cleopatra Dombia Henry, President of the World Maritime University, and also again my good friend, at the opening of this conference, further showcasing the significance of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, diversity at executive and director level matters. research and experience tells us that diversity in leadership is good for business and that women leaders are vital for the future of our maritime sector. Recognizing that the path a woman must take to advance to top positions is too often more difficult than it may be for men. IMO, through its Women in Maritime program, sponsored a number of women from maritime administration across the globe to undertake the inaugural Leadership Accelerator program, LEAP, which you just heard from Sanjam, and it's run by the Maritime SheEO. This short professional program was designed to equip women with the leadership skills and the confidence to take a seat at the shipping decision-making table. Following the success of the first iteration, IMO committed to sponsoring another batch of future women leaders who are set to graduate from the program by end of the year. I'm sure later this afternoon we will hear more about those role models. As this audience knows, networking, mentoring, and peer support is critical for everyone in maritime, but especially when it comes to ensuring diversity at the highest level. IMO's highly successful campaign to promote women in the maritime community for more than 30 years has provided fellowships and support for women, particularly from developing countries, to attend training institutions and support the establishment of 9 regional women in maritime associations, the WIMAs, covering more than 150 countries and dependent territories. At this conference, you'll be hearing more from many role models who represent the sea of change that is happening in maritime, as well as from supporters of all genders. To ensure gender equality, we need to make sure that the next generation knows about the opportunities in the maritime industry. IMO will play a pivotal role in showcasing role models and supporting schemes which train and mentor the next generation. There's no doubt that we have witnessed immense disruption to the way our world runs over the past 18 months. We must not waste the opportunity to rebuild from this crisis inclusively, equitably, and sustainably, and put women's leadership and contributions at the heart of resilience and recovery. Today, let's also use this event to recognize all women leaders in the maritime community globally and this region, and especially in India. And I can see many of these exemplary leaders are here with us today. IMO commends and celebrates your leadership, your sterling contributions, your tremendous sacrifices in managing the work-life balances, in being responsive to personal and professional roles, and acknowledge the journey that is real and relevant ahead in our maritime sector in securing equal opportunities and access for all, irrespective of the gender. I'm honored to be invited to address this important conference and pledge our IMO's ongoing support, and also personally as a male ally from the region, to promoting female leaders and advancement of gender equality throughout the maritime sector. And before concluding, I just have a little bit of a personal story from yesterday. I came home and I had this weekend to spend in Kerala to see my dad and my sister. I was coming to the airport. My sister asked, "Where are you going?" And I talked all about this Maritime SheEO conference. And she was very keen about it, and she learned, and she was very happy to hear all that. She's not in maritime. And then she asked me a few questions, and I just want to share with you. And she asked me, "Okay, you're going to this conference and giving these talks. What are you doing yourself? Is there anything happening in your side?" And it took me by surprise, that question, but I said, "Okay, I'll answer it." And I said, "Look, my department was formed 2 years back. We have, 75% of the department is women in IMO, in my department." And I said, 2/3 of the senior managers are women. 4 out of the 5 program managers are women. And I thought I gave a, good answer. But then comes the difficult question. So she said, fantastic. But then she said, then why are you in the top? Who is there? Why am I? That was an uncomfortable question. I didn't have an answer. Then the next question comes, and she said, "When did I see a UN Secretary General being a woman in the last time?" Again, very uncomfortable question I couldn't answer. And I wanted to say it's beyond my pay grade to even influence those things. But then again, she continued, and maybe seeing my uncomfortableness level, she kind of asked, "Oh, I just saw from your Conference of the Parties, COPE, the big big picture and all the women leaders, all the leaders, and she said there were hardly any women there. Again, an uncomfortable question. So what it struck to me was actually it is important to ask those uncomfortable questions. And it's important that we as leaders also, take our own actions to make a change, and I'm sure we can, but all those same time encourage and ask those uncomfortable questions. And I think that's what is needed at this moment. So coming back to my last speech, just sharing my experience yesterday, and it was interesting. I once again congratulate the organizers of this extremely important event, and congratulate Sanjam once again for continuing her leadership in getting this wonderful and most needed global dialogue moving. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Drews. I must say the support and the work done by IMO is really immense, and we really appreciate that. The next speaker and our esteemed guest is Mr. Otar Ostines. Please come forward, sir, to say a few words.
Thank you, and good morning from me too. Distinguished guests, dear maritime friends, it's a pleasure for me to address you at this event. And I want to offer my gratitude to Sanjam Gupta and Maritime SheEO for organizing this event and for inviting me to speak here today. And I must say that I'm extremely impressed by the massive participation at this conference. And the conference represents a great opportunity to address how we can work together to reach a better gender balance in the maritime sector. And this conference brings together leading maritime nations and industry players who together can accelerate change in the maritime industry. In Norway, we are very proud of being a leading ocean nation, and the ocean constitutes an integral part of our national identity. For as far back as we can trace our history, the ocean has always been of vital importance to our culture, but also to our economy. And yet, the ocean is facing tremendous challenges. And Norway believes in the importance of finding solutions to both combat climate change and work towards a sustainable and just future. And the maritime sector has to be part of the solution. But the sector needs to speed up in its green transition. And to ensure a greener, more inclusive maritime future, the sector has to be able to recruit the best talents, the best hands, and the brightest minds, and take advantage of the entire workforce, both men and women. And I think that increased equality leads to both more productive and profitable businesses, better innovation, and a more attractive labor force. Yet, the maritime industry is struggling to attract women. And in Norway, the proportion of women in the shipping industry is about 21%. And it is as low as 11% if you only include employees at sea. And women are also underrepresented in the maritime industry globally. And to make progress towards a better gender balance, the Norwegian government is now preparing an equality strategy for the Norwegian maritime industry. And it will be the first equality strategy prepared for our maritime industry. And the strategy will cover equality and inclusiveness broadly, with a particular focus on gender equality. And it will cover the industry as a whole, from shipyards and shipping companies to service providers, the service providing parts of the industry, and in particular it will focus on employment at sea. Because we need knowledge to make changes. And a government-commissioned study has provided us with a better overview of the situation across the industry in Norway. And it shows that structural, cultural, and practical barriers can explain why few women work in the sector. And these are linked to recruitment strategies, working conditions, attitudes and work environment, harassment, availability of necessary facilities, and appropriately sized equipment. And in order to improve gender balance in the maritime sector, governments and industry need to work closely together. And the Norwegian government has initiated several meetings with relevant maritime actors in order to discuss the barriers to women's participation in the sector, and to discuss what is needed to move towards a more inclusive maritime sector. And it's positive to see that industry is taking concrete steps towards greater diversity and equality. But to make progress towards a better gender balance in an international sector like shipping, the Norwegian government also believes in the importance of working across national borders. And I note with appreciation, as you also heard in the previous speech, the active approach taken by the IMO towards strengthening the impact of women in the maritime sector. But we must realize that the maritime sector has a long way to go. And joint commitment, both across the private and public sector and across national borders, like the conference here today, is key to achieve the progress that the sector needs. And I wish you the best luck on your conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon our next speaker, an esteemed guest, Dr. Cleopatra Dombia Henry.
I'm not so tall. Thank you. Shri Amitabh Kumar, Director General of Shipping, Government of India. Mr. Ota Otnes, Director General of Shipping, Government of India. Dr. Malini Shankar, Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University and member of the Board of Governors of the World Maritime University. Dr. Jose Mikhail, who's just spoken just now, everybody knows him in India. Ms. Sanjam Gupta, CEO of Maritime SheEO and member of the Executive Board of the World Maritime University. Wow, well done. All protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the president of the World Maritime University, it gives me great pleasure to address you today with respect to changing leadership paradigms in the maritime industry. I joined the World Maritime University in the summer of 2015, serving as its first female president. Prior to this, I also served as director of the International Labor Standards Department of the International Labour Organization in Geneva, Switzerland. Therefore, empowering women and pursuing gender equality at all levels in the maritime and ocean sectors has been key and a very important item for me and on my work list throughout the years. Over the past 100 years, there have been undeniable progress that have been made on women's empowerment and gender equality. And this we must acknowledge. But these achievements, even if there is yet so much more to be done to enable all women and girls to enjoy equal opportunity in all countries around the world, we still need to see this really happen. So much of the world is still so far behind. We have witnessed more women, however, as was said this morning by Sanjam, taking up positions of heads of government, as ministers, as leaders in international organizations, and in the private sector, as well as important roles as scientists, engineers, pilots, seafarers, doctors, and judges, among others. I am very keenly aware that women have been making India proud in every walk of life, especially in the maritime sector, and Sanjam is a good example, a maritime sector which has traditionally been male-dominated. I want to refer to Captain Radhika Menon. She was the first female captain in the Indian Navy. And in 2016, the first woman to receive the IMO Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. On 8 March 2021, on the occasion of International Women's Day, an all-women officers' crew from India made history, taking charge of a newly commissioned product carrier. Brave women. Miss Sumati Moharji, the First Lady of Indian Shipping, who holds the distinction of being not only the first woman in the world to head an organization of ship owners. She was also at the Indian National Steamship Owners Association, that was later renamed India National Ship Owners Association, but also the elected vice president of the World Shipping Federation. A remarkable achievement indeed. Importantly, the public awareness of gender equality is on the rise. We are here to stay. Achieving gender equality is one of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Those goals provide a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. In 2019, the theme, Empowering Women in the Maritime Community, was selected as the World Maritime Day theme by the IMO, and the United Nations celebrated World Oceans Day with the theme of gender and oceans. Despite these events, we must acknowledge that we are still a long way from achieving equal rights and equal opportunities for everyone, including men and women. This is especially so with respect to the holding of leadership positions. The low number of women's participation and the representation are among the most evident in the maritime and ocean industry, which have traditionally been dominated by men. In the maritime sector, women still today account for only 2% of the total seafaring population. And as much as we would like to see it rise, it appears that it is not doing so fast enough. The Global Ocean Science Report revealed that women continue to be underrepresented in ocean science, particularly in the highly technical categories. More importantly, the level of female representation varies significantly from country to country. Female ocean science personnel range from about 7% in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to take an example, to 72% in Ireland of an all-ocean science personnel. We have to continue fighting for women's empowerment at all levels and in every field. A crucial tool to achieve this is through education and training. Today, the STCW certified women represent only, and I tell that to IMO, where are you? Here he is. I want to let you know that up till today, we are so far away from that target. we have to continue fighting for women's empowerment at all levels and in every field. A crucial tool to achieve this is nothing other than education, education, education. Today, STCW certified women represent only 1.28% of the total STCW certified seafarers, an estimated 24,059 women seafarers worldwide. Approximately 94% of the women seafarers are working in the cruise industry, not in the maritime side. So while women are taking up increasingly challenging responsibilities at sea and ashore, the role of women in the maritime industry is constantly evolving. Women have achieved leadership positions as bankers, as lawyers, as surveyors, among others in the shipping industry globally, so something that we must also recognize. But COVID-19 has had a huge negative impact. I am sure it has dulled many women who would want to go to sea. We have seen what happened to the seafarers and how long they remained at sea, not being able to disembark in ports around the world. What would we do if we were having so many women at sea? That begins to chill for so many of them. But the challenges that have been faced by women and men beyond the end of their contracts, enabling them, hopefully, and I hope that all of them have managed to return home. There is a concern, however, that the attraction of women taking up careers at sea may well be even less appealing today and in the future. Something needs to be done to rectify the situation, primarily by virtue of the impact that COVID-19 has had. As the IMO's Center of Excellence for Postgraduate Maritime Education, the mission of the World Maritime University is to be the world center of excellence in postgraduate maritime and oceans education, professional training and research, while building global capacity and promoting sustainable development. The vision of the university is to inspire leadership and innovation for a sustainable maritime and oceans future. WMU offers a comprehensive range of specializations, 7 of them, in the maritime and oceans field, educating future maritime and ocean leaders through its Masters of Science programs, as well as its PhD program in maritime and ocean affairs. We cover the whole spectrum of maritime and oceans. In addition, it also offers postgraduate diploma programs in executive maritime management, in marine insurance, in maritime energy and maritime law, as well as an MPhil, it's the Masters of Philosophy specialization in partnership with our sister institution, the International Maritime Law Institute, an IMO institution as well, which is based in, which many of you know about. These specializations of WMU address the current and the future issues of our times, while opening the doors for the diverse needs of lifelong learning for future maritime leaders. It is indeed my pleasure to add that our alumni figure stands very tall. Almost 6,000 maritime and ocean professionals from 171 countries have attended the World Maritime University and returned home with a master's degree. Our graduates serve as senior maritime officials in ministries, as directors of shipping companies and ports, as heads of maritime academies and naval organizations, and many represent their home countries of course, at the International Maritime Organization, as well as in other fora, international fora and organizations. As WMU continues gender balance in maritime and ocean-related fields in science, education, and research, female student representation at WMU has improved significantly from 3% in 1983 to more than a third of the intake of our master's program delivered in Malmo this year. So again, we've seen important improvement, but again, a long way still to go. So while the WMU MSc programs delivered in Shanghai, China, have already achieved milestones for gender parity, the China program, it is my pleasure to add that through recruitment and the strategies and support from fellowship donors, we need them. Our students are coming, most of our students are coming from the developing world. Without scholarships, without the fellowships, without the support of the industry, many of them would not be able to undertake a program like that, which belongs to the International Maritime Organization. WMU is the child of the World Maritime University, and therefore a child of the IMO. It is a matter, therefore, of great pride for me to say that since the founding of the World Maritime University in 1983, we now have more than 1,300, or probably to be exact, 1,341 women who have graduated from WMU with an MSc in Maritime Affairs. Studying, therefore, at WMU has provided opportunities for women in maritime, thereby increasing the number of qualified women eligible for policy making and senior practitioner positions in both the developed and the developing world. We cannot, however, rest on our laurels. In 2019, a year before COVID-19 swept the world, WMU organized the third international conference on empowering women in the maritime community. The conference, which was attended by 350 participants from 70 countries, identified at that time 17 actions that could be taken to advance gender balance in the maritime and ocean sector. The key conclusions included promoting women's role models, engaging with children in primary and secondary education to raise awareness of career opportunities in the industry for women, and seeking priority funding for gender research. However, although I could mention several other positive points, I will not be doing justice if I do not acknowledge the following facts. Despite gender equality being one of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future, we still need, despite this, the word empowering women in maritime community being selected by the World Maritime Day theme for 2019 by the IMO. I'm very proud of our mother institution, the IMO, for having taken that action. And then despite the United Nations celebrating World Oceans Day 2019 with the theme of gender and the oceans. Again, a very important contribution of the United Nations. We are still very far from providing and ensuring equal opportunities for everyone, men, women, and other genders, and particularly with respect to women in leadership positions. Government organizations, companies, and other employers must change their policies and their practices in order to ensure that we can truly empower and enable more women to take up leadership positions in the maritime industry. This brings us back to the initiatives at WMU for gender equality, and I firmly believe that education and training, especially in science, technology, and engineering, are crucial to achieve our collective goal and develop leadership skills for both women and men. In the context, in 2021, I must say, that year was particularly important for the WMU community. The UN Decade for Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, that decade has begun in order to develop scientific knowledge and build infrastructure and foster relationships for a sustainable and healthy ocean. And the WMU is fully committed to making a unique contribution to the decade of ocean science through education and research in maritime and ocean sciences. Further, as part of our contribution to the decade, WMU is actively promoting gender equality in ocean science. Yet, we remain conscious of the fact that the current global crisis could potentially slow progress on taking forward gender equality and women's empowerment. WMU firmly believes that education will create a lasting impact on capacity building in the maritime and ocean industries. Education remains an indispensable tool that will enable a long-term impact on capacity building for women and future leaders in the maritime and ocean industries. Education promotes equality and advances the full and effective participation and equal opportunities for women at all levels of decision-making, whether in the political field, in economics, academic, business, or public life. We cannot afford to stop this important mission, no matter the difficulties, because investing in people, especially women, and women in science and technology, means investing in the future we want. The future is in our hands to design and to innovate. WMU will continue and to contribute to the maritime industry and to the ocean we want, because it is our mission to help lead the world to a safe, secure, and sustainable maritime and ocean future. We are keenly focused on increasing women's participation in access to educational opportunities in the maritime sector, including at the postgraduate level, in order to advance the full participation in the maritime and ocean industries and to inspire leadership for a sustainable maritime and oceans future. I'd like to take the opportunity to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to this wonderful woman, Sanjam Gupta, for inviting me to this timely and important conference. And I'm sure, looking at the room full of people, I am sure that we will all make a true commitment to ensuring that women and girls are part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cleopatra. We agree with you that education followed by multiple opportunities is the key to strike the right balance. Now I request our distinguished guest, Shri Amitabh Kumar, to come and share his thoughts with all of us. Sir.
Dr. Cleopatra Dombia Henry, Dr. Joseph Ostnes, DG Norway, Dr. Malnivi Shankar, Vice Chancellor IMO, distinguished guests, and friends. A conference like Maritime SheEO needs to be organized every year for next 10 years, no matter how many times we repeat the same speech in front of similar audience. The status of workforce of women in India, even if we talk outside of the maritime sector, remains a serious cause of concern. Today, of the age group of 15 to 49, only 32% women participate in workforce in India. And this 32% is a good news because till last year, we had seen constant decline of participation of women in Indian workforce from 48% to 26%, which was a puzzle for a country that is developing at a very fast pace. The per capita income of the families are increasing. But what we see is that as the family move from lower middle to middle class, the women give up their role in the workforce. And they seem to be satisfied with whatever earning men bring to the household. Two surveys have been conducted recently in 2022, one by Periodic Labor Force Survey has pegged this percentage of women participation to 32%. And there is another survey which has been done by National Family Health, which confirms the share of women in workforce. And one finding that it has given is that COVID has actually driven women towards workforce in India. In 2021, when we used to read research from various researchers, we used to feel that women would be the ones losing their share in the workforce. They would be the first to be removed from the workforce by the companies. And it did happen in 20 and 21, when we saw a number of layoffs, primarily of women who were part of the workforce. But from 2021-22, we have seen now a reversal of trend. And this appears to be mainly because of some decline in the household income. And decline in household income has again forced women to join workforce. The other major finding of this study is that though number of the increasingly women are joining workforce, they are not getting their due in the work that they are doing, and almost 10% of the women who have joined workforce are still not being paid. So they are being paid in kind, but not in terms of money. So there appears to be a clear linkage between the increase in family income in India, increase or decline in family income in India, and women joining workforce to either supplement the family income or devoting themselves fully to the household work. These two studies have also identified 3 societal norms, which in India we all know exists, though we know nobody has written it in so many words. More than 70% of the men and women interviewed felt that if there is a scarcity of job, men should get preference over women in those jobs. And majority of the people interviewed were women. And they thought that it is men's privilege to take the job first, and women should take the job only when there is surplus left. Less than 25% of women interviewed talked of discrimination at workplace. Even though the employers felt that there is discrimination at workplace, the employees were reluctant to talk about discrimination. But majority of men and women were very concerned about the violence against women in society. And majority of them acknowledged violence against women in society. So these are the societal norms in which we are working. And maritime industry in India is no exception. We get the same group of people in maritime industry, maybe less in numbers, but the society from which we are getting people remain by and large the same. Why I liked Sanjam's approach towards diversity and why a focus on leadership role for women. Another survey has been conducted in India recently, which says that only 4.7% women are CEOs, irrespective of the numbers we see in our cabinet. We have had a women prime minister, maybe the first in the world. We have a present woman president here in India. But the overall participation of women in leadership position still remains very low, 4.7% as CEOs and only 7.7% in the boards. And this is across industries. A lot needs to be done. And there is a debate going on whether we need to adopt a top-down approach or a bottom-up approach to increase participation of women in workforce, and especially for us, everyone sitting here, participation of women in the maritime industry, which of course is at an abysmally low level. We don't even need to talk of the percentage as of now, because what we see is a handful of women trying to make way for themselves in a men's world. We have had certain leaders, like Dr. Henry just mentioned. Captain Radhika Menon has been a torchbearer, being the first woman captain and the first woman in the world to have received IMO's Gallantry Award, and still I think remains the only woman to have received this kind of distinction. Sanjam has been working very hard to highlight the issues relating to gender diversity here in India. We saw Mrs. H.K. Joshi, who took at that time a risk, though we never thought it was going to be a risk, by sailing 2 of her ships with all women crew, Swarna Krishna, Swarna Godavari. And this is the kind of top-down approach we have been seeing. Dr. Malini Shankar has been spearheading gender diversity here in India, first as DG Shipping and now as the Vice Chancellor of IMU. Internationally, we have seen Dr. Cleopatra Dombia Henry. We have been hearing her speeches all over the world promoting gender diversity in maritime industry. There are some institutional leadership also that we have seen in last 2 years. AP Moller Maersk has come up with a very aggressive business strategy for inducting more women in maritime industry. They have set themselves targets, and they are going aggressively towards achieving the target, even though, it will not be very easy to achieve those targets only with bottom-up approach. We have recently seen our two employers, major employers, FOSMA and MASA, coming up with their own strategies to have more women on board. And collectively, I am sure if this trend continues, what we have seen in last 2 years at least, if it continues, the number of women on board, both on Indian and foreign flagships, is going to increase. From our own maritime administration side, we are adopting more of a bottoms-up approach. And as Dr. Henry mentioned, the basic place where we need to concentrate is education. We need to bring more women in our training institutes, and to bring more women in the training institutes, we need to work in schools where we see potential of women joining the maritime industry. That is some place where a lot of outreach programs need to be conducted, and it is time that the industry, which is keen on having more women in their workforce, need to start working. We have instituted a scholarship for women cadets joining Indian Maritime Institutes, and every women, whether they join as officer or rating, receive a scholarship of 100,000 rupees per annum while they remain in the Maritime Training Institute. We were also the first country in the world to have come up with a comprehensive guideline for having women on board. And this guideline is being implemented on all Indian ships. We have also prompted the foreign employers to make sure that the guidelines, basic guidelines, are utilized on foreign flagships having Indian seafarers. And I'm sure over a period of time, these guidelines will be adopted by IMO one way or the other. We have, with the help of, again, all the employers, developed a training course material for gender sensitization, which we will introduce in all our training institutes. And I have requested the employers also to utilize the training material to give gender sensitization training to the existing seafarers as well, who would face some kind of change in the workforce in times to come. And they are the ones who need to be prepared to welcome more women on board. Because of all these efforts, we have seen some increase in the participation of women in Indian maritime sector. As of now, we have almost 3,746 women who are sailing. Out of this 3,700, almost 2,900 have already sailed this year. And I hope another 200 to 300 would be sailing in the remaining part of the year. This year we have seen a substantial growth in women in maritime sector, almost 30% growth, which appears to be encouraging. The number of cadets enrolled in our training institutions as of now is 524, of which almost 200 have joined this year. This year we have also seen a substantial increase in number of Indian seafarers, both men and women. And in this calendar year, we have already reached the figure of 240,000 distinct headcounts of Indian seafarers who have worked on both Indian and foreign flag vessels. And if this rate of employment continues, then by the year end, I think we will surpass the pre-COVID levels by almost 10 to 12%, which of course is going to be the highest so far by India in both Indian and foreign flagships. What I have seen in last 2 years is really giving me a lot of hope in terms of improved women participation in Indian maritime industry. I have seen companies coming up with firm strategies for having more women on board, and these strategies are being announced publicly. And I also see them working towards achieving this strategy. I have heard, banters amongst the employers who are now trying to poach, women cadets from others. And these are good signs. At least people are now trying to have more women on board. And once your goal is set, you have this issue under focus, we will see some kind of collective strategy also developing sometime very soon to have more women on board. Again, as I said, institutions like IMO, World Maritime University, they have played a huge role in bringing this issue under focus. IMO, by declaring a year as a year of women seafarer, declaring a day for International Women in Maritime on 28th of May. World Maritime University, by organizing these seminars, disseminating the information, engaging with the leaders across the world, are showing a way of thinking, and it has set targets in small ways in maritime administrations, in employers groups, in companies, and amongst women themselves who are taking leadership of this very complex issue of gender diversity in maritime industry. And that gives hope. And I feel that in next 5 to 10 years, we are going to see a very major shift in maritime industry. And we'll see increased diversity. We'll see more women participation, which will definitely result in better financial outcomes for the industries in times to come, and they are the ones who are going to benefit from the efforts that they are making today. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir. As always, it's always a pleasure listening to you, and we thank you for your commitment to diversity. So now I'm happy to introduce our host for today, Birgit Leoden. Birgit is the founder of the Ocean Opportunity Lab tool, the first interactive map and community solution for innovators focused on sustainable business solutions across ocean industries and renewable energy. Birgit has been the first female board member and leader in several companies, extremely dedicated to equality for more than 17 years in the industry. She founded the first female mentor program in maritime 11 years ago, as well as Young Ship International, which is today the largest global organization for young professionals in maritime and offshore. We have been working shoulder to shoulder on gender equality issues and initiatives for many years. And the story of today's conference also started when we were together in the Arctic part of Norway 5 years ago. Birgit had put together a diversity program and challenged everybody to partner up. I raised my hand to join, and coincidentally, Birgit was coming to Mumbai 2 weeks later. We managed to get a first meeting to pitch the concept of a joint dedicated initiative to the DG Shipping India and Norway's Consul General, and they both gave their direct support. They are still with us today, though with new people taking on the central positions. And we are fortunate to experience more and more supporting companies joining. This was the first seeds planted of now what has become Maritime SheEO, the world's largest equality conference in maritime, last year garnering 3,500 participants from 80 countries and almost 80% male participants. And you'd be happy to know that today's conference too has 50% of male participation. With this, I now hand over the mic and today's event to Birgit.
Thank you so much, Sanjam. And it is so amazing to finally be here physically. We were going to do this physically 20th of March 2020. And I was even on my way traveling flight-free through the Middle East towards Mumbai when COVID hit and we locked down our societies. So, when Sanjam and I started working together on diversity, it felt like a tough task. And I wanted to start my introduction and the role as host today by showing a very physical example. I have a good friend in Norway that just shared an update a few days ago that when we promote women, we do it on behalf of track record. When we do promote men, we promote them based on their potential. So today I'm wearing shoes to illustrate this. So take a good look at them and feel free to look closer later today. These shoes are made of great quality and they had great potential. Now they are completely worn, but it is the result of a long, hard walk for gender equality and innovation and building industries for the future. So bear this in mind. Never underestimate the potential and don't judge a book, or in this case, the shoes or the woman on the cover. So, sticking your head out and taking this early mover role on new issues, whether it's the environment, whether it's gender equality, changing from the inside requires courage. And you have to prepare for many different reactions. Some of the people you meet will feel uncomfortable. Others will try to belittle you. Some will mock you directly. Others try to stop you. And starting this journey by ourselves can make us feel very small when we're working alone. In Tool, we live by the phrase, individually, we are one drop, together, we are an ocean. Every big movement through history started with the power of one. One person who made a commitment to spend their energy, dedication, and power to change our world for the better and for our common good. Being here in Mumbai today, it is very natural to draw a parallel to Gandhi, but also to the environmentalist movement started by a good friend, Afroz Shah, on beach cleanings of the Versova beach. But you don't need to be Gandhi or Afros or even Sanjam to move the world. You don't need to be a Superman or a Superwoman. This potential applies for every person in this room, every person who's following this conference online today. And I hope you take this message that we are all here to make a difference. It's not up to, for us to wait for governments or big corporations. This is in our power, but it's better when we're working collectively, united, shoulder by shoulder. So it is us as individuals that make the decision to collaborate and to unite, that holds this amazing power to build the future that we wish to live in and that we wish to pass on to our daughters and sons. And to truly start this day on a motivational note, I believe in the power of sharing more personally. And I do believe that all of us, whether it's big politicians, big industry leaders, or every one of us, we work better and more committed when we have our heart in it. So I wanted to share the more personal stories of why Sanjam and I became dedicated to use ourselves as change agents. Sanjam grew up with her sister Sumit while her parents were building up their shipping company. Even coming from the industry, it was definitely not obvious that Sanjam and Sumit would take the leadership of the company. Even in Norway, this has been a boy's role up until almost now. But Sanjam's parents are not the traditional parents. They have raised their daughters as free, powerful, brave and passionate humans without any issue as to gender. Perhaps because the early birth of Sitara Shipping wasn't a one-man show, it was a partnership between husband and wife. And even as society around them constantly shared their prejudice and voiced opinions of why it was risky to let daughters build leadership towards taking over, the parents stood firm and strong, supporting their daughters through their careers. I believe this is the type of family values, society values, and leadership that is also needed for us to build the next generation of strong, empowered girls and women. And for the women, it is still, whether we are in Norway, India, or other countries where I know amazing, brave, and strong female leaders, it is still crucial for us to actually choose the right partner, someone strong and confident enough to tackle an untraditional wife, like Sanjam's husband, Vikram. Equality starts in our homes. And it is also the tough lessons and experiences that have been key in building up Sanjam's courage and dedication to stake out a path less traveled and build up Maritime SheEO. So congratulations, Sanjam. It is amazing to be here with you today. And I also wanted to share my personal story with you before starting this day, because my life definitely didn't start out as a very obvious leader profile. I dropped out of school and was truly a problem child. I moved to a farm without running water and started working at the age of 16. That means that when you're working on really heavy physical roles, you start from the bottom. I did farm work and later had to work my way up, taking whatever roles you can get without education and being a minor. That means that very early you face how people treat others below themselves, when you don't have to care about appearance and roles. It meant verbal and sexual harassment, sometimes not being paid or being taken advantage of. And as I entered into shipping almost 2 decades ago, I think those experiences shared my sense of justice and how to consider people. And when I started out, I started working as an HR assistant in the ship owner Will Wilhelmsen back in Norway. And luckily, they were one of these employers that didn't look at the appearance, but rather looking at the potential. So they rather enabled me to test out, work towards new roles, and grow. And that is, and this is an important part of this message, this has been my experience throughout more than 17 years now working in international shipping. It has been an amazing industry that actually acknowledges hard work and dedication. But what we really still struggle with is the fact that even in this stage where governments and industry initiatives and employers start saying that yes, we do believe that we need diversity, we want diversity, but then they claim that they cannot find women. So later today we are launching with Sanjam and other partners now for the Maritime SheEO conference 2 real hardcore initiatives, where one is the female candidate pool, gathering female candidates for board and management positions from all over the world for all parts of the industry. The other one is the gathering and the launch of the first list of 100 inspirational female entrepreneurs, founders from across ocean and energy. And after that, and starting this global commitment together, working with the other gender equality focused initiatives, we would say that if you then claim you can't find the women, then come to us and we'll make it happen. So this is just the beginning. We have done now 2 amazing digital Maritime SheEOs over the past 2 years. And this is the first physical and hybrid version. I'm really looking forward to it. And Sanjam has not just worked on the organization of this conference. She has also conducted some pioneering work on behalf of Vista International with strong industry partners. And today it's finally time to release the Diversity Handbook for Maritime here in India. So, back over to Sanjam.
Hello again. I'd like to thank the partners who helped in doing the diversity survey and the diversity handbook. And we have Anglo-Eastern here today with us, also International Chamber of Shipping and ISPAN. So an in-depth survey in the maritime industry reveals shocking figures in gender discrimination against women, onboard harassment and bullying. Vista International, Anglo-Eastern, ISPAN, and the ICS conducted public online survey designed to examine how female seafarers perceive discrimination and how it manifested on board based on their personal experiences. 60% of the women encountered gender-based discrimination abroad. 66% of the respondents concur that their male employees had turned to harassing and intimidating female co-workers. And 25% reported that in the shipping sector, physical and sexual harassment is common, occurring on board and involving intrusion on their privacy. The complete findings from the survey and recommendations are published in the Diversity Handbook on the Vista International website. We will now invite LP Petriarchy, President of Vista International, Shri Amitabh Kumar, DG Shipping, Captain Debu, Parnita Rasal, and Delna Shroff of Anglo-Eastern to join us on stage and officially release the handbook in India.
Hello, good evening to all the dignitaries and the guests. It's a pleasure actually to release this booklet on gender diversity. In fact, this is the second edition. We had produced a first edition in 2016. And then later on, we had this survey, as Sanjam mentioned, in 2020, and revealed a lot of facts about the seafarers sailing on board the ships and about gender equality, equity, and the inclusion aspect. And that's the reason why we also, wrote the second edition now, along with ICS, ISWAN, and Vista. And it's a pleasure to release this booklet. This booklet will be available also online on the Anglo-Eastern website, as well as Vista and the others' website also. So you can freely download the book. The book actually allows the seafarers on board, the colleagues, how to deal with, when the female seafarers are there on board the ship, as well as we have added the aspect in the second edition on how the employers could facilitate further recruitment of female seafarers and also building facilities on board ships. Because we have seen that merchant ships certainly lack quite a few facilities for women seafarers, and this needs to be acknowledged and need to also put into place so that we can attract more and more women seafarers on board our ships. So slowly and steadily, because of Sanjam, because of Captain Radhika Menon, I think the awareness is being spread in India about women seafarers. And in fact, when our recruitment team goes to various schools and colleges for giving presentations, many women seafarers put their hand up that they are interested to join. So firstly, there's the women seafarers who come forward, and the next stage is to convince their parents. So that's the next stage that we go through. And certainly the women cadets who are there at our academy, we have a large academy which trains 480 cadets a year, and at our academy, which is about 2 hours out of Mumbai. And at our academy, we have seen the current lot of women seafarers. It's been steadily growing. Today, I would say it's 8%, but that's not good enough. We will increase it to 20 and 30% as the years go by. And what I see amongst them is they are very confident women who have come forward. And in fact, they are the ones who push their parents that, no, I just want to go to sea. I do not like to do any 9-to-5 job on a desk. And that's the positive outcome here. So thank you very much for our partners also. Sanjam, thank you so much. Yeah, and to ISWAN and also to ICS. Thank you so much. Bye.
So now, let's hear it from the women. We are now ready for some true inspiration through a panel moderated by Sumit Sharma. We are going to hear and share some really good inspiration for all the younger colleagues and future colleagues out there. When we start out our professional journey, it is extremely important that our peers and seniors actively encourage and support us. And then, as we rise and develop, we continue paying it forward. The IMO is supporting the LEAP program for women in maritime, one great example of paying it forward, supporting and mobilizing the pipeline of female profiles and future leaders. And now we will hear from two of the women from the first batch sharing their story on how they took the leap. Aruni Vijaypala, Sara Alawati, and moderated by our dearest Sumit Sharma. So welcome on stage.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel. Uncertainty is the new reality. Disruption is now a norm, not an exception. Careers are no longer linear, and change is a constant. This is the ideology and thought process behind the conception of the Maritime SheEO LEAP program, the Leadership Accelerator program. This program, supported by the IMO, is designed towards strategic thinking, thought leadership, digital transformation, and most importantly, being a SheEO. So what does being a SheEO actually mean? To me, I think it means walking the talk, leading by example, building your own personal brand, and changing paradigms, truly, truly leading by example. It makes me really proud today to speak to these lovely ladies who were a part of the first batch of the LEAP program, and I'm happy to introduce them. And let's hear from them today on their journey, on what LEAP created for them, what were their takeaways, and what was their experience with this program. So I'll just introduce them first. We have Aruni Vijaypala, who is the Deputy General Manager of Haley's Energy Services Lanka Private Limited. It's an oil and gas services company. It's involved in marine offshore energy markets. She has an outstanding reputation for her work as a female leader. She's been able to carry out marine and offshore work onboard vessels, lead large diverse teams, and handle complex integrated logistics projects in predominantly a male-dominated industry. She is a member of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, ICS UK, and she has completed and won the RMAC award given to the student with the highest marks subject to sport agency in the ICS exams held in July 2020. So welcome, Aruni. Thank you for being here. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you. Our next panelist is Zara Al-Lawati. She's the Group Chief Audit Executive of Asyad, Oman's global integrated logistics service provider. With over 12 years in risk governance, advisory, and audit services, Zara is an established professional in her field. She is also a member of the exclusive Harvard Business School Alumni Network, a certified fraud examiners, and a certified risk management assurance expert from the Global Institute of Internal Auditors, IIA. So welcome, Zara, and welcome once again to both of you. My first question is to you, Zara. So you come from this very niche field of risk, audit, advisory, and it's a very specialized domain. I would like to know what drew you to the LEAP program and how did it help you as a professional in the niche segment that you come from and the focus industry segment such as yours. So what drew you to it and how did this help you in your domain?
Hello, it's working. So thank you very much for inviting me to be a speaker in this prominent event. And of course, it is never enough to thank Sanjam for having us all here and doing this marvelous job for the industry. We're all very humbled by it, all very inspired as well. And coming back to your question, what did draw me to LEAP? Being the chief audit for a group company, so Asyad is a holding company in Oman, and it has over 15 companies under it between joint ventures and subsidiaries. And being a centralized audit unit, we are overseeing over 8 companies ranging between shipping, dry dock, ports, free zone, CEP, public services. For me, personally, it has been always a wish to be closer to the maritime family, to the international maritime family, not only because it is very exciting, like we see here, and very rewarding as well, but also to have a direct feel and direct touch of what is it like to be part of this bigger family. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? what can I add value and bring something different to Oman, to the industry within my country? Given that we have a shipping company, we do have 15.6% of our cadets are females. And again, we are all globally facing the same global challenges. So for me, LEAP was the opportunity, the gateway to look into it closely. I always also wanted to see what are the future movements in the industry. And did LEAP give all of this? Definitely, certainly, and way more. A key rewarding part for me was sitting in these virtual meetings within LEAP program and the workshops and being in the same window with people from 20 plus different countries. And that on its own, sharing the experiences, seeing how we female do strive regardless where we are from, whether Europe, America, Middle East, Africa, it's the same challenge. We do have our limitations, but we also do have our huge opportunities and will to change the world. And hence where we are sitting here today, this is one key example to that.
Thank you so much, Zara. That's so well put. And I'm sure a lot of young women who are future aspirants of the LEAP program will draw inspiration from this. And as you very beautifully put it, that all of us are facing the same global challenges, and to know that we are not alone and there are so many forces of nature out there overcoming these challenges is really heartening. Thank you, Zara. So Aruni, the next one is for you. So you're in the oil and gas sector in a leadership position. We all know the demands and challenges and complexities which come with such kind of a role. How did the LEAP program help you specifically meet the needs of your core job? And has there been any new perspective on leadership which you have gained, which helps you navigate your role differently from what you used to do?
Thank you, Sumit, for the question. Good morning, everyone. First, I must thank Maritime SheEO for having me here today in beautiful Mumbai. And congratulations to Sanjam and her team for putting up this magnificent conference. It's not easy organizing events of this nature. And also, I'm very happy to meet my LEAP colleagues in person here today, although we are missing part of it, and I'm sure they are watching us online. Jacqueline and Zara, who is here, we've been in many group sessions together. We've shared our thoughts with each other. And so moving on to your question, Sumit, like you correctly mentioned, oil and gas is indeed demanding and a dynamic industry. And we need to expect constant change when we are working in this. And myself, as a female, leading an operations team, if there's not a single day that passed by without a challenge, a new challenge. So my team members, I should ensure that they align with the same and that they also face the challenges. So this is where learnings from the LEAP program comes in, especially the situational leadership, which we discussed over many examples and group coaching sessions. So I always take the advice and what we discussed on the session in applying those management skills to each different unique situation. And so we discussed during the program about identifying skills and competencies of your team members, which is, I think, very important. When you're leading a role, and especially in operations, you need to know what skills and competencies your team members hold. We discussed this in LEAP. And so therefore, by identifying this, that I am able to empower them, so they have the independence to take independent decisions and work on their own, and to mentor them whenever it's necessary, and to direct them, and also to encourage them. And like Sarah mentioned, we had females from Asia, Africa, where you name it. We had about 30 from 30 different countries. And yes, we are working in a male-dominant industry. And the challenges that we females face are common to everyone. We all had a story to talk about, and this is something we discussed at the very beginning of the course. And I felt, okay, I'm not alone. There are many females just like me who has a story, who has been facing the challenges in the industry. And this is how LEAP has helped me. Sumit, over to you.
Thank you. That's wonderful, Aruni. And I like what you said about situational leadership. You know, the real life scenarios, the true case examples from the industry, because this program is not curated as a theoretical program and just theoretical learning, which is beautiful, and that's a beautiful thought process by Sanjam, that you get to learn from on the job, from true day-to-day scenarios. And the fact that you're using the learnings from the LEAP program to empower your team is wonderful. So just before we conclude, a question for you both. We would start with Zara. So Zara, what message would you like to give to the women who are future aspirants of the LEAP program? What should they look forward to? What were your key takeaways? And what is it that you feel they can get from this program?
Just to add to what Aruni has said, the LEAP program, and that was also my concluding remark in the final session, it is a very, very well thought of program. It does directly target the issues that women are facing in the industry, whether maritime or the bigger logistics umbrella. And the situational leadership actually helped me. And as an example, I was going not through the best times in my career at that time. And through one of the modules, I learned how to be effective in communication, because as women, and we always talk about diversity, but sometimes our male colleagues maybe don't understand or don't know what we're going through. So communication was key, and I took it up to the higher level, and I treated the matter in a different way, and then the results came in few weeks' time. And I immediately spoke to Sanjam and told her, this is a live example what LEAP has given me. And then across the weeks later and months, we have seen many other women from the first batch, and we have a WhatsApp group, they were sharing similar successes, and Jacqueline is one of them as well. So yes, we did learn, and my message to whoever is aspiring for LEAP, one, it is from an academic, educational aspect of it, that you will learn a lot. You will be able to directly, immediately apply it on your, on any situation you're going through, but also being in such a diverse forum, room, you know, whether virtual or physical, that's on its own for me was extremely rewarding. And I don't think I have been or I will ever be in such universal, global, you know, program ever again. And Maritime SheEO LEAP was that. Do it and try to utilize the knowledge, because it is always both sides. It's not only giving, it's also giving, and how the recipient can take it as well. So learn from it, and again, it is immensely thought of program, and every module did address the issues that we were going through. So,
wow, success stories truly define, you know, the impact of a program. So thank you for sharing that, Zara. Aruni, same question for you.
Yes, Sumit. Yeah, so we are working in a dynamic world, and things are changing. We are working in a VUCA world. So we need to be current with our knowledge. I think LEAP is the best platform for blossoming females in the industry. During the program, we've been taken through situational leadership, strategic acumen, and most importantly, the first learnings we had was on digital transformation, which I think we are talking about now and which is very important. And also about building your personality. We even learned about, you know, preparing a small video clip, you know, from that very basic to the higher extent. So I think this is one of the best platforms, and I hope Sanjam, Maritime SheEO, IMO, going forward will provide more opportunities to the females in the industry to take the leap.
Thank you, wonderful. So with this, we conclude the session, and I'd like to congratulate Maritime SheEO Sanjam for conceiving this wonderful program. And I'm sure the team will get this message of these two lovely ladies across to future aspirants of the program. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. That was a great, great start. We are now, after starting the day with inspiration and food for thoughts, it's time for food and drinks for the physical body and getting to hang out and talk with everyone. So we will enjoy a short tea break. We have a very, very tight program today. Make sure to fill up your energy levels. Be back here on time. We'll start sharp 11:30. Thank you. Okay, now we are ready for women in leaders roles and boards. So please find your seats. Okay, everyone, make sure we have a very packed program, so make sure to find your seats as we are about to start. Oh my God.
We're also on the panel, so we're like, let's go.
Everyone, please feel free to bring your cups inside the conference room, but we are about to start. Everybody, please find your seats. Everyone, please find your seats. Everybody that already has a cup of coffee or tea, make sure you get back into the room. Okay. Please, everyone, find your seats, and we are about to start on the stage again. And we will have Maersk on the stage. So I would say make sure that we are in there so we don't leave them hanging. Okay. Everyone, please make sure to find your seats inside the conference room. So, for anyone who wants to see more women in boards and leader roles, please come in. Please, everyone, make sure to find your seats. Bring your coffee and tea. More after, okay? So then with the video, then I talk, and then we run the video again, okay? Just to make people come in. Herding cats. Herding cats. Okay. No, okay. No. It's okay, I will start with the speech directly. Yeah, people are coming more. Yeah, yeah. So people could say the speech first. I will just go on the stage and start talking. We are all set and ready. I hope everybody has had a good cup of coffee, something sweet or savory. So as people are starting to get back in the room, we are going to have a great panel with us today to talk about women in leadership and boards. So, while waiting for people to fill the room back up, I would like to see everybody in. Let's see, I think somebody's closing the doors. Please don't close the doors and let people get in. Let's see here. And we will just wait a little bit until the last people are finding their seats. So let's see. To everybody still out in the foyer, please find your seats so that we can get started. Okay, then I think we will just get started and going. So, before welcoming this next panel onto the stage, we have the launch of a new initiative by Tool with Maritime SheEO, Vista Norway, and a number of other partners involved. So, for many years, I have been the first female in a number of roles over the years. For as long as I can remember, people in our industry have claimed that there just aren't enough women, they lack the right background, or they just couldn't find them at the right time. And as our industry steps up the initiatives to drive equality and diversity, I weekly get contacted by engaged leaders of companies who claims they really want to make things change, but it's challenging to find the women for the board and leader roles that they are going to fill. So, as in general, when facing gaps and hurdles in our industry before in various areas, I started thinking and discussing this with good friends, other female leaders and professional board members. How could we do something that is more effective while waiting for regulations and commitments and everything else from the top down? How can we do something that is more of a grassroots movement, connecting both female talents and candidates and those that are already in the powerful positions? And how could we utilize and apply the technology that we have built to match innovators and resources to help a world of competent and able, willing women and their companies to become possible to find and connect with each other? Tool, the Ocean Opportunity Lab, was designed for bridging gaps. And we hereby introduce a world of strong female candidates open for additional or new opportunities, with some of the many strong candidates listed. Tool currently gather and connect female candidates for board and management roles from across industry segments and different parts of the world. We will help to connect the community partners and innovators with the right candidates. So, we introduce the Tool Female Candidate Pool, which is brought to you in partnership with Maritime SheEO, She Community, Maritime Sisters, Women Offshore, Vista, a range of equality-focused actors out there. Almost 500 industry females and talents have joined the Tool community platform, and more than 200 female and leader and board candidates from 20 countries have actively joined this new candidate pool. Over the past months, we conducted a small pilot under the radar, bringing in these initial partners and ambassadors and these first 200 female candidates. And to my great surprise and excitement, more than it started spreading beyond those we contacted already during this early under the radar test stage. So, we think it should be much easier for individuals and innovation and sustainability focused companies to find each other. So today, on behalf of Tool and our fantastic partners, I warmly welcome all companies, employers, organizations, female leaders, female board members to join this open collaborative project. You can easily sign up on toolspawn.com and apply directly, whether as a partner or a candidate. And we're building an anonymized overview of the profiles and which type of roles they're open for, so that no one are exposed before approving it when opportunities arise. Towards Europe's leading diversity conference across industries, the SHE conference, end of April this year, we will promote profiles, ambassadors, and also highlight the companies that are actively seeking women and that have initiated specific programs and targets to celebrate them and to inspire others to follow their lead. So, before starting now our panel discussion, let's take a look at the introduction video to the female candidate pool. For women and technology built by women. So I hope you're inspired to join us as of today. And now we are ready to discuss women in leadership and board roles. Welcome and join me on stage. Karen Avellino, Executive Director, Business Development, Shipping at Philippine Transmarine Carriers. Karan Kochar, Director, Head of Maritime People, Asia at Maersk. Chris Hall, Managing Director at Shipowners of Claims Bureau, MACS. Shihara De Silva, Managing Director at McLaren's Group of Companies. And Arnian Flolo, Consul General at the Norwegian Consulate in Mumbai. And we will have, in order to create a really good dynamic discussion, 2 minutes intros by each in 2 rounds. And let's get started. So, welcome. both the representation now of amazing, strong partners supporting the Maritime SheEO conference, and not to mention the level of our male industry colleagues and partners taking part of this truly is an actual example that things are changing. But now I wanted to dig into the brains of this amazing panel that we have with us today. And first, I wanted to hear from each of you. Why is it important to have women in the leadership and board roles? Which difference does it make? And everyone will have 2 minutes each, and just as equality time's up, then we have an eminent colleague in the front of us here who will let us know when the 2 minutes are up for each. So let's be very concrete and specific. And I think we will start with the consulate.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for inviting me to take part at the Maritime SheEO and in this panel. We have been, I'll use the opportunity to say that we are very proud supporter of Maritime SheEO, and we've been there since its inception. So we are very happy to be here and to be supporting this initiative. In terms of women in leadership and boards, what kind of difference it makes, I think it is important to repeat what has already been said, and we can't repeat it often enough, is that women are equally capable as men, and if you're only tapping into half of the population, you will be tapping into only half of the talent pool. And I think that no company really will meet its full potential without tapping into the full talent pool there is available. Secondly, I would like to say that, well, we all do know sort of the quantitative importance of women in the workforce in general. You know, the contribution women in the workforce has on the GDP. But there are also some important qualitative aspects, and we know of them, and they are also documented in studies, that the diversity in the workplace is important, and it increases also the productivity. So that's important. There's also another qualitative aspect I would like to highlight, and that is that women actually bring often other perspectives into companies than men. And it's been documented that women tend to make consistently fairer decisions when competing interests are at stake. So therefore, to have diversity also represented at the leadership and in the boards of companies will then naturally lead to better decisions made for the company. The next point I would like to make is that these positions in boards and in leadership, they hold a lot of power. And there's something about, on a societal level, that power is distributed sort of representatively based on the demographics. So again, it's important to give power to women. The last thing, is that we know about the value for companies, the value for the economy and for the society, but this is also valuable for the women themselves, and they inspire others. So it's really very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And Shahara, what would you like to add from your end?
Thank you, Birgit, and thank you, Sanjam, for having me here. I'm happy to represent Sri Lanka and meet all of you. Just adding from what was said before, I'd like to cite the clear business case for having women on boards, which is there are more than 140 studies have been done on the financial benefit of having a woman on your board, including McKinsey & Company, the Catalyst Report, and so many others, which have cited 11% higher return on investment, higher price to book valuations, and superior stock performance. There have been statistically significant studies that show that having at least one woman on your board will yield better business performance. So that aside, coming to the more unquantifiable benefits, yes, also better decision making because of the different perspectives that the women bring, but also a change in the culture of the board, the way the communication happens, as versus an all male dominated setting. When you have a woman, the way the interaction happens, the way disagreement happens is almost respectful and sometimes brings about a different outcome than would an all-male board. And also there are two other points which have also been cited, which is better governance, because women speak more in terms of their principles and their values. So better governance and also more involvement in CSR. I don't know if there is a danger in generalizing, because you can say when it's, in the end of the day, it's an individual and their uniqueness, their capabilities, and that would contribute. But this is more an overall general perspective of what women bring to the board. And as you know, there are some countries which have like laws or quotas that have like 40% women should be on board, at least one woman on board. So this is not what we are talking about. We're not talking about filling a number or a statistic. There are banks that will give you loans only if you have a woman on your board. So this is not what we're talking about. The benefit for having a woman on board is if you're actually contributing. Your views are heard and you're part of the decision-making process. So I think it's very dangerous in generalizing just to have a woman to fill that statistic. But it's an active, participating woman can make a difference, and that's my point.
Thank you, Shihara. And then I would like to hear Chris' perspectives.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I'm grateful to be an ally to the women in the room and around. We've talked about the two kind of cases. There's the business case, there's a fairness case. One question I have is, why should women be leaders? Well, why not? You know, 50% of the world, it's just, why not? It's kind of odd that we're even talking about it in a way, but of course it isn't, because there's history and cultural reasons why we are where we are. But just riffing on the business side a little bit, there's a professor, Catherine Phillips from Columbia Business School. She's made a lot of waves and some interesting research, and one of her pieces is called How Diversity Makes Us Smarter, subtitled, Being Around People Who Are Different Makes Us Creative, more diligent, and harder working. And this kind of makes intuitive sense, right? If you're in a room with a bunch of people who you know will agree with you, you kind of just agree and you move on very quickly. But the research shows that the outcomes of those kinds of homogeneous meetings is not as good as the diverse meetings. So that's partly why the business is better. It's not just the correlation, it's that diversity brings out a better version of ourselves. We show up differently, we're more open-minded to other people, and we work harder to represent our own views and to understand others. So this is quite, I think, quite an interesting element of it. The other thing that's worth noting, I just, in the last minute or so, is that a recent study by Harvard Business Review this summer by two professors from Yale and London Business School showed that 5% of people, diverse participants in this study, liked the fairness argument. The fairness just being it's equitable, it's the right thing, it's moral. Sorry, that's 80% like that. 5% like the business case. It's not to say that the business case is wrong. The business case is right. The data is unchallengeable, really. But the people who are being appealed to by these justifications for gender diversity were like, well, I don't want to be hired just because of money, right? Gender equality is not a financial goal. It shouldn't be a financial goal. It can be a side benefit. It can be the cherry on top of gender diversity. Gender diversity by itself is a goal and should be a company value by and of itself.
Thank you, Chris. And then I would like to hear your reflections, Karen.
Okay. Thank you, Sanjam, for inviting me here. And let me touch on some important items, the general traits of women and what makes us good leaders. By nature, women are very much into details. And in general, a woman does not solve a problem based on the surface. Decisions are based on the root cause and other details to come up with the best solutions. Women also take time to explain what went wrong and why such solution has been made for everyone to understand. And the maternal instinct is an important trait of a woman. As mothers, women are generally selfless. That when it comes to priorities, everyone comes first and she would be the last. In the corporate world, this is translated to setting up clearly the priorities, monitoring them until everything is in place. Studies have shown that women make excellent collaborators who respect and utilize the value of each contributor in an organization. And having women in the organization can result in more participation, and everyone, regardless of demographics, can feel that their contribution is significant. With their thoroughness, women are able to iron out the details in between the bigger picture, from finalizing terms of policy to preparing a navigation plan. These details can sometimes spell the difference between profit and loss or life and death. Women in the workplace benefits businesses, and studies have proven that companies that practices gender equality has a happier labor force, decreased job turnover, and lower levels of attrition. They also have an easier time recruiting, greater rates of retention, job satisfaction, and productivity. Any workplace that can recognize what women need, that's respect, recognition, empathy, and understanding, benefits all, including men. These needs have a tendency to be overshadowed by competitive masculinity, yet they are as essential as a good paycheck or benefits.
Thank you so much. And last on our panel, Karen, what would you add that hasn't already been said?
A lot has been said. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you to Maritime SheEO, the organizers, the sponsors, for having me here. I work for Maersk, and I'm truly fortunate to be with an organization that is really passionate about creating gender diversity at all levels of the organization, the workforce, the leadership, even the boards. Taking inspiration from you, I'll start with a personal story. I'm a seafarer myself, an ex-captain, and a few years ago, when my older daughter was 4 years old, on a school trip, she was taken to a cruise vessel. And as part of one of the activities on board, it was a costume, a dress-up activity, and all the girls were given princess costumes, and the boys were given captain's uniform. And my daughter, stubborn as 4-year-olds are, she refused to wear the princess costume and insisted she wears the captain's uniform. And while I was really proud of that, and if you don't talk about the cultural bias there, it did strike me that if she decides to become a sailor tomorrow like her dad, then she doesn't have that many women captains to look up to. And of course, there are some here today, but it's far too less. And think about it. Women working in your organization, in our industry, who do they look up to for guidance as role models? To what level do they see themselves growing in this company? I think it's very simple. If you want your organization to be a diverse and inclusive one, that needs to reflect in the leadership. It impacts everything, and everything you want your organization to stand up for, your ethos, your values, your culture, your everyday DNA, it trickles down from the top. It impacts training, development, culture, engagement. My colleagues here have cited a lot of researches, studies. I think it is beyond doubt that having more diversity in all levels of the organization add more value to the way work is done, the way decisions are taken, and it's just a better business decision. So as the DG Shri Amitabh Kumar had said once, it's enough of discussion, it's time for action, it's time for us to take firm action to have more women in the leadership. And one last point, particularly in leadership, why it is essential is because I believe diversity breeds diversity. Having more women leaders will lead to having more women in your organization, and all the benefits you've already explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh yeah, definitely calls for an applause. I think that was a super roundup of this first question. Diversity breeds diversity. Couldn't agree more. And now I wanted to
you know, make it even more personal, I think this is a very personal topic. It's a personal topic to Sanjam and me, and to everybody gathered in this room, and those watching the stream from around the world in, like last year, 80 countries that we counted. So, digging a little bit further into this, I wanted to hear from this panel if they can share their experiences specifically where diversity and women in senior roles has made a real impact. And I will just start referring back to the first time, like 5 years ago, beginning of November here in Mumbai, Sanjam and I managed to get a meeting at, I think, the Yacht Club or something, Sanjam, which is kind of a more typical male sphere. And we had the previous council from the Norwegian consulate, Ann Ollestad, was in, and then the former DG Shipping, Malini Shankar. And I would think that actually the impact of those being women leaders in their role had a huge impact in their support towards what is now the Maritime SheEO initiative and conference, even from then, back then. So how has your journey been? Which kind of key cases do you have to reflect on that you want to share with our audience today?
Thank you. I hadn't prepared to be too personal in a sense, but I realized also that the point I was going to make actually is striking a personal chord. The first example I was going to make was actually the example of the first female prime minister in Norway in 1986, Gro Harlem Brundtland. And you know, she broke many barriers and glass ceilings in Norway. And it was not only her as a prime minister. Many countries have had female prime minister, but she had 40% female ministers in her government. And this is nearly 40 years ago. And she was actually one of the key politicians at that time that awakened me politically, I should say. It was the debate between her and her main counterpart from the conservative side, who was sort of that was a male, and he used all the techniques you can imagine in the world to sort of get her stressed during the debates. But she did a phenomenal job. She later, sort of after being prime minister for many years, she was the WHO chairman, and she was also commissioning head of the, I should say, the Brundtland report. And I'll go a little bit over time here, but the Brundtland report about sustainable development in '87, 1 year after she became prime minister, and that's such an important topic today. I'd like to say we have women in many, have had women in many different and important positions in Norway, and we are breaking barriers as we go. We had the first female general, 10, 12 years ago. She was also appointed as the first UN force commander in Cyprus. That was the world's first female force commander. So we have been breaking these glass ceilings and going also into very traditionally male-dominated spheres like the military. But we see that we haven't really come far enough. 2003, we sort of passed a Gender Reservation Act requiring 40% women in listed companies, in the boards of listed companies, because we realized we had to do more. We can't just encourage, because we have always been encouraging, but it wasn't enough. So we needed some clear measures. So we've done that since 2003. So now we have 43% women in boards of Norwegian listed companies. That is really very important. And as you realized, we are still not done. We have a long way to go in the maritime sector. 11% at sea, which was highlighted by our DG from Norway. So, there's still barriers to break. There are still ceilings to break. We've reached far, but we cannot say that we have reached far enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. And Shihara, what would you like to add from your personal background, really showcasing the value of women representation?
Well, I come from a country which produced the world's first female prime minister. But having said that, I think Sri Lanka still lags behind in terms of female representation at high senior management positions. In Sri Lanka, we have 60% of female graduates coming out of the universities. So you would find more of the qualified talent pool being women. Yet, however, my personal experience is in two main areas. One is when we formed Vista in Sri Lanka 8 years ago, with the help of Sanjam, who inspired me to take this on, it completely changed the landscape for women in maritime in Sri Lanka, because it was a completely male-dominated industry where you would attend ministry meetings, decision-making, policy-level discussions, which had no women representation. But today, I think there wouldn't be a single panel that doesn't have a woman representation in maritime sector. There would be, Vista is a recognized voice in the industry, and I think women are changing the landscape in maritime. So that's one main experience I've seen over the years, how it has impacted in maritime. But in my personal experience, I also head the Shipping Agents Association, which is called CASA in Sri Lanka, which is a 50-year-old male-dominated, old gentleman's, domain in maritime. So it's the first time that a female is heading, and the difference I see is I've also invited, there's 3 other female EXCO members. We have 20 EXCO members from all over all the shipping companies in this industry. And for the first time, we have 3 EXCO members who are female as well, which was previously when I was an EXCO, it was just 1. And the difference is that I see that decision making is much more inclusive in terms of more viewpoints are heard, and engagement. Previously, I felt that decisions were made more on a hierarchical basis, whereas now there's engagement and teamwork among all these. There's subcommittees, so there's about 50 people really who contribute to all the work, and there's all the subcommittees are engaged. And I see a lot more energy and passion in the whole association, how things are happening. And I think, I hope to think that it's the women who bring that, but that's the difference that I would see versus a traditional hierarchical CEO who, or a chairperson who leads from the top. That's one. And in my second example is my own company, which is McLaren's Group of Companies. Again, it's a 70-year-old family, third-generation family business. When I joined the business 20 years ago, there was 2% females. Today, we have 18%, but still challenged for women in the senior positions. We have more women in support functions like HR, IT, and legal, but less in the shipping operations and on the field. But having said that, again, we've been placed as one of Asia's great places to work, and also one of the best places to work for women. And this helps to attract more women and more talent. So that's one of the clear benefits that I have seen, because it's very easy to be sort of that voice, and that women feel confident and comfortable. Even I interview them, they say, you know what, this is a place I want to work for. So you have a better reach in terms of your recruitment. And also financial performance, I have to vouch for. I think it has helped. And again, I feel it's the engagement. Engagement and decision making at the board level is more inclusive, because otherwise everybody's on the same viewpoint. Here, when you have at least 2 or 3 women on your board, they would bring in a different viewpoint. And sometimes it's not easy to get heard. Sometimes the women have to speak louder or have more data to support their viewpoints, and sometimes they're getting ignored completely. I'm not saying that it's changed everything, but I think it still challenges the status quo and the way that things were done traditionally, and I think there's a long way to go, but the journey has definitely started. Thank you.
It's a great real example of diversity breeding diversity. And Chris, your company has also done magical things on diversity, but yeah?
Yes, that's true. We're all talking about various firsts, and I work for the American P&I Club based in New York City, and this summer, Dorothea Iono was appointed the first female CEO of the American Club, and that is the first CEO of an international group P&I club in a 167-year history of P&I clubs. So we're all very proud of her, we're all very inspired. I think you all should be very inspired. I think it's not just women that can be inspired by this. I'm talking about the impact of just pure inspiration, right? We all want to be inspired in our lives, right? It's not just a job. And so when women can see somebody attaining the top position, that's very inspiring. But it's also anybody who's ever had a challenge in their life, right? We've all had that. And so to see somebody kind of break the mold, break the glass ceiling is inspiring to all of us, all diverse candidates and literally everybody in my view. There's a saying, if you can see it, you can be it, right? So she has broken the glass ceiling, opened the door to other people who now see that. And I'll even expand it, it doesn't rhyme, but if you can dream it, you can be it. So keep dreaming and keep watching and keep working. I have my own daughter, it's not the same. She's 18 now. But I asked her yesterday, I said, why should women be in leadership positions? And she just said, I just think women are super powerful. Full stop. And yeah, I quite like that. And back to Dorothea, I mean, she has brought, I think, a higher level of awareness about our mental well-being, employee well-being, empathy. I think these things existed before. I don't want to say that it wasn't there, but I think she's raised the game. It's difficult or it's tricky. We don't want to fall into stereotypes about men and women and other people, but there are studies that show that there are correlation between these qualities and women leadership, and it makes sense to me. Having said that, she's not just a wallflower that's sitting around. She won the axe throwing competition that we had this summer in New Jersey. So, and it wasn't that we weren't trying. We were really trying, but she won it. So, you know, there's no stereotyping here. We all bring different things, and some of them can be more masculine qualities or more feminine qualities, but we're all people, and we all have all of these things within us. One last bit about the wellness, mental wellness, and employee well-being, which is correlated to women leadership. These also make working in a company much better, right? And I read in preparation for this that these things are often overlooked by other managers in companies, or it's not always a typical business metric, but it really should be, right? Because if you have a well-functioning, happy, productive bunch of people working together, they're definitely going to do better. They're going to be more successful in every way that you can think of. So that goes into the business case, but also the fairness case, and to the human case for gender equality and leadership by women. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. And I think, Karen, in your organization and in the Philippines in general, there has also been a lot of change over these past years that I've seen.
That's correct. Actually, our company provides the officers and crew for various international shipping companies, okay? And our role is to make sure that we're able to entice or inspire not only men, but also women to join the maritime industry. And it has been challenging. And thanks to people like, I'm not sure if you know Kate McHugh, the very first captain of female captain of Celebrity Cruise Lines. We also have people in the cargo industry. That's Courtney Hansen, who's the very first permanent women captain of Sea Swift. It's a cargo company. These people, because we have now the social media, and some of our women applicants become inspired to become like them, okay? And for them, it is no longer impossible to be a captain. As long as they have proper education, they train well, and they aspire to really be good captains in the future, they will get it. And we don't have to go far, okay? Who inspires us actually here is Sanjam Gupta, okay? Her Maritime SheEO, when she formed this, it was a very good move to really spread awareness that women can step up, okay, and be part of the maritime industry. You know, any positions will make you successful. You have to start somewhere. And there's also an organization, it's Vista, okay. All the members, I would consider that members of Vista have successful careers and have come up with significant contributions to the maritime industry. I can come up with a long list, but it says there, time is up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of the starting a wave, and it starts with these small drops of water coming together and becoming more and more forceful. But not removing what was there, but actually blending in and integrating so that we get the best of men and women for the industries. So, Karen, what kind of key stories would you like to bring out to our audience today?
So, in my experience, I've seen that gender diversity in leadership teams has completely transformed our approach. And I can give, example of my own team, and I'm really proud to say that my management team has equal representation of both genders. And this has transformed in the way we work, the way we address problems, the way we make decisions. And to give you an example, I'm in the marine HR side of things, so we look after HR for our seafarers. And one of the problems that we have had historically there is there are no women seafarers. We are represented globally by less than 2%. And we've been trying to address this for decades, and we still haven't done anything. But in the last 2 years, my team has worked on this, and now we are, on the forefront of changing things, on moving the needle. We have, not taken a unilateral approach of just recruiting more women, because that is not going to solve the problem. You recruit more women, you need to have an environment, you need to have an ecosystem that is conducive for them to thrive in this industry. So we are looking at the onboard culture, as Captain Bebu mentioned earlier. The physical infrastructure on board the ship needs to be suitable for women, but it's also the culture on board. And for that reason, we have initiated leadership programs, we have initiated cultural awareness, gender sensitization, anti-harassment programs across the board to address the culture on board. Also, we need to look at the attraction part of it, to have more women coming in. And there's a lot of work that we are doing every day to dispel myths, to break taboos, to reach out on the grassroots level to attract more women. And also, we have launched a women cadet program with our partners at AMET, where we want to create a physically and psychologically safe environment for women. And we have set out with a target of achieving 50% of our cadet intake to be women in the next 5 years. And I'll just end by saying it. I agree with your daughter, women are superstars, but it's not about women and men. I think it is the women and men working together that brings out the magic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I mean, the power in a super player like Maersk really stepping up to the diversity game here, of course, has significant value. Because I think it's about now also, I mean, one thing is that younger girls, students, cadets, they need inspiration to make those decisions, to grow their careers, to invest in going this life journey with us as an industry. But it's also about then inspiring the other companies and the existing leaders out there, not necessarily having to kind of reinvent the wheel internally, but looking at the companies that are doing things, sharing our stories about what are the small and big initiatives that are being grown, introduced, tested out, and experimented with. And then either take that inspiration into your management team and board to replicate it, or to team up and build and shape the good alliances of companies working on stronger initiatives jointly, shoulder by shoulder and integrated, men and women. So I really hope that both the employers out there that are watching from inside this room or on the screen, and that everybody in this room, regardless of where you are today in your career, that you really get some good inspiration from this and also really see that value that when we get there, when we enter the boards, when we enter the management positions, let's not close the door after us, but let us unite and collaborate and make sure that we continue paying it forward for the girls and boys coming after us. So we will now have a well-earned lunch break. Thank you so much to an amazing panel. I couldn't be happier than have you all here. And let's continue the, oh, sorry. Yes, that's a glitch for me. We have, I am so sorry. We have two more. We have two more. Yes, I'm going way into, yeah. Okay, so now let's hear it from the organization that truly made a huge difference in my own career way back in 2012 when I won the Vista award in Norway that really transformed my career. And now we will hear from Elpi Petraki, who just came in as the new president of Vista International, driving women.
So, good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, honorary guests. What can I say? I am so honored to be here in Mumbai, live, and participate in the biggest maritime and diversity event of the year. Thank you, Sanjam, for inviting me to speak to the conference this year, and I'm so glad that after the two online maritime conferences we had, Maritime SheEO conferences we had, this year events offer us a great opportunity of networking and strengthening our ties here in Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, I tend to state that women have now found and secured their position in the shipping sector, at least on shore, since the role of women in maritime has evolved significantly over the years. But as we heard from so many prior to myself today, we have still a lot to do. But we are, and we see all the efforts for the continuous work to improve things. The complete findings of the survey we just heard about prior to the two panels we just heard, based on the gender-based discrimination against women, have proved that the full equality aboard the vessel is still a long way off, and the difficulties women face and still encounter on vessels are vast. I first heard of the findings of the survey when it was presented at the Vista International Conference in Geneva just a couple of weeks ago. And while the findings were far from ideal, and I would say shocking sometimes, I realized that this research could be a new and more loud wake-up call to the maritime industry worldwide. We need to look at how to change behaviors and attitudes on board, to work together to find ways to solve the problem. It is more about equity rather than equality. Everyone deserves to be respected and safe in their place of work. This is why the work of Vista International and initiatives such as the Maritime SheEO program and conference and the Diversity Guide are so important. I'm delighted that at the same Vista International AGM last year, last October, it was not last year, we're still in the same year. We signed the second MOU with the Maritime SheEO to support once again the Maritime SheEO Leadership Accelerator Program, LEAP, an excellent initiative that is helping women across the maritime industry develop leadership skills and take the next step in their careers. And we heard again all about this from our previous speakers. The program was launched at a time when the industry is recognizing that more women are needed in leading roles. I would like to congratulate once again Sanjam, as this is her brainchild. Sanjam, we will always be there to support your efforts. I would also like to refer especially to Vista International and its role in the maritime industry. For all of you who do not know, Vista stands for Women in Shipping and Trading as Organization, and I have the honor of serving as its president since last October. Vista was formed in 1974 and is a global organization that supports female executives and decision makers employed in shipping and the trade around the world. Within a few years, it took form as an association that serves as a connector for its network of about 4,000 female professionals from all sectors in the maritime industry in 56 countries. Vista India was launched on December 2012, and 10 years later, we are proud of this national association and its effort to support Indian women within the maritime industry. Vista's mission is to promote diversity in the maritime, trading, and logistics sector, empowering women to lead through their unique perspective and competencies, with the conviction that gender diversity is key in providing a sustainable future for the shipping industry internationally. Today, our organization is an equal partner in international shipping as a result of numerous determined efforts. Working with the countries such as Vista India and other international and industry bodies, we aim to address how Vista can support evolving the industry objectives, sustainability, decarbonization, digitalization, attracting new talent. As an indication of the importance Vista as a global recognized voice in the maritime, Vista International was granted consultative status with the IMO in 2018 and continues to work with organizations around the world to raise awareness for the importance of diversity and inclusion to bring about meaningful change. We will continue to work hard in order to raise greater awareness and level the playing field to create more opportunities for everyone. It's about integrating a gender equality perspective at all stages and levels of policies, programs, education, projects, valuing the diversity among people of different genders. Diversity is a topic of utmost importance to the maritime industry and especially to Vista. It is known to produce better results, and for their part, shipping companies have found that having women in their workforce, and even more so in positions of responsibility, has produced a positive result. Creating a sustainable maritime industry and work environment that has equal opportunities for all is directly related to diversity and inclusiveness. I strongly believe all business leaders should strive to make their companies as inclusive and free of discrimination as possible. If we have people from various backgrounds in our companies and teams, then we will offer equal opportunities to everyone, and we will hire new employees without regards to their gender, religion, or nationality. We will provide opportunity for development in order to achieve our business goals together. Dear participants, together we have a responsibility to raise awareness on the beliefs and the benefits of diversity, to break down barriers for career progression and change traditional mindsets, to create a right environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elpi, and thank you for taking the presidency of Vista for all of us.
Really looking forward to this journey. So we have now the next panel before our lunch break, the Courageous Women panel. And here we will enjoy a truly impressive group of women as Gillian Carson Jackson will lead this panel with Sonali Banerjee, Reshma Nilofer, Nafisa Moloboy, Divya Miglani, Ilona Denisenko, and Jill. So welcome on the stage and listen well.
Welcome. Welcome all. It's wonderful. How are we doing? Are we all on board here? Excellent. Let's grab a seat and we'll get ourselves started. Thank you very much. And it's wonderful to be here to hear all of the amazing presentations that we've had on this UN International Day of Tolerance. So November 16th is the International Day of Tolerance. So it's an absolutely perfect day for us to have this event. We're changing the leadership paradigm. And actually, perhaps we already have changed that leadership paradigm in some manner, because I look at the powerful and courageous women who are joining me here today. We need respect for all. We have the importance of the allies, and thank you to all the allies who are out there. And I will make a special mention as well to my amazing husband, who is probably my strongest supporter. So thank you for being my ally. And we are asking the uncomfortable questions. We've been told that we need to have this visible leadership, and that is important at all levels. Visible leadership. If you can see it, then you have to be able to believe it in order to be it. So thank you for that, Chris. So let's get started with our panel today, and our panel is going to lead us into lunch, that lunch break that we almost went for a bit early. Thank you, Bridget. So courage, being brave, keeping your nerve, being daring, being visible. There are so many ways to express courage. Courage means many different things to all of us here today. It means sometimes to keep going, even when things are bleak, when everything seems lost, when sometimes we may even feel like we've lost ourselves. Courage is. I've been asking that question over the last few weeks in the lead up to this session. Courage is. For me, at one time, courage was actually facing my class as a cadet the morning after with the physical bruises, the mental bruises. It meant continuing in an industry that I felt did not want me. But yet I am still here because I have that courage. We have that support, and we know that we have courage. Courage is to be seen, to stand up for what is right, to try to right the wrongs of the past, to do your job even though you know there is danger. Each of us has strength. Each of us has courage, and it comes through sometimes when we don't even realize it's there. So today we have a powerhouse of amazing women who have learned of, drawn on that courage, that superpower. Isn't it great that we have this superpower within us? And sometimes it just bubbles to the surface at the moment when we need it the most. So let's start off a bit by learning about each of our wonderful panelists and what courage means to them. I'd like to start off actually at the very far end with Divya. And can you explain to us a little bit about courage and also what brings you to this amazing panel?
Thanks, Gillian. Hello, everyone. And thank you so much for having me here at the Maritime SheEO. Thank you so much, Sanjam. It's a beautiful place where we all see this whole mix of energy. And I actually, after a very long time, I see a lot of feminine energy than a masculine energy. So kudos to that. Really,
That
really.
definitely deserves a round of applause.
It's brilliant, isn't it? We are on the right track. So courage to me, Gillian, is just taking it head on, like taking life head on, you know? Whatever comes in, you just dive in. What you feel like, what you want to do, you just do it without like a filter, with no filter in life. If you feel like doing something, you just go for it. That's my definition as such for courage is. So for me, it's just taking life head on.
Thank you. And actually, from that point of view, taking life head on, I see that you are a car racer and a rally driver. And how does your courage help you then when you are out there in the rally and doing that car racing?
Thank you, Gillian. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to be titled today as one of the courageous women, because as you said in the beginning, you don't even know sometimes that you are the courage. And we all have that in us. Like each one of us here today has shown courage in their lives in some way or the other, right? So with me, it happened. I don't have any motorsports background. As I said, I just dived into it. I was in a regular media job where I was traveling from one end to the other, driving around, and I saw these bunch of boys roaming around, and instead of going to my corporate world, I turned my car around and I said, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? They're like, we are racing. We are just, timing our laps. I said, I'm a very good driver. Can I drive too? And they're like, who the hell are you? I said, I'm a good driver. And I just drove my car and they noticed me. And they said, all right, why don't you come for one of our events next year? And that's how it started, Gillian. Like literally. So I just dived in basically. That's how it started for me.
Thank you so much. And being noticed sometimes, that visibility, being out there and having the courage to be there and to be first in the case as well. I'd like to go to Reshma now. From courage, what to you is courage? And can you give me an example of some time when you had to draw on your courage?
Hi everybody, happy to be here. Thank you, Sanjam. To me, courage is the moral strength of a person to venture, persevere, win over hurdles along the way to follow one's dream. To also have courage of conviction, no matter the fear and the difficulties you will face along the way. But not just that, I'll also say that, I don't know if everybody will agree, accepting truth, admitting your mistakes, asking for help, asking for a promotion or a raise, saying sorry, empathizing, and putting your fears aside, taking feedback, and winning over what we call the imposter syndrome. All this also means courage to me.
Thank you so much. So many key points in there. And one of the biggest ones, I think, sometimes is having the courage to ask for help. Having the courage to know that we don't have to be alone. We don't have to do it alone. I'd like to go to Ilona now and ask, what is courage to you?
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you, Sanjam. Thank you, Birgit. I love your smile. You're shining, and this is inspiring us all. For me, courage is to dare. I'm coming from the maritime medicine, and this is, it's medicine and maritime, and this is a border and a crossroad of the most probably more male-dominated professions in the world. And if we go back to history, just a bit more than 120 years ago, women were not allowed to practice medicine at all. They were, okay, we have a bright cases in the history, but in general, for practicing, the women were punishing. And they were trying to hide. They were hiding under the men's clothes. And it was just a few. And look where we now. So I hope that this will happen in the future, but unfortunately, we're facing this misogynic, I'm not afraid to say this word, almost everywhere, and sometimes in the European countries, and sometimes in the societies when you not even, expect that you will see this. It mentioned somehow just behind, and what is bad that the colleagues who you know that they sympathizing you or they agree with you, they don't want to be in the same stream, and they sometimes hiding, and then they approaching you during the breaks and whispering, "We admire you for your courage, because it's so hard to stand this. We know that they're trying to make you cry, but you're not doing this." I was facing this since the university when the old professors was telling me, "Oh, surgery, it's not for women." I say, "Okay, I'm here and I will pass the exam." And when they were signing, we're telling, the exam with an excellent mark, they were red, but they were doing this. And then when we had our first conference in 1997 in Oslo, when the International Maritime Health Association was established, I saw just a few women in the auditorium. And, during the different conferences, it was just a few. And I see how the percentage of the nice, beautiful, inspired, gorgeous women are growing not only in medicine, but in maritime as well. So I hope this will continue. And I really working, and we need, we all telling here now the personal stories. I have no daughters, I have 2 sons. And they not even have an idea that, it can be difference between girl and a boy. For them, it's absolutely normal that we're all equal. And I think if we will teach our boys and teach our girls that they were equal, in some years we will not having this problem, and we will not put it that 40% should be women or men. It will become automatically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and for those heartfelt words. And I really do have great faith for the future when I see the youth and I see the energy and I see the concern of all. They can't even imagine that we are in a society that has this level. I spent 5 days at the Indian Maritime University teaching amazing young people who inspired me, who taught me, who actually brought me to tears with their energy and their passion for this industry and to support each other, and the difficulties that you have gone through, and thank you for sharing those. I'd like now to go to Nafisa.
First of all, thank you for having me here, Sanjam. I'm so honored to be part of this very august panel. What is courage? Courage to me is my oxygen. When I joined the marine industry, today I'm at the helm of a 117-year-old company. I'm 3rd generation of Molo boys running this company, and my 2 daughters, one of whom is in the audience in front of you, is 4th generation. It takes great courage to be sitting at the helm and working side by side with men who undoubtedly have the majority. You will resonate with me when I say that to break feminine stereotypes and defy all odds without compromising on your ethical boundaries, it takes courage and strong determination, even more so for a woman to enter and lead in a man's world. I'm going to quote a good author, a lady author, and she says, "Courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage is the little voice at the end of the day that says, I'll try again tomorrow." I remember how often I failed when I started my career. I knew nothing about shipping. I'm not even a graduate. I was married off at 19 and you know, my husband fell sick and by default had to head the company. I have made so many mistakes in the 20 years that I've been managing director. And the only thing that helped me was my conviction and my determination, and to say, I will try again tomorrow. And then I did succeed. Again, what is courage? When you ask me this, it takes me down memory lane. Courage is for a mother to leave her home before her children leave for school and to come back way after her kids have been tucked in bed. Do you know the courage it takes to be at a workplace and have your daughter or son ring you at 6 o'clock in the evening and tell you, Mom, when are you coming home? And then you say, another hour, darling, I'll be home soon. 6 o'clock becomes 7 o'clock, becomes 8 o'clock. I remember in the days that I had started, I mean, today I have 200 people, a lot of them very professional, so life is much easier. But in those days, I would sit in the office till 11 o'clock, trying to figure out how I'm going to win this tender and how I'm going to do my pricing. All that, my dear friends, is courage. Courage is what it takes to send your girls halfway across the world. Unlike you, I have 2 daughters, no sons. So courage is what it takes to send your girls halfway across the world to study when you yourself got married young and you were not even, as I said, able to complete your SYBCom. When my 2 girls finished school and they wanted to go to university in America, we live in a family building, so the entire building belongs to us, and every floor we have a Moluboy family. I remember when I announced to the Moluboy family that I'm sending my 2 daughters abroad, each of the family members came up to me and said, are you crazy? I mean, we don't send our girls abroad to study. Did you go? No. So why are you sending them? Save that money and make an extra diamond set for them. You'll find them a better husband. And I remember that way I had to fight. I had to convince my family and say, no, if they want to go, the diamond set, they'll earn themselves. I'm going to invest this money in their education. And I'm very proud to say that I sent both my children to complete their education in the US. One was at USC and the other at Emory. Again, when you say courage, it takes courage to walk into a boardroom full of men in a foreign country, not speak the language, and still walk away with the agency on an exclusive basis. When I started my career, we were a life-saving company. I was very keen on getting into electronics. And I remember all the big electronic companies were already taken. Whether it was JRC being represented by Elcom, Forono by Ultramarine, and blah, 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 the list goes on. And I was determined that we enter electronics, and I wanted to enter with the best. I remember quoting for a tender, winning it, and then going to Forono, Japan. They had never heard of a woman coming all the way from India, and that too to speak to a Japanese board. I don't know whether you've ever dealt with Japanese, but they never speak to you 1:1. They have this herd mentality. They'll all, 7, 8 of them will file into a room and they'll troop in. I think their strength is in their numbers. So here was I, a lone woman from India. At that time, I didn't even take anybody with me. And I remember entering the Forono boardroom. 14 of them across me, and they have their boardrooms where they sit on this side and the opposite side is for the customer or whoever else. So 14 of them and me across. I still remember I made my presentation, completed it, and by the time I finished, I had the agency in my pocket. It changed the way Moluboys does business, and we grew by leaps and bounds. So that is courage for me. And now today, as I'm much older, 20 years later, I've been in this industry, I've prospered here, I've learned here. I now take it upon myself to make changes in archaic government rules, which I have found so frustrating, and I have found curbed my business acumen and my business potential. So be it the change of GST rule, I don't know whether you're aware of it, but today when a service provider does work for a foreign company, in India, there is 0% GST. I had helped bring that about. Day before yesterday, I was with the chairman of Mumbai Port Trust. We as service providers get only 1 year entry into the docks. I have got that changed officially to 5 years. Yesterday, I was with the customs head, and we got him to change simple rules. They are simple rules, but they are real pain points for us, from getting us tool passes from 1 year to 5 years, repair passes from 10 to 25. And he has promised me to come with me on Friday into the docks and watch how material is taken into the docks and onto the ship. We require 6 stamps from the officers before we load the material onto the ship. And I was telling him, sir, the days of bureaucracy, the thappa, thappa, thappa every day, where is over. India's time has come. We call it digital India. Where is the digitization in this realm of the business? I hope I succeed and I'm able to bring about a change that is so very needed. To end, I will summarize by saying, life shrinks or expands in proportion to one's courage. So be bold, be courageous, and be strong. Being a woman is an advantage. Being a woman and being a mother is absolutely a plus point, and let no one tell you otherwise. Thank you.
Oh my, there's so much courage in all of what you've said, and it's just amazing the stories that you have and the courage that you've had to continue and to build on that. I'd love to hear from Sonali now. What is courage to you?
Thank you, Gillian, and I would like to congratulate Sanjam for the grand and huge success of the Maritime SheEO. I mean, it has been the last 2 years that we were really waiting for having a physical event, and we are so fortunate that we are here together. And congratulations to Sanjam and to the Maritime SheEO, and all those who have believed in the agenda of gender diversity and supported women in seafaring and maritime. Many thanks to you people. Coming back to what Gillian stated, courage to me, I would say, I mean, that is how I would define it from the way I have had my journey of, being India's first marine engineering. And marine engineering per se has always been like a male domain. It was always till the time we had first I started, and then there were other ladies who followed in. So I primarily feel that courage would be, to me, if I had to say, that, the ability to stand up for yourself when things are not working. There are many times in life we see that the first time we attempt things, we don't succeed, and sometimes we enter into domains where we don't even know that how far this is, whether this is going to be a successful venture or not. However, what is more important is that we believe in our dreams and vision, that at least somebody dreamt, at least somebody thought of taking the path that was less traveled, and it is not just about the destination. The journey is so much more important that we undertake. Because along the journey, we also set examples for others to follow. And we also embark on missions that maybe we never realized, we never anticipated. We know the human society is constantly evolving. Today we are talking about, when we say of gender diversity, maybe people understand it's mostly about women empowerment and other things. But today we are talking about women. Tomorrow it could possibly be about the transgenders. Another day it could also be like about the LGBTQ communities. So it has to be an all-inclusive creation of an ecosystem where everybody, irrespective of their orientation, ethnicity, race, caste or creed, find their own respectable places, and they are able to contribute to the maritime ecosystem. I would personally feel that, we all are here today, we have gathered here, we have our own daughters, sisters, we are educating them such that when they reach a certain stage in life, they are financially, economically independent, they are able to make their own decisions in life, and they don't have to depend and find their prince charm, to take care of their needs all their life. So the marriage subsequent to that makes a much more complete sense as compared to when it is a social need-based kind of thing.
I mean, we have to believe in our daughters. We have to encourage them to be courageous when things go wrong with them. You know, we have to tell them that you have to enhance on your risk appetite. There may be many a times when the society does not approve of what you believe in. The society may not approve of your stand, and there is also a chance that you may fail. But it is very important to be able to bring up courageous daughters, sisters, friends, and tell them to believe in themselves and to get up again and again walk the path which is less traveled. And finally, I would like to say that, you know, it is about life itself. Only when you have life in yourself and you are brimming with life can you think of swimming against the tide. Otherwise, rest all will flow along with the tide. Thank you so much. That is all I would like to say for the courage. Thank you.
There is so much that's going on. I like that, taking the road that's left traveled. Now, we've had a couple of conversations and some points brought forward about supporting our daughters, supporting others. What kind of support networks do you think we need to have in place to ensure and to promote this concept of courage? And actually, I'd like to go and ask Divya for some of your comments on this. What kind of support network do you think we need in order to support ourselves and the next generation to have this concept of courage?
Correct. It's very important, Gillian, as you said, support system. But as the word itself says, support system. So it starts with your system. So you have to have your system supporting you, first of all, with your conviction that this is you and this is what you're going to do and how you're going to improve from here right on. We all have room for improvement. Improvement doesn't have a gender lens to it, right? We all are up for learning. So first of all, so this system, and then you build on a system where you need to have the right feedback. You need to have the right people in your life who tell you this is not the way to do things. You have to have people who put it in front of you as a mirror. No, you're not doing this right. Just because I'm a woman, so I will not just want to be like a female role model. We want to become women champions, right? So to become women champions, we need to work on it. So the support system for me, and I've been really lucky and blessed to have, is like my two older brothers. They criticize me a lot. And that has really helped me go further. You are such a bad driver. I said, oh my God, really? And so, all right, I'm learning. And then he was like, yeah, but you can do a rally as well. So he's always putting me in a balance, you know, that you are bad, but there is room for improvement. This is where you're going wrong. That's how you can do it right. So that for me is very important. Support system of admirers, pleasers, well, that everyone loves. It's like a boost to our egos that, wow, you're a woman rally driver, you're a racer. But at the end of the day, the real feedback, the criticism, the positive criticism is what I feel is very important. And it is always around us. It is always. It depends on us if we choose to ignore it or we take it into our own stride. And all of us can build on that, I guess. So that to me is very important.
Thank you so much, and we do need that support. We don't need to be told how wonderful we are all the time. Now, I think we're running close on time, but I would like to ask Reshma, from the point of view of a support network, a support system, what do you think can support us when we need courage the most? You have about 30 seconds.
I think professionally and at home, we are in need of support. And like Sanjam has a huge group of allies here sitting for us. I think the support gives us courage, more courage, because it takes courage to be courageous. Because many of us here from many nations, we are born and raised, different genders are raised differently, wherein the majority, there is a disproportionate balance for child care responsibilities and raising kids, and also generations, bringing up our generations. So for that, the support we need both professionally and at home is One is from your family, which many of us are fortunate, and the other from professional networks. Because when we are not alone, that is the biggest strength you can have.
Thank you so much. And just to give another 30 seconds to Eloda, where are the support networks that you get? Where's your support come from for the work that you do? And you do know you've seen the timer there, so we're almost out.
It's friends, it's colleagues, it's our network, it's a Vista network and Maritime Doctors Network. And I like when we're meeting from the different professions and discussing the things, and we know where to ask for support and for help. And I will put as a sample the new book which Arnoldo Fernandez will mention later, but I'm really proud because I was a part of this. In 2008, when the new International Medical Guide was released by WHO, ILO, and IMO, we realized that it was not good. And we tried to change it. And everybody was telling me, are you crazy? The small NGO, IMHA, will go against the WHO. I said, yes, because we know better. We know better what the seafarers need that they know. And I really try to knock all the doors. And I most probably will, really remember Mahatma Gandhi and his not violence resistance. Because when you're just breaking through the door and it's not opening, then you're trying some other ways. And then I met Natalie Schall from ICS in London, and I expressed my views. And she said, okay, let's do it. Are you ready? I say, yes. And then we now have the new book, which I think is an excellent, and which will help a lot of seafarers. So don't be afraid, don't dare. Ask for help, ask for support. If one door will be closed, the window will be open. So always try. Thank you.
Always try, always try. Thank you so much. That's bringing to a close this wonderful panel. And I would like to also thank all of those online who I know are watching. And a special thank you to a very good colleague of mine, Anne, who is online watching us. And she sent me a glorious note. She says, we must continue to be courageous in the shadows, supporting each other so we can be unstoppable in the light. So thank you to all the courageous women here today.
Thank you so much, Gillian, for this wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you both to Jill and the panel for a great discussion and the personal sharing. So, while they take their photos, I just have some practical information for everyone. So, lunch break starts now, and then I hope that everybody can be really good at coming back here into the room at 1:55, as we will then have another fantastic group talking about the path to sustainability, heavy on the ship owners side as well. So I wish you all a great lunch, great discussions and reflections, and finally getting to be together. So enjoy lunch.
16th of November at the upcoming Maritime SheEO Conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms. 16th of November at the upcoming Maritime SheEO Conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms. 16th of November at the upcoming Maritime SheEO Conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms. upcoming Maritime SheEO conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms. of November at the upcoming Maritime SheEO Conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms. 11th of November at the upcoming Maritime SheEO Conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms. upcoming Maritime SheEO conference, Changing Leadership Paradigms.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are getting ready to start again after lunch. So I would kindly ask all to find your seats. Feel free to bring your coffee or tea or sweets into the room with you. Okay, so I'm considering to give all of the people who are not yet in their seats a challenge on diversity. So the people outside in the lunchroom, can you please find your seats? Let's see. So Sanjam, would you like us to start or shall we give them a minute? Can start? Okay, great. So I hope that you all really enjoyed lunch and some coffee or tea to get refreshed. And I also hope you didn't eat so much that you will fall asleep. But I do think that we have a program that will make it impossible to fall asleep. So whether you will cry or laugh or do both, that's perfect. And I think we have now a round of panels and speakers joining us that truly has the potential to bring out the strongest emotions and to really fuel our shared commitment for driving this wave of change of diversity for our industry. So, we are ready to start, and I do hope that you are all ready for a very powerful discussion on our collective path to sustainability. It is led and moderated by a true role model of our own, Captain Jacqueline Burton. And on the stage with Jacqueline is Nakul Malhotra, Katarina Stansel, Helene Tofte, Ajay Kumar Singh, Natalia Burloyal, Captain Juan Maltese. So welcome everybody onto stage and enjoy.
I guess it's on, yeah. So I am so privileged and thankful to be able to moderate this panel, and thank you, Sanjam, for inviting me, and thank you, the panelists, for coming. I think it's really nice to have actually one of my first role models for when I came ashore here on the panel. And I think, even though she may not like it, that I'm going to put her first to introduce herself. And when I found out that I was going to be hosting this discussion, I had challenged the panelists to be able to introduce themselves towards the topic of sustainability. What do they want out of sustainability, and what do they bring to this conversation in 10 words? So, Catherine, can you start, please?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here with you, and a brilliant morning of very interesting conversations. And I think we're going to shift that now into something that's possibly more technical or more relevant to the industry, rather than what we were talking about, gender roles. But we got a challenge as speakers on this panel. we got told we had 10 words to explain our role. So my 10 words are, I'm Kathy Stanzel. This doesn't count, right? This is not part of the 10 words. I'm the managing director of Intertanko, and I am a catalyst between what we know and what we need to achieve.
Thank you. And then I think, Helena, can you share your small introduction of yourself into the topic of sustainability?
I would very much like to do so. Thank you, and thank you for having me on the panel today. It's an honor to be here. My 10 word is that I'm a climate and technology optimist, but in a great hurry. And I hope that would be sort of setting for the discussion we are having here today. And then you also asked us what we would like to bring into the discussion. So now I go above my 10 words, but I hope that I can bring into this discussion some optimism, because as Catherine was saying, this is a topic in which it's easy to become pessimistic. But we need some optimism, and we need to believe that it's possible to actually achieve change. And it's also after lunch, so I think we need some optimism. So that is what I hope to contribute. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that. And Naku?
Thank you. So first of all, my name is Nakul Malhotra. I'm with Williamson, and I look after the Emerging Opportunities portfolio. And I'd just like to echo a lot of what's been...
If it's not a conference, if there's not a technical difficulty.
Exactly right, and that's great because I get to start again, so I practiced. So first of all, let me just echo all the fantastic words with regards to the forum and the topic and the various discussions that have taken place so far. It truly is an honor and a privilege for me to join today's session. My name is Nakul Malhotra, and I look after the Emerging Opportunities portfolio for Williamson Group within the Maritime Services segment. And I think really, so I'm not sure when you're going to start your 10 words, but my perspective is really large problems attract talent and capital. And God knows that the maritime industry's got some really large problems to contend with. And therefore, and I spend a lot of time in the venture capital space, and I'm an absolute optimist that the allocation of smart people with money does lend itself towards some very, very creative solutions. And really, that's the angle that I'd love to bring into sustainability.
Great. And then Natalia, if you want to introduce yourself. And I had the privilege to talk to these four earlier today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Natalia. I am the Chief Governance Officer at Todosio Maritime. Under my title, I take care of, let's say, the HR function, the quality function, legal, and a lot of other fun stuff in the organization. And yes, when I saw the 10 words, I said, what am I going to say in 10 words? And I started to really think about what sustainability would mean to me, let's say, personally. And I came up with even fewer words, and that's adding value. So in whichever way, in whichever mode, trying to add value to processes, to a regulation, to your interactions, whether it's an organization or an individual. I think that's what sustainability should be based on, adding value and creating more value.
Thank you, Natalia. And then I think we'll go to Captain Juan, my other captain on the panel.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Captain Juan Maltese. I'm the General Director of Seafarers from Panama Maritime Authority. It's a pleasure to be here. I just arrived on time, so I was ready to be on the panel and also with the experts that I have on my side. Well, in regarding of sustainability, when referring to Panama, it's obvious that over 8,500 vessels come into mind. And as the leader flag in the world and the teamwork has been done on the ship register, however, there is a little thought in giving in more than 350,000 seafarers that are on board of our ships that we need to make sure that are properly trained, properly certified, protected, and another equality important director as under my supervision. So I need to make sure that all these crew members that are on board around the world, they have the proper sustainability and continuously progress for the new generations that are going to be on board our ships around the world.
Thank you for that introduction. And then last but not least, AJ.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ajay Singh from DNV. I look after all the feasibility study, market studies in terms of decarbonization, digitalization in DNV. Basically, that is the consulting arm of DNV here in Maritime. According to me, sustainability is we have to focus on maintaining the diversity, maintaining the biodiversity in the ocean field, particularly sitting on the topic here. We have to produce more and more from the ocean. So I understand we have to focus on generating jobs, generating energy, and of course, more food. How can we focus on the same? Yeah.
Great. And then to kind of introduce the topic question of our next discussion, because I do hope that it's a discussion between the panelists. So if you have something to add, please add it. If you have trouble getting into the conversation, raise your hand, and then I'll call you out. But when we talk about forging a path in sustainability for the maritime and ocean industries, we have to really define what we mean by sustainability in that sense. So do we mean the durability of the industry to continue ad infinitum, to say that it will last forever and we need to set up a way for future generations to also be able to enable shipping? Or are we talking about sustainability of the planet, or are we talking about both? And I would like someone to start off that conversation if there's someone who feels passionate. Otherwise, I'll just name you. Go ahead.
So I think from my perspective, coming from the sort of purest interpretation of sustainability, it's about not putting our needs today before the needs of future generations. And that then can be all-encompassing. It can be everything you've mentioned and more. And it's very interesting because, of course, and that was my 10 words. Maybe I didn't explain them because I'm German, so I follow instruction. So I just use 10 words. But I think it is actually very important today for leadership, because that's what this conference is about, to come from every level. We can't rely on having leadership at the top or at the front. We need to lead everywhere where we are in any situation, and transferring what we understand by sustainability, the future needs of the planet and the population of this planet. It also means being brave. We've covered that this morning. And it also means being practical. So we need to say, today we know what we need to do. How do we get there? What are the behaviors we need to encourage through regulations, through governance? Everyone uses buzzwords nowadays, ESG. It's all about how do we govern our collective behaviors to make sure that sustainability can actually take place.
I just want to pick up from Katrina there, because so I think it's just too easy for us to synonymize sustainability with only the environmental perspective, and I think that's just quite important to constantly remind ourselves that it is a bigger topic. And I think in that context, just looking at the entire suite of the sustainability development goals, 17 of them, etc., is a good reminder that there's a lot more at stake here. I think the other aspect that I just want to bring with regards to the question is that I don't think there is the path to sustainability. I think, I love to think in images, and the image that I sort of get is sort of Indian traffic roundabouts, where it's going to be immensely chaotic getting into the roundabout, but there will be movement. But we're all ending up, we're all moving towards that common goal. But I think each vehicle, each of our organizations really need to find what is relevant at what point in time for them on that pathway.
Just to add, because I think sustainability is such a big word. But if you wanted to create change, you have to be concrete as well. So just as we are here to share experience, maybe just an experience from my side representing Norwegian shipping, because what we did in practice was that back in 2008, so 14 years ago, we sort of defined what that means for us, what sustainability means for us. And we were saying that Norwegian shipping, the aim is for Norwegian shipping not to have any harmful emissions to sea or air. That's very concrete. It's in a vision, so we're not there yet, but it has been extremely important for the last 14 years, because every time we come to sort of a situation where you have to adopt a new position, make a choice, that has been guiding us. And to be even more concrete, right now for us, the most important thing and the biggest challenge for shipping, in our view, is to decarbonize shipping. We need to find a way for our industry to contribute to meeting the Paris Accord. That's number one priority. And we all also said within our organization or within Norwegian shipping companies that the way to decarbonize shipping is to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 and to be decarbonized by 2050. So a very clear path. And that's it's a challenge, and there's lots of things that has to fall into place before we get there. But to just at least have a clear vision of how to get there is important, and to try to bring in some optimism as well, because we ask our members every year, we do a survey, and 90% of our members believe that is possible. So that's a good starting point.
Yep. I would like to add on that. It is a big topic actually if you talk about sustainability. It could be different in your perspective, it could be different in my perspective. So still things are not so clear, I would say. We have to get more education on this. Even we have to promote the education in respect to talk about sustainability. Few basic things one individual can do is pay online bills, save paper, use public transport. If you are going for short trips, work out on the waste management. I mean, this is what I personally feel one individual can work on the same as well.
So I, of course, fully agree with everything that's been said and heard here. What I wanted to add only here is sustainability, yes, it's about more than just decarbonization. From time to time, there will be different aspects of sustainability where we are focusing on for different reasons, even it's regulatory or environmental or socioeconomic reasons. Which will do that. But it is important to understand that shipping is no longer isolated as an industry. It's part of an ecosystem. Industries which never previously maybe had much to do, or we didn't think have much to do with our industry, are so connected that we cannot look at sustainability within shipping without considering how all those affecting industries in this ecosystem are also addressing that. And we need collaboration and transparency, not just within shipping, but with all the other stakeholders as well who are influencing it in one way or another. Road transport, air transport, different other sectors, let's say, that might influence it. So.
Yes, in regard to your question, I think both are going together and tied up with the hands in regards of the environmental and also the human element, especially that in this 2022, the Maritime Day 10 War is a new technologies on greener shipping and has a very much endeavor to highlight the need to support the green transition of the maritime sector into the sustainability future, while leaving no one behind and ensuring that the human element is not forgotten or hidden, because at the end of the day, all the new laws and regulations and all the let's say, at the end, all the stakeholders, when they come all together, governments, the part of the diplomatic side, ship owners, crew members, the ones who are going to follow all the rules that the countries will implement around the world to keep better our climate on the world will be the crew members on board. Because if they don't follow and they don't understand and they are not well prepared and well trained about the new laws and regulations, nobody will going to implement it, and then will be, a waste of time.
I think that leads really well into the next topic in some ways, because you're talking about the human element and how they fit in the loop, and then also the mention of the developing ecosystems that actually happen around maritime that support transportation and support all the ocean industries collectively. What actions can we all take as leaders in companies and as setters of leadership paradigms to obtain this industry? What can we do now to help those developing ecosystems be sustainable? To help with the decarbonization, for example, it will take a lot of infrastructure for us to be able to implement it, whether it's implemented through the use of biofuels or through synthetic fuels or through batteries or through hydrogen. Regardless, it's going to take a huge change of infrastructure, and there's a lot of different industries that need to be developed. How do we encourage them? How do we actually make all of this shift together so that we have really inclusive growth?
I'd love to be able to kick that off if I could. So I think if I would kick it off, I'd sort of summarize it with 3 C's. I think really it is, and maybe plus a 4th C. So capacity, competence, collaboration, and obviously capital, right? And I think the reality is that the maritime fuel choice is deeply linked to a wider energy transition conundrum. That's just the reality of it. If we look at it from that perspective. And I think you know, organizations need to be able to allocate some sort of capacity to be able to evaluate their own choices, but more importantly, pilot and implement some of those choices. I think competence is a really, really important one, and I think from a maritime perspective, it isn't so much about organizations within the industry competing with each other to get competence and talent. It's actually the industry as an industry competing with other industries trying to get talent. And I think that's actually a bigger issue, and I think that's where the collaboration piece comes in. And I think the other element that I wanted to bring in was that we need to recognize that there are first movers, early adopters, leaders in every industry. What they do and how they operate, and some of us represent those leaders, is fantastic. It creates a showcase, it creates a potential pathway, but the real success of an industry to change is when you get the middle, the 65% that sit in the middle of the industry, adopting some of those solutions. So what I'd really love to be able to see is those ecosystems catering to the small to medium enterprises that are able to piggyback, work with those large leaders and really drive that forward.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Just to comment on what was said earlier as well, because even though we're more off the radar than other industries, we're not off the hook. I mean, that is important to say. We have a great responsibility for the industry we represent. And for me, sort of the way forward, what are the main actions? I think the key word is more cooperation, more international cooperation between organizations, companies, countries. Because these issues we are discussing here today, they are complex and they are cross-border. So the only way to sort of move forward is through more cooperation. That would be sort of my main take. And then again, to try to be more concrete, because we were talking about the climate issue, and I think there specifically we also need regulation, so that we bring everybody on board. The 60% that are sort of the middle range, we need common regulation. And for shipping, we have this fantastic body that can actually do that. We have the IMO, so I think sort of, again, to be very concrete, we need within the climate issue, we need to make polluters pay. We need to come up with a regulation where you have to pay for your emissions. That's how we get everybody on board, common rules for everyone.
So I'll let you in just a second, but I think that also that kind of outlines courage that was talked about in the earlier panel, that regulatory leaders need to have the courage to make regulation that might not work as well as they might think that it does, but we won't learn until we try. And Katharina wanted to say something.
Well, just to come back to the topic of leadership, because I think now is the time for us to lead, not to sit back in IMO and be the backbenchers and wait for country governments, because the political will might not be there. And we've seen that over the years, that actually in big complex debates like climate change and greenhouse gas emission reductions, we need to be the ones leading. And we need to do that with data-driven information so that they can make the right decisions, but we need to guide all the way, and it needs to come directly from us, because otherwise It will not happen. I think it's very interesting because I completely agree with this collaboration theme. We need to look at the bigger picture. There is no point doing something, talking to just shipping, talking to shipping, unless we start talking to ports about infrastructure and to governments in terms of their budgets, their greenhouse gas emissions budgets, etc. We're not going to solve this one. So being brave enough to say, no, we will not consider this tank to wake. We have to say, well to wake, what is the greenhouse gas emissions we're actually looking at for the different options. We're not going to solve it as a people of this planet, and that's going to be disastrous.
And that brings up also like ship recycling, which we haven't really talked about as well. What are we doing from the ships to design them so they can be recycled efficiently, and what are we actually doing with the ships that are recycled? Have we been able to recover those materials? What markets are they going into? How can we make the industry really responsible?
Jacqueline, sorry, just before we get into the recycling topic, I just want to pick up the thing on regulation because, you know, I spend my life with early stage startups, right? And I think in general, we're an industry which has done a great job in responding to regulation through innovation. But essentially, if you go back in history, we're essentially an industry that incident leads to regulation, leads to innovation, leads to compliance. And I think we're on that cusp where this is actually changing. We're now fast, because of all the other pressures, becoming an industry where actually innovation is leading regulation. And so in this context, absolutely, there's a space here where the regulatory bodies need to be forward-leaning and, you know, be brave and so on and so forth. But I'd like to say that I think we're seeing examples in certain geographies of regulatory sandboxing. And I think this creating safe spaces for innovators and regulators to work together to be able to create those regulations for the future is a critical path for a maturing, innovative industry. And I think that's something that I really want to advocate in terms of, you know, this regulatory sandboxing. Just allow people safe spaces to try stuff out.
Okay, thank you. This is actually the point that I had in mind as well, that I would really like I would like to see shipping and us, let's say, pulling the changes and not just pushing for change, because we are at this point where the technology is way, way faster than the regulatory aspect of things. And unless we find a way to bridge that gap and close it and overpass it maybe, we will find regulation in front of us whenever we try to find solutions, whenever we try to challenge a process, a business model, a way of thinking, a way of doing business. And future sustainability is not just about finding a digital way to do a process the way we do it today. It's about thinking of what are we trying to achieve through this process, what is the end goal, and what is the best way to do it going forward. What resources do we have? We see nowadays extreme difficulties with resources around the globe, with sourcing spare parts, hardware, electronics, even specialists to attend vessels when it's needed. In remote ports, they are not allowed on board, they are not accessible, they cannot travel, it's too expensive, and different other issues. And unless we find ways through technology to address this by doing things differently, it will be very hard to continue operating cost effectively. And that's, at the end of the day, I mean, that's what people look at in their daily operations.
Yes, in order to keep the sustainability, we as a country, Panama, is intricately linked to our identity. We are the guardians of one of the most important interoceanic routes on the planet, that is the Panama Canal, and also the biggest ship registry on the world. Also, we are one of the few countries on the world that have a national ocean policy. Panama is leader in marine protected area extension since last 2021. We protect more of our ocean, of our territorial waters, more than the 30% has been protected. We are part of the member of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Maritime Corridor. We are working together with Costa Rica, Colombia, and Ecuador, and members of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Maritime Corridor to expand our collective marine protection, created the largest protected marine area in the world. Also the Panama Canal. With the carbon CO2 reductions, we make a reduction of 30 million tons of CO2. Water savings with the new locks, we are reusing the water, the fresh water, that in up to the 60%. Shorter distance for the ships that are transiting the Panama Canal, they are saving fuels. It means that at the end, also they are reducing the emissions that are done by the ships. We have a seasonal measure to protect the migrating maritime life from 1st of August to 30th of November for all the whales and dolphins and other large aquatic animals that being in their seasonal for migration. Also, one of the first countries in the world to be CO2, carbon dioxide negative of the world. And also, next March 2023, we will be host the Our Ocean Conference on Panama, that most all the countries around the world will go there to discuss and to see and to plan what has to be done to protect the wildlife and also the oceans.
Coming to your question, understand that we need to establish a maritime cluster between all the stakeholders in India. For example, I'm just talking about India as of now. And I'm pretty sure that the government of India is already working on the same, collaborating the different stakeholders in terms of ship owners or charterers, ports, regulators, even the universities and institutes. Also, I believe that there is a requirement from the government to push on the policies for reuse, recycle, and reduce the things, basically, the resources, basically, yeah. The most important part here, if you talk about ESG, environmental and governance, the S is also equivalent regarding the environmental and governance. So we have to also focus on the workforce here. Those who are currently students or they are learning, they should have a knowledge or appropriate knowledge when they go to the future ships or green transition ships. They should know how the modern engine works. So that is equally important according to me. So yeah.
Helen?
Just a short comment, because what we are discussing here is sort of what can we do and what is driving change, really. And then I think is another factor also that we really have to mention, and which I believe is very important, and that's consumer power. Because that entails a whole picture of sustainability, consumers being more and more sort of looking into sort of the whole life cycle of the goods they buy, etc. So taking that into consideration, becoming more sustainable, greener, etc., that would also be a competitive advantage for companies. And when you get there, then you really have a huge drive for change.
I see thoughts happening over there. Catherine? No? Okay. What do you think is the biggest challenge to actually making this transition today? What's the thing that's stopping us now from those actions that we know we should be taking as an industry?
I already mentioned the gap between regulatory and technology, but I think something much more practical on a lower level is probably the gap between, let's say, knowledge of the technology and understanding of the technology and knowledge of shipping. So we have a lot of shipping professionals with vast experience, knowledge, and expertise who are not technology professionals. And we have a continuously growing pool of technology professionals who are looking for career opportunities, and they don't see shipping as one of those. And they don't know shipping, they don't understand it. They understand technologies, they have applied them in different areas, in different sectors, but not in shipping. So I think we are struggling at the moment, or we are in the place where we are trying to learn how to bring those two together. So how to bring those technology professionals into shipping in a way that's effective and we are able to take advantage of that knowledge about technology and take us to the next level in shipping. But also for those technology professionals to see shipping as an attractive career opportunity where there is a future for technology, there is a clear vision about what that future is, and that where everybody is working together under the same, let's say, a common understanding of what we're trying to achieve. And I think that is something we are actually facing today. It's not in the near future, it's already ongoing.
Catherine? Thank you. Actually, I agree with that, and I think it actually links back to something you said earlier. You had 4 C's already. You started with 3, you had 4. You had collaboration, competence, capacity, capital. Those are great, but we also need to make sure that the people that are engaged with this feel encouraged to actually challenge. Because I think it's the human nature is, we are social mammals, we observe each other, we learn from each other, which is all fantastic, but we also observe structures that are in place and we respect them quite often because that's how we're brought up. What we need to start doing is challenge them, because unless we ask the difficult questions, and the difficult questions, it came up earlier this morning, the difficult questions will be, I don't understand that. Can we have a collaborative conversation about that without thinking about who's going to pay for it? Because that capital element is huge. In shipping, it is the one thing we don't talk about. It's always the elephant in the room. Who's going to pay for this? The charterer, the owner of the vessel, the government, the people that are demanding the service. So it's a discussion that we're not having, because very often the capital, people that talk about asset play and those kind of people meet in one room, and the people talk about operational solutions in another room, and never the two shall meet. So maybe that's our challenge.
How do you think we can address that and really drive that conversation about capital forward?
So I think not only capital, so I think this concept of bridging domain expertise with technology expertise, or indeed financial expertise or any expertise, I think at its core it's a mindset shift, right? I mean, we actually have a generation of seafarers right now who are essentially digital natives, but are we really leveraging that innate competence in any way, shape, or form? I mean, what percentage of the STCW courses are still relevant in today's day and age? Maybe that needs to be reviewed. What sort of incentives are being put in place, top to bottom? And fundamentally, whether it's the environmental aspect, the social aspect, the governance aspect, the diversity aspect, or any aspect, it ultimately boils down to, it's a behavioral shift. It's a mindset shift that we've really got to try to address. And then I think the other pieces tend to fall into place.
Yeah, I would say the most important challenge here is the regulations coming up every 6 months, which is creating a pressure to every sectors basically in maritime industry. There are some challenges according to me, which is lack of infrastructure, which is in terms of ports or terminals. There is a requirement of shore power and bunkering terminals at the ports. There has to be a knowledge sharing platform between the stakeholders that will give us a boost to share knowledge as well as to kick off the pilot projects as well. Other things could be lack of investment in terms of, if you talk about research and development, which can be helpful for the research institutes to do some innovation sort of pilot projects. And of course, skills shortage for handling alternative solutions.
Yes, in regards of the challenges in the environmental side, let's say, we need to continue working as countries or as a flag register, for example. In Panama is giving incentive for the new build ships, right, to the ship owners. This is a way to try let's say, the old generation ship owners to change to the new view of shipping that is on a transition right now. And also for the eco ships register and clean fuels is going to benefit the ship owners and their fleets also. This is in the environmental side. In the educational sides, we are investing a lot. For example, we are giving approximately, in these 3 years, we give almost 10 millions US dollar to our state maritime university. So they have all the equipment and simulators and good instructors, and also to give a good merchandise for the junior generations to come to study maritime and to go at sea. But it's not ending there. We as Panama Maritime Authority, we are also in close contact with the ship owners. We are going with them, we are giving incentive, we are giving discounts if they bring, let's say, we have a special law that came that if you have some amounts of Panamanians on board your vessel, you will get a lot of discounts and incentive in order the people that we are training and they are getting competence. At the end of the day, they don't want to go at sea because it's hard for them as a cadets to go on board. I can say by my own, because I was a cadet until I grow up to master, and at the beginning was really hard because they don't know how it's the shipping business. So we as a government and as a ship owners or organizations, we need to make sure that we give the hands to this new generation in order to keep the vessels manned, because it will be a time that nobody will want to go at sea.
I think that's really important. I think having career pathways into the industry and to see that there is a future of the industry and to see that we need to have those conversations about capital and about the real things that are going to be able to implement this change, because it is a behavioral shift for a lot of the old generation of shipping. And it's something that I've come up against quite a lot, and I think a lot of other people have as well. We have just a few minutes left, and what I would really like each of you to kind of contribute to the discussion table is, what actions should we be taking today, are feasible for us to take today, and that we actually want the audience members, both online and here in the room, to take away and try to implement, whether it's towards these kind of discussions that need to happen, or towards regulation, or towards collaboration forums. What actions do we want to take and want others to take as well?
I'd like to just put two. One, I'll come back to that roundabout. Create your own path and don't be afraid. I'm a marine engineer that works in venture capital. That is not a normal pathway, but who's to say what a normal pathway is? So just take that step. If you're excited about something, then work towards it. I think that's one. And the second is, I'd really love to be able to say for both, whether you're a small to medium enterprise or whether you're a large maritime enterprise, please reach out and take that one buddy with you, one buddy organization on whatever ecosystem you're building. I think that'll make a tremendous difference.
Okay, I'll go next. Well, I'm a strong believer that everybody can do something. It's about the way we live our life. But also in this room, there's a lot of business leaders, decision makers, and I think there lies a particular responsibility on us all, people in those type of positions. And at the end of the day, there's no doubt in my mind that the winners of tomorrow in business will be more sustainable. They will be more greener. So it's sort of a choice also, which side of the history do you want to be on? And to make that decision, either you fight it or you lean into it. And people here in this room are good in business. And I, as I said, I strongly believe you want to be on the right side also of history, but as business itself, then there's only one path, basically.
Well, people watching us online and physically present here can do a lot of things. Of course, I agree with the lady said on the same. One can focus on the waste management. Again, I would like to emphasize on that. Focus on reducing plastics and find other alternative material. Join the hands for beach cleaning, I would say. That could also make a difference in ocean engineering. Again, save energy. That will help our future generations to help it out. Yeah, that is from my side.
I'll take it up into a maybe slightly less practical level, but commit. Because I think if we all commit to make a difference and believe that it makes, whatever we do, however small it is, it will make a difference collectively. And it was a beautiful image this morning, every one of us being a drop, but together being the ocean. That's it. If we commit to making a change and leading from within, we can make this happen.
I agree. I think we should start talking to each other. Very often we will find that somebody else is doing something better than we are, or the other way around. It's good to take notes away. We are all facing challenges. I think nowadays there's little organizations that don't face challenges with human capital, with technology, with upskilling, with remote working, with the change in working culture that's happened through and after COVID. We need to start talking to each other. We need to agree on what is what we're trying to do. See if we have the data for it. If we don't, collect it, analyze it, and find the solution.
Agree with you. This, I was going to say it. All the stakeholders, governments, organizations, ship owners, crew members, seafarers, we need to continue working together and communicate between each other in order to get better solutions, because if each sector is going on the opposite way, then at the end of the day we will not go anywhere. So that means all of us needs to go forward, and then I think that this one will be the best solutions that we can carry it out for the sustainability and also for the future generations.
Thank you so much to the panel. Our time is up, so I'll hand it back over to Birgit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as this green nerd, I am always so happy when sustainability is now on the tongue of everyone. So we are moving not back, but ahead to the next part of today, where we're going to go into the owners' roles in moving our industries. But before introducing the Ramakrishnan family and passing the baton, I want to bring you into more the focus on ownership, also from a diversity perspective. Because in order to build the future we want, women also needs to build, own, and invest in companies, and in turn, other women. It is still more challenging for female founders to get funding, business, visibility, and the pace of change goes much too slow. And if we think that 2% is bad for female seafarers, try taking a look at the percentages of female entrepreneurs building the companies for the future. So when we speak with and challenge our partners in the industry, they claim it's also really difficult to find the female entrepreneurs. So here is also a bottleneck to remove and a gap to bridge. And then, of course, when we are looking into a legacy industry as shipping and the maritime, of course, many of our companies, they are built by the former generations, of course, by entrepreneurs. But they were built in different times with different mechanisms and systems. So it also means that changing and redesigning old established companies is more challenging. And a great opportunity for females to thrive is to actually start building from scratch. So there are so many talented, amazing, powerful women out there that has the potential and the capacities to start building what they are missing. So the problems that are yet to be resolved all represent amazing opportunities for new business, for entrepreneurship, for the new companies that can team up with existing and established ones. When I started my first company at 28 and left the Wilhelmsen head office to do so, people told me I was basically stupid. It was before the startup movement hit our industry. So when thinking about entrepreneurs, we barely called it entrepreneurs. And I think in Oslo, my hometown, we were like 2 entrepreneurs building companies in the Oslo region, which is then the 6th biggest maritime capital of the world back in 2011. And I didn't know any other female entrepreneurs at that time. I became entrepreneur simply by chance because I had to start my own company to fund the early stage of building up Young Ship International because we didn't have any funding for Young Ship back then to build it globally. So then I figured, well, what can I do? I'm a project manager. I have a great network. I know the industry. I can try, to build a niche where I can deliver something better, cheaper, and more optimal to the industry on project management services. So then it's, no business plan, no big fluffy PowerPoint presentations, but basically just identifying a small niche in the market and then going for it. I had never thought that I would be building up a new company afterwards, especially as a mother of young kids. So I was planning to do more kind of a career which was a little bit more safe, and working with North Shipping and for the city officials of Oslo. But then again, it happened that our government officials in the city of Oslo, they decided that the ocean part of the project I was working on for the government, it was kind of less something they saw was so strategic. They thought that, because they don't really know that much about the ocean, they were like, well, yeah, the ocean, that's more kind of a West Coast thing, and yeah, it shouldn't, we shouldn't put so much energy into it. So again, I had the choice, do I let it kind of die, or do I just kind of roll up the sleeves and start a new company and see what I can do? Because, of course, you may fail, but you don't know until at least you tried. So, for anything that you really believe in, it is important that we are brave enough or crazy enough to try. And however it goes, whether we succeed or fail, or succeed in a different way than we thought, there will still be so much learning. And there will still come new outputs and new results that we hadn't even been able to envision. I think there are many female entrepreneurs out there that have this kind of background. I also think there are a lot of female leaders out there that have kind of incidentally fallen into their careers without knowing when they started what they would be lucky enough and fortunate enough to embark on. So, my grandparents, they built up companies in other industries, and I believe their history and journey inspired me to bring the entrepreneurial mindset into my industry, where my heart is, and where I want to build my future. I also realized that while building a company, it's not enough for me to see that company of its own succeed. I wanted to build it in a way where we could team up with and mobilize others, so that it would be something that could redesign the way the industries work and be a vehicle for other change makers. So my dream for the coming decades is to help inspire many more women to build companies. But then we also need to build up a system where it's possible to scale and succeed on equal and less biased terms. As female founders, we can mobilize, collaborate, and drive business together. Last month, we signed the national Norwegian oil company Equinor and their Techstars Energy Accelerator as a partner of the initiative that I am about to present to you, as they struggle to find female entrepreneurs, candidates for a program that is extremely popular with applicants from all over the world, and they still can't find and recruit the women. So that program is still open for all the female founders within renewable energy space, and with application deadline end of this month. So a bit more than a year ago, 1.5 I think, in close collaboration with, we had both Hafnia, BW, and a number of front-runners on entrepreneurship and equality, we started the tedious work of searching for and mapping female founders. And today, I'm going to reveal the first list of a new annual initiative to truly put female entrepreneurship on our industry's radar. It is the tool 100 Inspirational Female Founders in Ocean and Energy. Can you imagine that we found 100 female founders in ocean and energy? Huh? They may not be so visible, but they are out there. So then it's about putting them on the radar. We want it to be much easier for everyone out there, the talents, the big industry players, the investors, and all of the resources that team up with startups to find and connect with the female founders, collaborate, provide resources for their growth journey. This year's list is presented in partnership with Equinor Techstars Energy Accelerator, Norway Ventures, Maritime SheEO, and the She Conference. Some of the women on this list are maybe not considered founders anymore. They founded their companies decades ago, others more recently. Some founded their company alone, others are co-founders. Some have moved on to other challenges, while most are active in their company. Some are in their 50s, others still in school. They represent all segments related to ocean. They build, operate, and equip ships, yachts, and boats. They develop alternatives to plastics, new nutrition and food from kelp and seaweed. They develop hardware and software. Some are commercial, others are social. Entrepreneurs mobilizing change or supporting other women. Female founders are as diverse as any other group. And while there are still way too few of them in our sectors, there are many more than you would think. They are my inspiration and true role models. A less than 1% community, which we need to nurture and grow if we shall succeed redesigning maritime and the ocean industries in a way where social and environmental sustainability goes hand in hand. So we want to celebrate their strong efforts to drive change and get these amazing forces of nature on the radar. Towards the She Conference in Oslo, end of April next year, Europe's largest equality conference across sectors, we will share many of their inspirational stories, profiles, and journeys on the tool Spawn. So we will also now be looking for and start mapping the big stakeholders, investors, and industry initiatives that actively seek to support female founders. And then, to kick this really off and some inspiration, let's get a film rolling before we will move to the passing the baton part with Transworld. This is also an open invitation for everyone, and I really hope this is also an initiative that truly will fuel the tech talents and the other kind of outsider talents to find our industry and join it. So, as you may know, Maritime SheEO was to take place originally on the 20th of March 2020. And I was already on my way to come to Mumbai when COVID hit, as part of a flight-free journey from Oslo via the Middle East to Mumbai. And I was supposed to come here on board one of the ships of Transworld. So that means it is extra symbolic and very nice to be hosting a conversation today with Ritesh and Anisha Ramakrishnan. So I hope that you will join me on the stage, and I know that we will also be starting with a video introduction by Ramesh Ramakrishnan. And then we are going to talk about diversity in the next generation owner's perspective. So welcome both on the stage. Let's see. So I think we will start with the video part before going into the more old-fashioned style conversation. I got a thumbs up. Great. Do we get some sound as well?
I was indeed very much looking forward to being there personally and attending this wonderful session along with Ritesh and Anisha. Unfortunately, due to some pressing and urgent meetings, I've had to stay back in Dubai. I'm in fact adequately represented by both Anisha and Ritesh, and let me take this opportunity to wish the event all success. Now, the topic that has been chosen is passing the baton. This is not only necessary, but extremely important at all levels of leadership, especially when it comes to family-owned and managed businesses. As in everything in life, one needs to have passion, persistence, and patience. My father started the business in 1977 in Mumbai as a small shipping agency. He came from a very humble background, but had this burning desire to create something extraordinary, and thus started the journey of Transworld in 1977. Most of you would have known that my father was completely blind in his right eye at the age of 24 and lost 80% of his eyesight by the time he was 26. And with all this, he still laid the foundation and started Transworld. It only goes to show one does not require eyesight to have a vision. I was inducted into the business at the age of 17 and underwent induction from the bottommost rung, and this stood me in good stead when, upon the untimely demise of my father, I had to take over the reins of the company in 1989 at the age of 24. However, with the benefit of experience gained from my father and with the guidance of elders within the Transworld Group, I consolidated and propelled the group into one of India's leading shipping houses. Beginning as a shipping agency in Bombay, the group steadily expanded to become the dynamic shipping and logistics conglomerate as it is today. The success of the group is due to its constant innovation. We are now in the process of transition, where from the second generation, the baton quite naturally is being passed on to the third generation. And I would like my children Ritesh and Anisha to take over along with the support of a mix of professionals and seniors within the group. Ritesh, after he graduated from Purdue, joined the group full-time in 2010 and has settled very well. It has been a learning experience for him right from the day one. Anisha joined the group full-time after she completed her master's in shipping and finance from Cass Business School in 2015. Gender has never played any role in the allocation of responsibilities. Both of them have always been a part of the same conversations and have taken an active part in all discussions about the family business. During our family dinners, we discussed various aspects of running the family business, which included conversations ranging from new inventions, the ways to treat customers and employees, and how to develop the business. And both Ritesh and Anisha have always come up with innovative ideas. Our values of integrity, transparency, respect, customer centrality, excellence, social and environmental responsibility were discussions that we always had as a family. And these values have been instilled in me and are being imbibed by Ritesh and Anisha in all aspects of their life and have helped mold them to be good human beings, which is the purpose of our existence. Ritesh always had an inclination towards learning the history and geographies of the world, and this benefited him well in terms of planning and expanding our business. Anisha, on the other hand, with a keen eye for details and precision to get numbers, and is able to ethically manage financial transactions and analyze financial data. With Ritesh's knowledge in the commercial side of the business and Anisha's keen eye for details on the finance side of the business, thereby building on each other's strengths, gives no cause for each one to step on the other's feet. I have no doubt, as the next generation leaders, they will lead Transworld to even greater heights. Once again, I take this opportunity to wish the Maritime SheEO conference all success, and I look forward to being there personally on the next available occasion. And thank you very much to all of you all, and have a lovely evening.
I think that was a great start to our conversation, and it's so nice to see you guys again. And I feel that you have been very strong supporters of Sanjam's work with the Maritime SheEO since the very beginning, which I think is extremely, powerful, important, valuable. And when we last had the Maritime SheEO, we had a virtual owners and next generation conversation virtually with Norwegian and Indian owners joining together, with the young next generation on board and the sitting generation on board with very different backgrounds. And in the program that we have been running with Tool and EY from Norway, we've had a strong focus now for almost 2 years of facilitating these discussions between the sitting and new generation of owners. What is changing? What are the capabilities that a young generation come in with, and how do we actually drive innovation through driving and fueling diversity to make the company succeed? So I wanted to ask you, Anisha and Ritesh, to begin our dialogue. In this world that is changing so rapidly, and I think now over the past 6 months, even more than we could have dreamt of while fighting COVID, we're facing all these global challenges at the same time. What are the biggest differences between the senior and the new generation that you see it? And what are kind of the key strengths that you wish to kind of continue and lean on from your father? And which are the values and the focus areas that each of you bring to the table? So Anisha, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. No, firstly, Sanjam, thank you so much for having us here. I think it's just been a great morning and now afternoon session, one after another, amazing set of speakers. So we're very happy to be here and be a part of this. And secondly, glad you made it to India finally, so very happy for that. But yeah, going back to your question, so I think the mindset is definitely changing. I think even the past sessions we've had today itself on sustainability, I think that has been a forefront of topic, and that has been something that this generation is bringing in. So how do you build in sustainability but also incorporate it with profit? So it is a more realistic thing that you're trying to attain. It's something that's definitely in everyone's conversation of, especially with ESG coming in. So how do you incorporate these values of good governance, having a good sort of social ethic within your corporation, and how do you bring environment? So you look at your emissions, you look at scope 1, 2, 3, and how do you sort of build it all in together?
And which parts of your father's capacity and capabilities is that you really want to kind of pull in as you kind of further
excel and drive your role for the future?
So I think in that way we're actually quite lucky because he is, he is quite open-minded and he is very futuristic in that sense. So there wasn't too much of a mindset change that we had to go through to sort of for him to accept it. But I also think it is something, you know, where you look at climate change or you look at what's happening in Sharm el-Sheikh with the COP27. I think it is something that is happening. It is a discussion topic. It's also happening in boardrooms as well. So it is something that we're definitely looking at very seriously.
So you feel that you are quite aligned?
Yeah, definitely.
And what would you add, Ritesh, from your end? You're sitting in two different roles, but you are also, siblings then driving this into the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the opportunity. And Sanjam, thank you for having us. And it's been nice to listen in so far. It's interesting, right? I think the biggest change, at least from my perspective, is the conscious effort that people are taking about having these conversations. I think a few years ago, topics like these, you know, talking about sustainability, talking about more women entrepreneurs, women leadership, I think all of them were maybe in textbooks and a few people spoke about it. But my sense is that there's a conscious shift and a conscious effort with conferences like today, with people like yourselves, with different other women entrepreneurs and leaders. So I think there's a shift in the conversation, which is the first step, right? I think otherwise things stay nice and they're theoretical and they sound great. But until and unless that happens, so the younger generation, I think, benefits, and jumping to your question, the younger generation, because of easier access to information, maybe things like social media, an ability to read. You don't have to go to the library and, you know, find a book and then read it. You can Google it and you probably get an excerpt and you pick it up from there. So I think all of these things are allowing the conversation to happen at a much faster pace. And therefore, you know, logically, change will also happen at a much more faster pace and more real, tangible change will happen as well. So that's how I look at it, and I hope that made sense.
Yeah, and what are your father's key strengths that you want to really take with you in your role?
I mean, if I can take everything, that would be great. That would be that would be very nice if I can manage that. But I somehow doubt I'm capable of doing all of it. But no, I think to what Anisha said, I think one of his biggest strengths, and again more relevant to this, is he's always been adaptable and very willing to listen. Which I think is super interesting because a lot of probably what we've learned and what we learn, and I think within the organization as well, that kind of percolates down if he's, him being the chairman of the organization. I think even within the team, there is a lot of listening, there's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of open conversation. And I think this all does stem from him. So if I can imbibe that in some way, I think I'll be quite lucky.
So just to add to that, Ashi, I think his sort of thirst for knowledge is very similar to my son, who's 2.5 years old. I think him and my father have the same thirst of, why, what, and wanting to learn and, inquisitive.
So the curiosity, really. Yeah, and I mean, curiosity is so important in a world where everything changes and we don't really have the right answers yet, right? And how do you, normally, whether it's in Norway, in the UK, or in India or anywhere else, usually before family companies have, gone to, most probably a son. I think in most of the cases, a bit back, it was taken over by women if something happened or if there were no sons. But then that can also be a very lonely ride. And what do you see as kind of the key strengths between the two of you as you are kind of co-holding this in your hands, both when you look at kind of the power and the impact to influence and actually create this change on a whole different scale, and also kind of then maybe also relieving some of the pressure and kind of sparring?
So there's a lot of sparring for sure. I think that goes on and it's healthy. But no, I think he kind of said it in his video, right? She's far more qualified than me. She's far more knowledgeable than me in many, many, many things. So I think there's a lot of. That was on a lighter note, but I think we both bring certain different strengths to the organization. And honest answer would be stupid to miss out on somebody's strength, right? And when that somebody is also your sister and somebody is working along with you, it would be really, really stupid to not try and pick up and utilize those strengths for the organization. That's the honest, simple answer. But yes, there is a lot of, again, healthy back and forth that happens. But we also happen to have a very good relationship in work, outside of work, so it helps to, we fight a lot, of course, but that's all in the right spirit.
And by this, I mean, we say that if we're really going to succeed with diversity, it needs to come from the top. And there's no better way than ensuring that you have it in place even from the owner's side. And it is more rare. But I do also think it's so important for other companies to see as well that there are now different ways of taking the next generation transition to new level and then leverage, not just from your competencies and strengths or from yours, but from both. And by then having a much more robust and optimal fundament for the future. And that brings me to the next question, because I mean, sharing the next generation ownership and leadership, how do you consider like your diversity as a strength for the group, but also how do you enable and mobilize more diversity throughout, from the top and throughout the organization, towards your business partners, customers, etc.?
Yeah, so I think diversity in and of itself sort of breeds empathy. And I think empathy is sort of what breeds a good, good environment in the office. So it's not just a gender thing that plays, but I think it's more a human thing that plays. So I think definitely having that just brings the more approachable and realistic aspect of being there and being able to be with people.
Ritesh?
So I was at a conference day before yesterday, and one of the points that they were talking about was, I'm paraphrasing it, it's about to be in alignment with your head, your heart, and your soul. At least what I got away from it is, see, unless something is really like, say, diversity in the workplace, if you don't really believe in it, I think lip service is great, but I think people can see through it very easily. And if you don't really have that alignment and that sync, and because in a leadership role, you have certain responsibilities and you are responsible for the entire organization and the ecosystem around it. We're fortunate to be in that position. So therefore, I think the onus is on us to drive and be the people that are pushing that within the organization and the ecosystem around. Because it is something that and if I can speak as a family, it is something that is very, very important. And we have an alignment in all three towards things like this. And I think, again, to me, it's a natural progression, right? I think it's not, and I can appreciate that it is still an effort, it is still a discussion, it is still a lot of things that have to happen. But to me, very honestly, in my mind, it's a very natural progression that should have happened, didn't happen, is happening, and will happen more and more quicker going forward.
So it really puts the ground for more kind of the human sustainability for us to actually thrive and stay healthy and also stay good resources in the long term for our industry. And then I wonder, on the personal level, but connected to the company, of course, what kind of change is it that you wish to bring to the world through your roles now and onwards? Because, I mean, now as companies, we need to, of course, deliver profit. We need to do what we are here to solve practically, but then we also need to take on our role for the bigger society. So what is kind of your biggest causes that you can connect into the everyday work and the group development?
So one of the things I look at as part of our company is CSR. So I think that's something that I hold quite close to my heart. And I think there are a lot of causes that we look at, and we've sort of combined it with the UN SDGs, but also what we do as a company. So we try to, amalgamate both together so that they actually work hand in glove. So I think in this sense, you're sort of giving back as well as, you know, sort of growing with it.
So for me, and it's something that, so I've grown up around very strong women, leaders, entrepreneurs. My grandmom ran her own hotel and restaurant business. My mom is actually the most qualified professional in the family, followed by her. My wife is an entrepreneur, and she has her own business that she started during COVID, and it's been running now for 3.5 years. So for me, it has to be women in leadership, not just women within the organization, but I think in leadership roles. So as an organization, I think we have certain targets, and I think we've spelled it out in open forums as well. We have women within the workforce, but I think our next kind of focus is bring more women in leadership. I mean, we have Namrita, who's our Chief Governance Officer, she's here. We have Shipra, who heads our CSR, she's here. We've got others in the team, but we have certain positions where we do have women leaders who are sitting in board levels, who are part of those conversations, but not nearly enough. So I think that would be my kind of, if I can try and help out with that, that'll be great, right? So.
Thank you. And I mean, it was touched upon before, but of course, we don't just compete company to company for talents. We are in the talent war, really, where we as an industry compete for the best talents moving forward. So we need to be able to recruit them, retain them, and really optimally develop and nurture them so that we have the best foundation for succeeding with handling shipping and maritime logistics to the world. And how important is it for Transworld's future success to make this happen? And what are kind of the targets and the actual kind of the best practices that you could also share, or even ambitions that you have that you haven't reached yet, but where, I mean, sharing also just the ambition makes an impact to drive inspiration towards others?
Yeah, so I think when we talk about women in workforce, it's not just a question of gender, but it's actually just a question of empowering the other 50% of the population, you know? So I think it doesn't make sense where 50% is driving and the other 50 are not able or given the opportunity. So I think that's something sort of that we look at. So whether it's, you know, women crew on board, or whether it's more women drivers, or, you know, just providing opportunity and providing education for them. So actually a couple of years ago, we did try to get more women on board. And there were certain issues that we faced, and it didn't end up working, unfortunately. But I think these are sort of learnings that we're going through. And you just being at conferences like this and speaking with Sanjam and getting connected to such great people, I think it's also maybe with our learnings of what didn't work and other people's learnings as well, I think you can sort of create that ecosystem.
Yeah, and I think now definitely time has worked with you, as we see more and more ship owners also now going that path, setting targets. So I mean, now sharing best practice, being able to grow together to reach these goals, not just company by company, but us as a united, borderless group of frontrunners that really wants to see this change. Is there any extra message that you would want to share with, I mean, we have a room packed of amazing people here, and we have people following this conference from all over the world. What would be your kind of key message to the younger part of the audience that are watching and joining us today?
So it's a very loaded and very difficult question. But just to respond on what you said last, I think that to me is what the biggest change has been. Today, I think every industry, ours included, realizes that the collaborative approach is the best approach, right? You can't be working on islands, you can't be doing and making any change, big, small, whatever it is, if you're going to try and do it yourself. So I think maybe COVID has helped that, I don't know, but there's been a big change even in terms of, and I'm not saying, you know, get into cartelization or any of that. I'm just saying things like this that are societal shifts and societal changes. It's really nice to see the much more open approach taken by all of us. As far as advising or I don't know, listen, we're a learning organization. We have to continue to do that. We have, as I said, 2 senior women leaders. We also have Soumya here from our social media team, who is just graduated from B School. She's the exact next generation in the workforce, right? So we need to figure out how to get her, feeling like she's part of it and feeling like she wants to come to work. So it's a big challenge. I don't know the solutions. I would love to hear from, everyone else as well. So I wish I could answer it, but it's work in progress.
But it is a challenge that you are truly open for, and which I think is also for the rest of this room and our audience to help reaching. So I think with this, we are rounding off, and thank you so much for joining and for great open reflections. And we'll talk more later.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
again.
you. Thank you, everyone.
Let's see. So we are jumping straight into the next sequence of the program. So now we have Indrani Chatterjee talking about best diverse practices in logistics. So welcome on stage. And I understand you will talk a little bit and then you will introduce a video. Super. Do you want to have this or do you want to stand over there?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Indrani, and I represent a company called All Cargo Logistics. And before I get into my topic, which rightly Birgit said, that diverse practices in logistics, and I would definitely be talking about what we are doing in our organization, I would just like to thank Ritesh. I don't know where I lost him in the crowd. Ritesh, you just set the tone for my speech, where you said that if you are not aligned, you should not be doing anything. And that's what I was about to say. I don't know, it's a telepathy. We can talk during the coffee time. But what I was about to share is we can talk about 1,000 parameters of diversity. And every time when we talk about diversity, it is the gender which generally comes up. But for me, it is like a whole lot of bouquet of diversity. It talks about race, nationality, sexual orientation, various preferences, gender, of course, so on and so forth. I can go on and on and on. But if you are not aligned, if your heart, body, mind is not aligned to accept, and there comes the big word of acceptance, I think we should not, as an organization, introduce something like that, because it will do more harm than any benefit. It should not be done just to show something in the balance sheet. It should not be done just to show that, yeah, it's a cool thing to do, but we should do it only when our processes, policies, systems, and the organization is ready. Otherwise, what will happen is more dissatisfaction, every corner of microaggression, which ultimately will be extremely dangerous for the organization and eventually for the society. So with that, I would definitely like to say that the big element of acceptance also comes from the unconscious bias, which most of the time, knowingly or unknowingly, we get into it. The biasness of whether this person will be able to do this, whether logistics, because I am representing a logistics today, whether the logistics as an organization is preferred for a certain segment of the population. Even a few months back when we went to the campuses, we were told that the B school students are not very much interested for logistics because, again, logistics is not considered as a cool sector to be in, or the careers of logistics are not that fancy as much as somebody would have in a consulting or maybe in an IT digital segment. But you know what? This year we have hired around 15, 16 people from leading B school, and one of them is sitting in this crowd, and we have been tagged as the dream company to work for. Same logistics, which was actually told that you will not get the day 0 or day 1 because you don't give cool careers. So I think when we talk about the diverse nature I think it is more about the unconscious bias that is actually something that needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed in a very, very conscious manner so that the unconscious bias doesn't actually hamper what we want to do. Coming to the best practices that we have, I can go on and on and on because by now you must have understood I'm extremely passionate about this subject, but I would like to choose 3 best practices that we have implemented. One is a couple of years back, we have all seen what was happening in Europe, and I'm sure everybody would remember that little kid who was lying on the shore, and I'm talking about the refugee problem. So, few months back, as a team, we were thinking of what we can do for the refugees. As an organization, All Cargo has presence in 180 countries and in 300 offices and hiring people from the locals. So you can understand from a nationality point of view, from the gender point of view, from everything, like everything the world sees, we have an adequate representation of the same in our organization. Our chairman says that sun never sets on All Cargo, and very rightly so, because we are present in almost every portions of the globe. So definitely the refugee, whatever was happening in Europe impacted us. And that little kid with the blue and red dress, I still remember that kid actually had hit us. And as an organization, we felt what is the best that we can do. A few months back, we launched a program which will focus on the refugee rehab for Europe. And I give a disclaimer, this is still work in progress, but to actually launch that program, we really had to work on the so-called unconscious bias. Will they have the right skill set? Will they have the right attitude? Will they have the right education? Can they succeed in a corporate world? Can they actually represent our organization? We are True Blue Global organization. And then when we actually put everything on the drawing board, we felt it is nothing but biasness. And we had to put everything aside and think that, okay, let us treat them as normal human beings. Okay, will they have work permit? Yes. So one tick in the recruitment list. Will they have the right attitude? Let's interview them. Why can't we interview them? So we started interviewing them. And boy, we found they are perfect. Can we hire them? Are they employable? Absolutely yes. So what is it that is lacking? They do not have the right skill set in terms of the knowledge of the logistics, and also they don't have the IT knowledge. Trainable? Absolutely. So here goes our training program. We are trying to roll out a training program for them. We have identified them. We have seen that they have got good background. We have done proper reference checks. An NGO is working with us. He is based out of London. And this is a program, I would say that not only in the logistics segment, if we are successful in rolling this out, definitely it is a huge amount of giving back to the society, but every industry can actually replicate this. So this goes my first best practice, as you said that discuss about your best practice. So this is my first best practice that we are rolling out. The second one happened again this year. Around March, when we were talking about the International Women's Day, I remember one day my team came and said, hey, we are not doing anything for the woman this time. So I looked at them and I said, so what's the plan? So somebody said, we need to give roses, we need to give chocolates, we need to call somebody and have a talk on the health, finances, so on and so forth. I said, perfectly, what is it that you are doing on a more sustainable manner? We heard our panels talking about the sustainability. What are we doing on the sustainability? And then we brainstormed and we launched a program called Restart. Now, you might be thinking that what's so special about it? Restart, the name says that you are allowed to start your life or your career again for people who have taken break. This year, we have launched the Restart program for all the women in the industry, and not only for all cargo, anybody in the industry who have taken break for right reasons and have been out of the work for their own priorities. It could be maternity, it could be for higher education, it could be catering to their parents, so on and so forth. We don't want to get into the details, but at the end of the day, you have taken a break in your career, and you do have every right to come back to your career, and here is a second chance. Now, what's so special about our program? We are telling that we are easing you back to work, and hence, we do not expect you to perform at the 100% level, and the organization has been sensitized to ensure that when these people are coming back to work, the expectation from the manager should be aligned accordingly. Number one. Number two, if you are performing during the interview, which is at par with any other candidate, you will be given a chance, because we will not penalize you that you have not worked for last 6 years, 7 years, and hence you are out of work. So you know what? You should go back to your old designation, and we will adjust your compensation as and when you grow in the organization. No. You are being treated fairly with your experience, your performance during the interview, and your compensation, what you should deserve if you were on the job for last 3-4 years. Or 5 years, or whatever years you have taken breaks. So that's the speciality of our program, that we are trying to beat the bias that the person is out of the work and hence is not so-called truly employable. So that program talks about the restart this year. And when I was actually sharing this with some of our media people, they said, again, you are being little biased because you are doing it only for women. You are not doing it for men. I agree, yes, but somewhere you have to start. And when we started Restart, it was for women. So Restart 1.0 was for women. Restart 2.0 definitely will be for the bigger population of the talent pool. And the third and the last practice that I'm extremely proud of is again, on the recruitment, we are an equal opportunity employer. So when I say we are an equal opportunity employer, we do not have a quota system to say that, okay, these are the roles which will be filled by a woman, or these are the roles which will be filled by a man. It is like, we don't want to see your gender. We don't want to see anything that will demarcate you or may put you at a backstage. If you are credible enough to get the job, if you have the right skill set, irrespective of your background, your nationality, again, I said all of those, you will get the opportunity to work with us. Having said that, we also provide that platform, that we have a safe working environment, and then I go back to the first word, which is like alignment, to ensure that all other factors that will make a person's life little more safer has been ensured in the organization. We have implemented all-woman shift in our express division, Gati. I'm sure all of you know Gati is our express division. We have all-woman shift who are actually staffing the warehouses. Now, I was about to utter the word manning. Now, this word manning has been banned from the organization. We do not use the word manning, which is so commonly used. Man, again, talks about the gender, so we use the word staffing. I have Sumita, who is sitting here. She is heading a facility where she is the only leader. Sumita, if you can just raise your hand. She's the only woman leader, and everyone in the male. And I don't think she feels any way threatened or uncomfortable. I have visited her facility, and she is as comfortable as anybody else in the organization. We have country managers, business leaders across the globe who are leading the business from front, and they are equally comfortable. So these are, I would say, I was told to mention 3, so I would stick to that. But these are the things that are there that we are doing as an organization. And as they say, seeing is believing. So I would request the video to be rolled for everyone to see before I step down. Thank you very much.
And thank you
For so many inspirational, real initiatives. And I think I will even bring some of these back to our companies in Norway. So, we now have an Inside On supported by data, a panel moderated by Andrila Fernandez. So you can come up on stage together with the panel, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, Mohammed Haji, Captain K. Kartik, Kaylee Murphy, Catherine Nielsen, Her Excellency Dr. Omaima Bamazag. So welcome.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Andrila. You hear me? Yes, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrila Fernandez, and I'm working in employer relations with ICS. And one of my main responsibilities is to progress a diversity agenda in the shipping industry. I would like to welcome all our panelists and everyone attending the SheEO conference online and in person. And during this session, we aim to talk about data and best practices to help the maritime industry improve diversity and inclusion. So before I hand it over to the panelists, I'd like to talk about the work that ICS has done in this sector. So we have, 2 years back, we launched a diversity charter, and this is basically a tool, a free tool for industry leaders to find out where they stand in the diversity life cycle. And once you've kind of done that, in conjunction with that, we've recently launched, actually this month, we are launching the diversity toolkit. And this toolkit is going to give us a better understanding of what diversity really is. It gives us practical tools to fill up the gaps and to create awareness and inspire change in strategies, policies, and practices. The few of the topics that we currently cover are recruitment and retention, gender, religion, health and safety. We also highlight the fact that industry collaboration is necessary for lasting change to take place. So now I'm just going to hand it over to the panelists, and I'm just going to start with Catherine Nelson because she's side of me.
Thank you, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I've had such a wonderful welcome from everybody. It's my first time in Mumbai, and it's been mind-blowing, so thank you all. You can imagine that the challenges we've been facing since COVID have been quite dramatic, impact-wise, on our recruitment of our cadets. And I work for the Merchant Navy Training Board. I'm the director there, and I work within the UK Chamber of Shipping. And one of our biggest challenges is in the last 5 years, our cadet numbers have dramatically dropped. Probably more recently because of COVID, they've dropped 50%. And you can imagine that's going to leave an enormous skills gap in our UK market for our seafarers. So we've had to really rapidly think how we are going to recruit more people into the industry, and particularly women. And we've got a lot of challenges with recruitment with our cadets. So what we've had to do is we've had to take a real serious look at some of the issues why we're not attracting women. And one of the biggest and most painful things is that there's a lot of sexual harassment goes on board many of our vessels, and it's still impacting our young female cadets. And unfortunately, word of mouth spreads very quickly and is putting a lot of people off, and it's tragic, really. And what we're asking our UK ship owners is very much to call out bad behaviour. Don't remove the cadet off the vessel when something has happened to the cadet. And it's not just females, by the way, it's males as well. don't just remove the cadet off the ship. You know, let's deal with these issues head on and advertise the fact that you are actually dealing with it. Because if young females understand that people are taking them seriously, we can get something done. And it's about calling out bad behavior. And, that applies to everybody in the room. You know, many, many times, I'm sure you've all turned a blind eye to maybe a comment that's been made that's slightly inappropriate to a young female. We're asking everybody, because you can do that right now. You know, if you see anybody or hear anybody making an inappropriate comment to a young female, please call it out. You don't have to be rude about it. You can just pull that person up, and more often than not, it's somebody that you know, somebody that you work with. So we can do that now. We don't have to wait for any policies to be developed. We can all take full responsibility for our own actions. So I urge everybody to call bad behavior out. And that's my message to everybody today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I'm just going to pass the same question on to Mrs. H.K. Joshi.
So I've been the former chairperson of the largest national shipping company of India, that is the Shipping Corporation of India. And we've all, since the topic for today's discussion is data and best practices in diversity. So there's enough data which has proven that if there are women in leadership roles, and I borrow that if you sit through the entire day of all the panels and all the speakers, you will find so much of commonality because the facts remain the same. So it's very important to have women in leadership positions, because I think the Ramakrishna family did talk about it, that it has to be top down. So until and unless there are women in leadership positions to make a difference, both to the policy within the organization as well as be there visually visible as role models for the aspiring other women out there. So that is my first point, that it's very important. But then I don't consider that women or a leader alone can succeed. It's always a team together who's working very efficiently and effectively. So if we say that corporates which have got diverse boards do very well, and we saw that in the pandemic also, that the countries which were headed by women more effectively and efficiently managed the pandemic. So I think it's quite proven that women in leadership roles do perform, but then they don't perform alone. It's always a team working there. So if there has to be diversity at the board level, I think it's very important that there has to be diversity in every team, at every level in the organization. Until and unless there is a complete diversity across the length and breadth of the organization, the true essence of diversity will not be met. And as Indrani has already talked about 3 best practices, so since we are also talking about best practices, there is going to be a repetition on that also, that organizations, if they want to have best practices on diversity, it's very important that they create the right type of an environment. They have the right type of policies in place to ensure that they encourage women to come and join them. And safety is definitely a big no compromise. So until and unless there are safe working environment, it will never be possible for a woman to be able to give her best. If we are talking about equality, then equality of the environment in terms of safety is very essential for the woman to be able to contribute effectively and efficiently towards the productivity. Otherwise, she will not be able to give the best. I can talk so much, but I think I'll wait and come for the second round. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to pass on the mic to Dr. Umaima.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much, Maritime SheEO, for the invitation. And thank you very much, Sanjam and the team, for organizing such a wonderful event and a conference. Myself and my team have been enjoying the sessions and the wonderful discussions with esteemed speakers and all the ideas that had been thrown. And we have just been discussing a list of them and how to implement them when we go back to Saudi Arabia. So Transportation General Authority, where I came from, is the regulator of the land, rail, and maritime transportation in Saudi Arabia. One of its important mandate is to support localization and human capacity building with a special focus of women enablement. This is to fulfill Vision 2030 strategy of Saudi Arabia to increase women participation and penetration in the national economy by developing their talents and provide them with the right opportunities to build their future. We are actually seeing the results of the vision by the percentage of women participation in the workforce in Saudi Arabia has been increased from 17% in 2016 to almost 33% in 2022. Looking at the international landscape of the naval force in the world has been mentioned this morning and this afternoon, with amount of 1.2 million seafarers, of whom women constitute only to 2%. With this small proportion includes women working in all jobs in maritime transport sectors, from seafarers to a few senior executives. But nevertheless, many women have succeeded in breaking this barrier and entering the field and gaining great appreciation. I'll give some examples as of the session, data and diversity. A few examples of the women enablement in Saudi Arabia. In the maritime and sea sectors. His Royal Highness Princess Sarah Al Saud is the first Saudi female maritime captain. The first Saudi woman was graduated as Marine Navigator Officer in 2017. Almost 100 women were trained in King Abdullah Port to be managed by them, as it is the first vital port at the national level. A number of maritime departments and colleges have recently been opened to receive those wishing to join the work in the maritime field. TGA has recently approved 5 institutes and colleges to provide training and certificates in maritime, available for both women and men and women equally. The Kingdom has also updated its bylaws to achieve equity in the employment opportunities for both sexes, and enact legislation that helps create an appropriate work environment. The Kingdom has issued a decision to adopt an annual Maritime Day to celebrate the women working at sea. The Kingdom has also participated in the establishment of the Arab Women's Association in Maritime Sector, AWIMA, which is a platform that brings together women in the region. And it is headed by Ms. Wijdan Sahibani, the Director of the Brand and Communication at Bahri Group, who is the President of the association so far. So with this, we could see there's a lot of things happening, a lot of work that's happening in Saudi Arabia to enable women to get into the workforce, especially in the workforce of maritime. And with Saudi Arabia being a young country, 70% of the population is under the age of 35. So we have high hopes for the future, and we will be seeing more examples to break the ceiling barrier of the leadership and participation of women in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I'm just going to ask Captain Kartik to proceed.
Yeah, good evening. Hope I'm audible. First of all, I'd like to thank Sanjam for inviting me to be here in the panelist. Best diversity practices is not something now in our university, that is Academy of Maritime Education and Training, but it's been there in place for the last 2.5 decades. And I would like to give my appreciation and support for Maersk, who are giving their full arm support with us over the last 2.5 decades, just to ensure that our thoughts, words, and deeds are aligned with what we say and what we do. So on this note, I'm very happy that recently we have got a culture and capability manager who is right now in this, Captain Arvind Shankar, to look after us. And most importantly, as a part of our best diversity practices, I'd like to name a few. There is quite a lot. I'm very proud to say that we have the maximum number of girl cadets to our fold across the length and breadth of our nations. I would like a big round of applause for that. The number is not less. It is 86, and 96% of them are currently placed. And because of our conscious campaign, in the last 2 years alone, we have seen a marked spike in the admissions of girl cadets, over 70%, I could say. And as a part of our diversity, equity, and inclusive campaign, we give the girl cadets a lot of support just to ensure their voice is being heard and there is a sense of belongingness. So how is it? Our girl cadets are part of our student council. We give them leadership roles there where they are able to suggest and able to execute their actions with the full support of the university. That is number one. Number two, the girl cadets are there in one of the mess committee meetings. It is there where they discuss and decide the various aspects of food, healthy, nutrition, all these things. So they're also there. And one of the most highest council of any university, which is called as the academic council, there we have, as a part of our student members, girl cadets are there. So like this, we try to get in the women cadets at all these levels just to ensure that there is a sense of belonging. And beyond this, our girl cadets are performing at very impressive levels in the National Cadet Corps. In the last 2 years alone, our cadets have taken very adventurous camps across the length and breadth of the country, and they've taken, it just shows that there is a grit within them, not only to grow in their career, but to glow in their career. This is a part of the gender, as Indrani Chatterjee has very well said. Diversity is just not limited to gender. It goes beyond that. It is sex, it is sexual orientation, ethnicity, nationalism, and so many things. So on this note, I would like to say, we have a Center for International Relations, which is catering to over 500 cadets from 10 different nations. So what we do in this, we have students from Angola, we have students from Nigeria, we have students from Djibouti, from West Asia Gulf, from Southeast Asia. So what we do as a part of our practice, we celebrate their Independence Day. The cadets come, they perform in their ethnic dress, they try to narrate the story of the struggle for independence. This passes a very message of unity and diversity. And I'm very proud to say, the mantra in Academy of Maritime Education and Training is respect diversity. And this is what we inculcate right from the beginning. I'm very, very proud to say that in the last 5 years alone, we have given scholarship worth over 5 crores. And in this, over 350 cadets, a majority of them girl cadets, have taken benefit. The scholarship is given under various criteria. It is for the single parent, it is for the single girl child, it is for the meritorious students, the underprivileged, and one exclusive scholarship under the name of our founder chancellor, Dr. J. Ramachandran, which is for the well-performing and underprivileged cadet, where there is a full waiver of the fees is given. So totally for the year of study, let it be a 3-year degree course or a 4-year degree program or a 6 months program, a complete waiver of the fees is being given. So these are some of the things what we do, and I'm very proud to say we have a gender diversity and a disable friendly and a bias free campus. So that is our policy where we try to bring in some sort of inclusiveness. Well, gender sensitive try to create awareness. Through equity, we try to provide fair growth, fair opportunity, and by inclusiveness, we try to foster the growth of the girl cadets. And beyond this, there are quite a lot of things which I would like to share, but I'll wait for the next round to come in. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you for that, and I'm going to pass it on to Mohammed, and like to hear from you.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Sanjam and the organizers of the conference for inviting me here to speak on this panel. And it's a little pressure to follow such senior people in the industry. But from a corporate perspective, I would like to say that there is a very fine line between making your staff feel special and at the same time feel equal. And as Indrani Chatterjee highlighted in her speech, that there is a definite unconscious bias that we live in our Indian culture. There's no denying in that. That is definitely there. And the very fact that we as an organization have to identify that there is a bias and then take conscious effort to try to improve on that. So yes, having diversity could be based on gender, it could be based on ethnicity, religion, and it has to be inculcated from top down. But at the same time, I think having even the smallest of changes in the organization from the bottom-up approach also goes a very long way. I'll just give one example. We talked about having safety in the workplace environment. Joshi ma'am highlighted that. So yes, it is very important based on the gender of our employees. There should be special privileges and considerations given in terms of the safety and the allocation of the working environment of our staff. But one thing that goes unnoticed is also about the safety of the job security, safety of the growth in the career. And that is something which we in our organization have made a small effort to change. Apart from having safety at the workplace and equality of our PPE and having separate accommodation for our staff, our technical staff, is one unconscious bias that lies in a lot of companies is the fact that our women staff goes on maternity leave for long periods of time. And that might impact the work of the company. So one conscious effort that we made in targeting this bias is whenever we have any of our staff members going for a leave, we celebrate it in our organization all across our locations, so that when an employee is actually going on a maternity leave, they don't feel bad. They don't feel that, oh, I'm leaving the workplace and there is something that I'm going to be not contributing to the company. In fact, it is a matter of celebration, and you have to make our staff feel special. So in that sense, it is a small change that has a, from the bottom approach, but we have felt that it goes a very long way, because we've had our staff members come back to us and say that, you didn't need to do that, but that really, took a bigger load away from our shoulders, and now we are happy and we are going, and we look forward to coming back and contributing even more to the organization. So this is one example that I would like to give. In addition to that, we have made a conscious effort to increase the diversity of our organization. I am belonging to the SHM group of companies, and we are an organization that build boats and do maritime services on ships. So yes, the majority of our staff, because of the nature of our work, are male. There is no denying in that. But we have made a conscious effort that from the start, where we recruit our staff members from colleges and universities, we make it a point to encourage all backgrounds of students, may they be male, female, whatever backgrounds that are there. We have to be very clear in our communication that no matter what the gender is, no matter what the diverse background is, there is an opportunity for you in the company, and there is a scope of growth in the company. We are also an equal opportunity employer, and this has helped us over the last 3 years in increasing the female workforce in our organization 3 times. So, and now the next target, as Ritesh also mentioned in his dialogue, is that we need to encourage more women into the leadership roles of the company, and that is what we have planned to do. And it is my hope that the women that fill the leadership positions come from within the organization and have grown within the organization, as that would give more confidence to our other team members that they have the equal opportunity to grow and excel as compared to anybody else in the organization. Thank you.
I want to thank all the panelists for all their insightful contribution. And if anyone wants anything else to add, yes.
I'd just like to make a small note of what Mohammed just said, that when you have women in the organization, and considering that there are certain special needs as well as there are biological differences, and that's not anything doing of the human being themselves, but that's something which is God-given. So I don't think organizations should really think that they are giving special privileges or benefits to women. I think that is a mindset which brings in discrimination and heartburning for the other employees in the organization. So I would say there have to be healthy policies for growth of all employees within the organization. And there have to be policies in place which are not discriminatory at all. These are biological needs, so these are not special benefits, because this is the minimal that is required. And when I'm talking about policies, it's again because of safety. Because of the biological differences, there is an insecurity to women. And if a woman is always bothered about her security, she will never be able to contribute and perform. So her mind has to be totally free from that aspect to be able to give her best. So the point I'm trying to make is it has to be a company policy, it has to be a company culture, but it should never be labeled as a privilege or a benefit. And I don't think women today are asking for concessions, because they are able to perform at an equal platform. And Mohammed, you will very well know my own case. So I think I outperformed the organization and all my previous CMDs despite the pandemic. And I didn't ask for any concession. In fact, I got the worst. And I also got multiple charges, which none of my other, and that too in the pandemic. So I don't think women are looking for concessions. That is a mindset which should change.
Thank you for that. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I'd just like to say that statistics and data have clearly shown that when women, fully trained officers, want to have a family and they find out they're pregnant, obviously, in many, many cases, it's not safe for them to be on board their ships. So we're losing an enormous amount of skill and talent. And we're really working very hard with our ship owners to develop a more flexible approach to manning, and it's actually working. They're finding that they're attracting women back into the industry, which is amazing, because there's so much talent and they don't see a way through that. And you know, men as well, it's applying to a lot of men who want to have a little bit more of a flexible approach to their working life balance. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of work going on in the crewing side, so that's quite positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go on.
Just following up on the same line of discussion about women enablement and how to bring them more to the workforce. It's not just about how we bring them and how to, I think the question is how to retain them. Retaining women in the workforce has a lot of issues and a lot of factors to be considered. For example, as my colleague has just mentioned, it is about the biological differences. So we have to make sure that the work environment is suitable for women in terms of like in ships or in offices. We have to address this, and we have to address the needs of mothers, and we have to have nurseries in the workforce. And we have to consider the maternity leaves as well, and we have to provide all the factors that surrounding the needs of the woman, so that they could be retained and could actually success and flourish in their work environment. Not to think about all these obstacles and not to be busy with just sorting out family issues or other things. So, and also legislations for discrimination and for safe environment for women to work. With this, I believe we will see a lot of differences.
Thank you for that. And
yeah, I would like to second what Omaya said. See, we are talking about women enrollment into seafaring. Well, good. At the entry level, there are a lot of cadets who are enrolling. But if you see how many of them are actually reaching the culmination of the career, let it be becoming a master mariner or a chief engineer, the sustainability rate is very low. It is just about a decimal percentage. We need to actually identify what is the reason for it. Just take for example, 20 to 30 years is the prime age for career development in any adult. But at the same time, 20 to 30 years is the prime fertility period for a woman. And if a woman goes to plan for 2 children, in a row, 6 years of her career takes a dig. So we need to clearly and consciously take a thought that a cadet who is joining, let it be a male cadet and a girl cadet, a female cadet, the two are taking the career choice at the same time. Are they seeing the culmination of the career at the same pace? Or is anyone going up and the other one is exiting from the career due to any reasons? It is this one reason because of which we are not able to see sustainability of maritime or women seafarers at the culmination. That's why we are still unable to cross the decimal percentage margin. So what can we do for this? This is a conscious thought which we need to address. So this comes at various levels. First, at the maritime women level itself. The speaker who spoke in the forenoon, I didn't get her name, the razor car driver, she said very nicely, when you want to put a system in place, we need to have a self-belief. Here in our campus, through our gender sensitivity and gender awareness, Mr. Nakul Malhotra told very nicely 3 C's. But I call for a seafaring profession, you need to forgo 4 F's, not forever, for a brief period. What are these 4 F? Your family, your friends, your favorite food, and your festivals. If you are able to forgo this 4 F for a brief time, you get 2 F, a fortune and a future. So this is something which women seafarers have to internalize. Once this is managed and internalized, I'm sure they will not surrender their career for childbearing or sustenance of family or whatsoever it may. Definitely they have the courage and confidence to find an alternative method. So this is one thing which they need to really address. I think if you're able to grow up through this challenge, we can sustain our women seafarers at a higher levels. So at various points of level, I feel that we need to develop policies at the local, regional, and global level, where women who are taking breaks due to maternity leave or try to be kept in the mainstream through some parallel responsibilities, so that when they come back, they are not given a backseat saying that you lost the experience, so you need to go at a lower order or something like that. They need to be kept in the mainstream so that they are able to cope up and they are running abreast and not losing their experience. So they are able to be given a very responsible portion when they return back. So this is one thing which we need to consciously address, because I see that we speak a lot, but this point is very feebly addressed. I feel that a lot of policies which are friendly for women, empowering them, if they are put in place and efforts are being taken, I feel really we can improve the position of women, especially at the level of management, and we can facilitate them to see the culmination of the career. Because I see they come through the operational level, and exactly when they come at the management level, they try to enter into a shore portion. They're unable to climb through that and really take command and steer the ship, or able to get their engines done as a chief engineer. So these things they need to internalize, and we need to be very friendly, develop policies to address this gap. I think if this is done, the purpose of this conference is fulfilled. Thank you. Cheers again.
Thank you. Is anyone else wants to say anything? I'm just going to thank all the panelists for all their contributions. And thank you, Sanjam, for having us today as well.
I would like to end up with one more quote. This is a quote by Aristotle, but I'd like to tweak it for the ladies here. I know of no more encouraging facts than the unquestionable ability of a woman to elevate her life by conscious endeavor. Let me repeat it. I know of no more encouraging facts than the unquestionable ability of a woman to elevate her life by conscious endeavor. May God bless you all. Thank you.
We are going to play a video speech by Mick Kenley. So I request all of you to just be attentive. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Mick Kinley and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, and we're Australia's national agency responsible for regulating commercial shipping and responding to maritime and aviation incidents. It's an honour to be invited back to speak at this conference alongside so many others passionate about shaping their own organisations in the future of maritime. I'd particularly like to acknowledge keynote speaker Cleo Doumbia-Henry, who's doing spectacular work leading the World Maritime University, but for me will always be the mother of the Maritime Labour Convention. Today, though, I'd like to reflect on the progress AMSA has made to achieve greater diversity and inclusion within our workforce and the broader global maritime sector in support of International Maritime Organisation initiatives to achieve a sustainable industry. Firstly, though, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people, who are the traditional owners of the land from which I'm speaking today. It's no secret that the global maritime sector faces increasing pressure. An ageing workforce, greater ethical accountability, climate change and a pandemic are only some of our existing challenges. To thrive, the maritime community must create opportunities for a broader and more diverse workforce. This is essential to increase productivity, support innovation, and to address pressures sustainably. Fostering diversity and inclusion in the workplace is the right thing to do and a powerful enabler of performance. The research is clear. Employees in workplaces that value diversity and inclusion are likely to be more engaged, creative, and innovative. They have higher levels of well-being and are less likely to demonstrate unacceptable behaviours like bullying and harassment. Diverse and inclusive cultures also enable new and improved ways of doing things and are better equipped to harness the benefits of technology to enhance the efficiency and quality of services. In a nutshell, diversity brings more ideas and inclusion means that people feel able to contribute these ideas meaningfully. Supporting global efforts to encourage more women into the maritime industry remains a key priority for AMSA, as well as our ongoing scholarship program to attend the World Maritime University. Next year, AMSA will host the Regional Conference for Pacific Women in Maritime and the 9th Pacific Regional Search and Rescue Workshop, which is coordinated by the IMO, the SPC, and the Pacific Women in Maritime Association. This will be the first of its kind to take place since 2019. It's going to be wonderful to reconnect after a long interruption caused by the pandemic. A highlight this year was the first International Day of Women in Maritime, a 2021 initiative of the Pacific Women in Maritime Association and Papua New Guinea, which gained overwhelming support from the IMO member states. As well as promoting the stories of women in the maritime industry, AMSA held its second all-women panel discussion, including women from the AMSA board, executive, management and response staff to hear about their roles, experiences and perspectives. Promoting the role and successes of women in maritime leadership encourages other women to consider a career in maritime. Australia is a co-sponsor of the IMO Gender Network's proposal to establish an annual IMO Award for Gender Equality in the global maritime sector. And this is an exciting initiative that I hope will come to fruition to help establish a new norm by rewarding a more diverse and inclusive maritime workforce. I also congratulate the International Maritime Organisation and Vista International's collaboration to benchmark the level of gender diversity across industry through the Women in Maritime survey last year. We can't measure progress across the maritime industry if we have no starting point. As well as providing industry with this vital point of reference from which to start measuring tangible progress, the findings of this survey gave us valuable insights into which areas within maritime provide the best opportunities for women to participate more, and where barriers need to be removed to enable greater participation. So what more needs to be done? Well, many organisations develop diversity and inclusion plans to foster a culture of respect and empower employees to contribute their full potential. But it's not enough. Commitment must come from the top and organisations must follow through and hold themselves accountable. This may include modern policies on parental leave and return to work, offering flexible work patterns, devoting resources to training, workshops and reporting on the success of measures to achieve diversity and inclusion targets. We can promote equal employment opportunities by building safe and inclusive workplaces that support employees to be themselves fully and authentically at work. Some of the common barriers to achieving a diverse and inclusive work culture include unconscious bias, gender stereotypes, lack of cross-cultural awareness, inflexible working arrangements, and unsuitable facilities. And as a former seafarer, I know these issues are even more challenging to address in a seagoing environment. But if industry doesn't try to sort these issues out, they're going to cut themselves off from half of the talent pool, and that's not going to be smart, and that will not be good for the future of our industry. I'd like to share some of the lessons we've learned at AMSA. We've invested significantly in a range of measures to promote diversity and inclusion and make sustained and positive changes to our workplace culture. AMSA executives sponsor a diversity working group, and this is a passionate volunteer-based group that develops, implements and monitors AMSA's diversity and inclusion policies and initiatives. Our goal is to implement high impact and meaningful change to AMSA's policy and practice. Our diversity and inclusion strategy and action plans promote a diverse workforce by including specific recruitment and selection processes to overcome biases, and a scholarship program to build capabilities, and that is to get that pipeline of women coming into the industry. This year, to coincide with the inaugural International Day for Women in Maritime, AMSA launched our first Gender Equity Action Plan. This plan establishes a clear pathway for AMSA to achieve gender equity and was developed with input from all levels of staff at AMSA. Achieving gender equity will take time and effort, but this is an investment that we're eager to make for our future. In addition, AMSA has had its first Reconciliation Action Plan endorsed by Reconciliation Australia. This is part of our enduring commitment to engage and collaborate with First Nations peoples here in Australia. Reconciliation is about strengthening relationships between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and non-Indigenous peoples for the benefits of all Australians. Reconciliation is a long process, and this Reflect Stage Plan will guide our efforts to strengthen relationships with our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and set our vision for reconciliation. We've also recently appointed an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander liaison officer who will guide AMSA's efforts to strengthen relationships between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and non-Indigenous people. She will work to ensure that AMSA follows through with our strategy to increase representation of Indigenous Australians at AMSA and include Indigenous culture throughout our operations and community activities. AMSA has also explored options to establish better facilities to support employees with family responsibilities or who require a place to fulfil their religious responsibilities. We promote a work culture that welcomes different views, and if things don't work out as planned, we focus on finding a solution together rather than allocating blame. We've also implemented a Respect the Workplace policy, which requires our employees to treat each other with respect, recognise the efforts and achievements of others, to be inclusive, and accept and value the differences of others. And to back this, we've committed to a zero tolerance policy for inappropriate conduct with anonymous feedback systems to encourage employees to speak up. Understanding employee engagement is in turn vital to maintain a work culture that promotes the sort of creativity that we need to be a progressive and innovative organisation. AMSA has an anonymous annual staff engagement survey to gain an understanding of how employees are feeling at work and how this is impacting on their productivity. Our executive and managers work with teams to address issues and concerns revealed by the survey. Over time, the positive results from this process have flowed through to recent survey outcomes. One of the focus areas in employee perceptions of the level of support and collaboration provided by our senior leadership, including freedom to provide feedback, whether staff feel valued and whether staff feel the leadership team values diversity and inclusion. And I was extremely pleased to see further improvement on the results from 2021 in our most recent survey. We also recently took part in the Diversity Council of Australia's Inclusive Index survey, which allows us to benchmark AMSA's inclusivity against other council members across Australia. I'm pleased to say that on the 14th of November, we were announced as an inclusive employer. This is a proud achievement for us and recognises the commitment we've made towards building a stronger workplace culture. We hold ourselves accountable to the objectives we've put forward because it's the only way we can truly know if our employees feel respected, valued and empowered to fully participate in the workplace to the best of their abilities. It's the only way we can ensure that our workplaces are hospitable to a range of individuals from different walks of life, bringing different skills and perspectives. Smart organisations that understand how to cultivate diversity effectively will have a distinct advantage in recruiting and retaining talent. And we must achieve this across the sector if we're to achieve a more sustainable industry with a continuous supply of ideas and solutions that will position to us to face existing and emerging challenges. This change has to come from the top of our organisation. We can't expect our managers and teams to adopt these values across the organisations, and we certainly can't support this change across the industry without that leadership coming from the top. So in closing, I'd like to thank Maritime SheEO for inviting me to speak again this year. Wish you all the best for the rest of this conference. And I look forward to listening and learning more on what needs to be done and how we can work together for a better, more diverse and inclusive maritime sector. Thank you.
There, and we are yet again ready for a good break. I think people would like some more coffee and also to have time for discussions and reflections. And we will call everybody back inside at 10 to 5, and then we will have 3 more insight stories by Dr. Marlene Shankar, and Nancy, and Elia Espine de Marotta, before we move over to the awards and an amazing evening. So enjoy the break and please be back on time.
Years ago, Mr. Lalit Jobanputra began his journey with this very thought, in pursuit of excellence in the logistics space. Mr. Jobanputra strived night and day to be the most reliable and efficient logistics conglomerate in India.
When I got into this industry, I realized there is a huge gap or a huge vacuum in this industry wherein things are being done, but not as professionally as one should be doing it.
At every step he took, he starkly felt a need for a place where all the logistics solutions would be available under one roof.
That unless until infrastructure are not properly developed in this industry, the rest of the things are not going to work as desired. I started developing and working on JWC logistics, subsequently JWR logistics.
Thus began his mission to offer world-class, cost-effective, integrated logistics services. In 2004, his mission evolved into the magnanimous JWC Group. The group has risen as one of the few logistics companies in India which provides such a wide range of services under one umbrella. The JWC Group, spread over a vast expanse of more than 140 acres, employing over 3,000 people and enabling several business opportunities. It is meticulously designed to offer high-tech warehousing with up-to-date trading facilities to its customers.
We have strong partnerships with our customers, and hence, by virtue of these collaborative partnerships, we have been able to inculcate the best practices into our DNA.
The group has its own fleet of material handling equipment and trailers for transportation. The group is ISO and CTPAT certified, thereby adopting good storage and distribution practices. This state-of-the-art logistics park today handles a larger volume of containers year after year, being one of the leaders in the logistics industry. In 2010, the group took its next step, setting up a second container freight station with JWR Logistics, spanning over 30 acres of land. It is a unique model which houses more than 100 consolidators and freight forwarders. The group adorns various infrastructural facilities, thereby becoming the largest export cargo console hub in India.
There are two indicators to a nation's success: import and export, which are the same for JWC Logistics core business. In times to come, more and more Indian companies will go global. The foreign investments will enter the Indian market, and the import and export will gain more traction. The upcoming businesses are seeking 3PL solutions for their logistical activities today, for which we are geared up and we are prepared to fulfill all their upcoming demands.
The group created a base platform to facilitate the console industry, along with various governmental agencies like CLRI, ADC, and Customs.
Times have changed. People's lifestyle have evolved. There is a significant shift in the people's choice. resulting in the rise in the frozen food industry. Secondly, the pharmaceutical industry is growing too. Hence, we see a need for cold storages serving the food as well as pharmaceutical industry separately and effectively.
Thus was born JWL Cold Storage. At JWL, two distinct facilities have been created to suit the needs of the pharmaceutical industry and the food and beverage industry separately. Each of these facilities can handle around 15,000 pallet positions of temperature control cargo. These facilities have been thoughtfully created, keeping in mind every minute requirement of the customer. The infrastructure is designed as an eco-friendly cold storage. It offers 50 breathtakingly large chambers laced with high-tech, prefabricated rack-supported storage, ensuring ample space for all its partners. The Pharmaceuticals Hub has been developed taking into consideration the norms of the...
Okay, so I think there are some people out there ringing people in with a bell, and yes, and I don't think my voice will reach out to the coffee room, but if it does, then please find your seats, everyone. I think now it's difficult to reach through the sound of chattering. Let's see. So if everybody in the coffee room can please find their seats, and we're ready for the last panel of today before some storytelling. So please, everybody find your seats as we are getting ready to start. You're coming like one at a time. Maybe I should shut up. Oh, by the way, there's a shotgun on stage. Okay, everyone in the foyer, please find your seats. Feel free to bring your coffee or tea inside, but please find your seats so that we can get started. Okay. If all of you who come into the room, please drag in a fellow colleague. Then we're filling the room. Okay, so those who are still in the foyer will lose out. And hi, Malini. So good to see you again. Okay, so we are ready for the last panel of today before we have 3 amazing SheEO stories. And then we are getting ready for the awards. So I'm so happy to welcome on stage a number of well-known names looking at sustainability through the legal lens. So we have Jacqueline Salapa moderating this session with Fabiana Martins, Espriya, Amsha Gengan, JD Rajan, and, well, the stage and the floor is yours, so enjoy.
Thank you, Birgitta. Good afternoon, everybody, and it really is a pleasure to be here. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Sanjam for the kind invitation to be here today at your conference. I was just mentioning to some of the ladies on the panel here that I had the good fortune of meeting Sanjam many years ago in Dubai over breakfast, and it was quite clear to me then, as it is to all of us now, that she was somebody that was going to make a very meaningful contribution to our industry. So on behalf of all of us today, thank you very much, Sanjam. Right, we're here today to talk to you a little bit about ship recycling and working towards a sustainable future. Very briefly, my name is Jacqueline Zalapa. I'm a partner
in the London offices of an international shipping law firm, Campbell Johnson Clark, and I am a lawyer qualified in 3 international jurisdictions, England, the United States and Australia, and I handle commercial disputes arising under commercial and shipping contracts. I promise we're not going to talk about law too much today, even though we're all lawyers up here on the panel. I'm joined here today by 4 lawyers, Fabiana from Brazil, JD from India, Amsha from South Africa, and Priya from India. But we're all here today, really, because not that we work just within the shipping industry, but we care about it. And we want to work towards a better future and a sustainable future. But the reality is that without the shipping industry, the international trade and the world economy, at least as we know it, would come to an end, wouldn't it? And a ship's life will come to an end at the end of her service life, which is normally 25 to 30 years. And at this point, the ship has generally become difficult to operate efficiently, not to mention unsafely, particularly if she's become unseaworthy. So at this point, what this means is the ship has to be recycled. That's her destiny. And there are a variety of ship recycling scenarios, but we'll be looking at scrapping today quite simply because it's the most prevalent. Now, more than 98% of all ship recycling by gross tonnage is recycled in 5 countries: Bangladesh, China, India, Pakistan and Turkey. And whilst a large number of ship owners have policies for responsible ship recycling, the unfortunate reality is that almost 90% of the gross tonnage that is recycled is handled in substandard conditions. Now, often the facilities are located in non-OECD countries, and another sad, unfortunate reality is some, and I will preface this as some, certainly not all, but some ship owners have attempted to evade regulatory scrutiny for scrapping a ship at a facility that may not comply with good international standards. And this is often done through using an end-of-life flag of convenience. And at a very high level, an example is a ship is sold to a cash buyer incorporated in a non-mainstream offshore jurisdiction where it may be quite difficult to trace beneficial ownership. And then the ship will be reflagged under a new end-of-life flag of convenience. And typically, those flags belong to current countries that have less onerous ship recycling regulations. So what does this mean? As a result, the ship recycling industry often finds itself in the spotlight, doesn't it? And the subject of considerable pressure to basically pull its socks up. Now, there are currently about 300 demolition yards across the globe serving international shipping clients, but less than 10% of these yards, that is less than 30, are considered acceptable according to current safety and environmental standards. Now, a lot of risk is involved with the shipbreaking process for human life and the environment, because about 80% of scrapping takes place by the beaching method in Southeast Asian yards. And this just means the ship is run aground onto the beach with the tide, and then the shipbreakers, who are the workers, they come out and they dismantle the ship by hand, and often exposed to hazardous materials, to injury, or even death. And that's not even to mention what the environment as well is exposed to. And where are we now? Global ship recycling volumes are predicted to double by 2028 and quadruple by 2033. So
it's quite clear that action needs to be taken, and it needs to be taken quite quickly. Now, there is a legal framework in place to help progress sustainable ship recycling. And again, we won't go into too much detail about what that regulatory framework is, because we do have the graveyard shift, and I suspect you'll all go to sleep if we start talking about it. But we can't have a sensible conversation about ship recycling and sustainability without mentioning the Hong Kong Convention that was adopted in 2009. And as of October 22, as of last month, it's been ratified by 17 states that we were talking about, that represents approximately 30% of the world merchant shipping fleet by gross tonnage. And this includes India and Turkey. Now, the convention's not yet in force, and an additional 10% of the global gross tonnage needs to be added before the convention reaches the threshold and can enter into force. But the benchmark for responsible ship recycling in the future, indeed today, will be seen as one that is in fact in compliance with the Hong Kong Convention. And it's not complicated why that is. It's simply that the Hong Kong Convention sets into place basic standards for ships to be recycled safely and sustainably. Now, on that note, I'm going to be quiet. I've spoken far too much. And I'm going to ask the ladies joining me to introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll have a discussion around ship recycling and sustainability. Fabiana.
Hello, everyone. Sanjan, thank you so much for doing this. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Fabiana Martins. I'm from Brazil. It's a big journey. And I'm partner of SMA, that is a shipping law firm. We work for ship owners, for P&I clubs, especially in incidents, cargo claims. And I think the whole that I'm more proud of in the last years was to be able to work with Sanjan in Vista International Exco. And so I've been advocating for gender equality for a while. And it's now really a very good moment, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you again, Sanjan.
JD?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Sanjam, for this opportunity to be here. It's my first time at this conference. And also thank you to the Maritime SheEO team. The organization is amazing. It's my first time here, and I just want to say that it's so encouraging to see that people from all parts of the industry and from all geographies coming together and having kind of a united outlook for what we do onward and upward and forward. So it's just very encouraging, and I'm just very happy to be here. Right, about me, I'm now with Maersk, and I manage litigation for claims globally. Previously, I have worked in Singapore and Dubai, where I was handling ship finance, so dealt with a lot of sale and purchase of ships. And also, I was working with a cash buyer in Dubai. So I kind of had a ringside seat to the recycling industry, and I'm just happy to discuss the industry with this wonderful panel of women. So thank you.
Thank you, JD. Amsha?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amsha Gengen. I was called to the bar in 1999 in South Africa. I practice as an advocate in Durban and now in Johannesburg. And I'd like to just digress and let you all know that the 16th of November is quite a special day. In 1860, all of 162 years ago, the SS Truro docked in the port of Natal, and it carried with it 342 Indian immigrants who entered their contract of indenture. They left the port of Madras and arrived to serve the British Empire, and those are my ancestors. I'm a fourth generation South African Indian. And I just thought it's really poignant that I sit here today in Mumbai with colleagues and family from India. As I said, I practice at the bar. I do shipping and maritime work, as well as I have a strong background in financial services and corporate and commercial work. It's lovely to be here.
Thank you. Priya?
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Priya, and I'm a maritime lawyer practicing in Bombay. I'm from the chambers of Mr. Venkateswaran, and traditionally we've been doing exclusively maritime law. We do work for P&I clubs, mostly ship owners for the most part. We do a lot of work with the administration as well in regulatory matters. We've done some work for the Gujarat Maritime Board and other maritime boards on this sector. So ship breaking is something that I have seen up close and personal on the regulatory framework as well. Hope you guys are going to enjoy the session today.
Thank you, Priya. Fabiana, if you can kick off the discussion, from global regulations to voluntary agreements, in your opinion, is the industry plotting a way forward for sustainable ship recycling? If so, how?
Thank you, Jacqueline. I think yes, because nobody's happy with us now. So I think when nobody's happy, it's because we are in the right path with regulations. And let me explain myself. When you're thinking about the global regulation, if someone is very pleased, it's because something is wrong. So now people are criticizing us. We see people criticizing that you are pushing too much, and at the same time, we as industry, we are criticized because you are not pushing too much. So with the same situation, with the same regulations, we are being criticized for all sides. So yes, I think we are in the right direction. But of course, it will not be perfect. You'll never be perfect. We're thinking globally, because I think what the rules have to do, and we have already discussed this previously in the previous panels, is that the rules should encourage some countries, and for sure, it will not be enough for another countries. So this will be disappointed for someone all the time. But if you go back to when it all started, we're talking about recycling specifically. We trusted a lot on the Basel Convention, and then we saw that it was not enough. And it was only, and please, correct me if I'm wrong, it was only on 2000 when we start talking about recycling. And then in 2003, we offered guidelines. And then in 2005, we said we will have a convention. And then in 2009, we had the Hong Kong Convention. And then we struggled to have people on board because we don't need only ratifications for Hong Kong. We need that it's being relevant ratifications, and we have seen in your views that we have specific countries that need to be applying this. Otherwise, Hong Kong Convention will not get into force. And then we'll have the European Union with regulations pushing it. And I will get to the point of the voluntary agreements that I think is also very important, that we were talking about it later also when Cassie said that the industry, it's the time for the industry to lead the conversation, because it's difficult for governments and politicians to make some decisions. So I think all this together, this brings us to a solution that may not be perfect again, but it's what we have, that it can come from collaboration. So if it's collaboration from the industry, from the governments, and encourage, and some patience from some sides, and also some push for the other sides, I would say that, I may be romantic, but I would say that I think we are in the correct path.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with a little bit of romance, is there, ladies? Amsha, what are your thoughts on how the regulatory framework can better support green, sustainable practices for ship recycling?
Well, I think the earlier panels echoed the sentiment that compliance and regulation should not be reactive. We need compliance and we need regulation to set a framework which is proactive. So we don't wait for the problem to happen. We are agile. The law needs to innovate and create before problems happen. And I think a legal framework or a compliance framework functions on two levels. On the first level, and its primary purpose is to set a set of laws or regulations as to what you can and cannot do. But a different level of complexity would be for that same framework to drive change. And it needs to drive behavioral change from within the industry. And for me, that is how, if regulation manages to drive a culture and a behavioral change amongst all of the parties involved in the shipbreaking supply chain, then that is a change that's more sustainable. And when we talk sustainability in shipbreaking, it's not just about the environment. The other problem that we have in shipbreaking is also one where we have lots of human rights abuses, as Jacqueline alluded to and mentioned, where ships are being broken by hand and hazardous materials and gases not being removed prior to this happening. So regulation can sustain. If it drives a behavioral change, you will see change towards more sustainable practices for shipbreaking.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, Amsha, that the change cannot be accomplished without regulatory support and encouragement. On that note, JD, what are your thoughts on what are your thoughts on our general outlook towards the recycling industry?
Right, so actually a lot of what you've all said kind of adds into what I would like to say about this. I think firstly, being an in-house counsel, you get this, especially in this industry, you get the unique position of seeing the operational, the technical, different aspects of the industry, as well as the legal aspects. And you also see the perception of people not from the industry. So I think what we need to do, of having spoken to people not from the maritime industry in the first place, I understand that the concept of ship recycling is not understood. We started off in the beginning when you spoke about the journey of a ship and how, in effect, recycling is the end of the life of a ship. So it is death of the ship. Like that, and like death in general, there is a slight negative or very negative thought that comes along with it. And we started off with calling it breaking, scrapping, and now we're finally getting on board with calling it recycling. So I think we need to change or work, like you spoke about behavioral change. I think that can be initiated by understanding what the recycling industry is, first of all. Many of us don't understand. We just think, oh, ships are beached and scrapped and that's it. If we are able to explain to people, again, driving from within the industry but affecting people externally, then we can get many hands on board to actually drive sustainability in this field. If people know that they can partner with us, when I say us, I mean the shipping industry, from all aspects, and they think that, okay, this is what happens in ship recycling, we can take this and use it towards that. So you're giving, in effect, new life to what is received. And I'm not just talking about the steel and the green steel that we're talking about now, but in effect, everything. If Lego toys, broken Lego toys can be used to rebuild buildings, ships are such a vital resource. We just need to, I think, as an industry, work towards talking about what recycling is and kind of working on changing the outlook. And from a regulatory perspective, unfortunately, most of the people who do drive the industry don't have the technical expertise of what goes on with ship recycling. So I think if we do educate, then everyone would get on board and would be able to then, like you said, come up with near perfect solutions, regulatory. So.
I couldn't agree more, JD. Priya, after the Hong Kong Convention comes into force, because it's a matter of when, not if, how do you think it will impact ship recycling and sustainable growth on the industry within India?
So India stands in a slightly different position so far as recycling is concerned. The Hong Kong Convention, while it's not come into force worldwide, India has already ratified it into our municipal law. We have a shipbreaking law in place, in effect putting into practice already some of the measures that are proposed to be put into force by the Hong Kong Convention. Whether it comes in terms of getting certification on what are the hazardous materials on board ships before they are brought in for beaching, whether it comes down to the method of beaching, while they continue with the beaching method, how can it be improved so as to make it environmentally sound and sustainable, and yet allow the industry to grow, particularly in the manner in which it should grow, considering it's an old industry in India. In India, the industry dates back to the early 80s. And in my opinion, the administration, the government has done a lot of considerable work in trying to put these practices into place already to make this a more sound, sustainable growth overall. And we're seeing the change. It's grown from about 80 yards to about 180 shipyards for breaching and breaking purposes in India. And practically, I don't know, I think it's about 60% of the tonnage which comes to India for beaching in this part of the world. So I think regulations must go hand in hand with the industry. The industry has to be cognizant as to what is required to make this a far more sustainable growth in the long run. And that's where I think the regulatory role takes great effect. I think so far as this is concerned, like I said, the Hong Kong Convention, while it's not yet in force in India, it is, it's been put into place already in a more tacit manner.
That's very encouraging to hear. Ladies, one final question, and I'm going to restrict you each to 30 seconds because I've got somebody holding a sign that says 2 minutes. So, on your marks, get set. In your opinion, are the financial stakeholders helping to create a sustainable future in ships recycling?
30 seconds for this. Okay.
Focus.
Maybe.
We're now down to 20 seconds, Fabiana.
Since I'm a lawyer, maybe. Yes, I think the financial stakeholders, when they know that sustainability is important, they are pushing and they are doing the job, but there are rooms for improvement when we ask who will pay the bills. Because we need to have funds, we need to have technology, and we, in a global world, we have countries that are in different positions. So I come from a developing country, so it may be challenging to find funds and to find technology. So we need to have this in mind when thinking about how the financial stakeholders can push the sustainability.
Well done. JD?
I think when regulations are set in place, restricting a certain way forward, then we need to come up with alternative solutions that are workable, and that's the way forward. I'm just keeping it down to this, boiling it down to simplicity. 30 seconds.
Amsha?
Well, I think let's just consider for a moment, we are living in the fourth industrial revolution. The grounding of the Ever Given in the Suez did more for shipping and shipping lawyers than any conference will do. So, based on that context, all you need is one shipyard, one ship owner to do something wrong in this day and age, and it is viral all across the world. And that backlash and that reputational risk is what will drive a behavioral change. Everybody wants to be on the right side of the law. Sometimes notwithstanding bottom line, but everybody wants to do the right thing today. And I think if you know that your shipyard is going to be all over across the world in 30 seconds, which I know I'm not, but you will ensure that you will do everything to mitigate and manage the reputational risk that accompanies bad practices. It is no doubt, Jacqueline, a contentious topic. But I think if we have agreement to move in the right direction and to be progressive about it, it will become less contentious.
I'm sure I think that's bang on. Priya, to wrap up?
I would just add on to what Fabiana said, is we are equally a developing country. And to bring about a sustainable change of this nature, you do need a lot of financial support. And to equal or to bring us on par with the developed nations. And I think that is where we will need some more support from the industry, from the stakeholders, and everybody has to become aware that they have an equal role to play in the financial development of the sector. It can't be restricted to only those who are financing. It has to be also equally each person on the ground, whether it is the shipbreaker or the ship owner, as Amsha just said. Each one has a stake and should come on board to be more aware of this and to create a better world forward.
Priya, I completely agree. I think that's ultimately what needs to be done, is we need to align interests.
Absolutely.
Amongst all the stakeholders and all the participants. With that, thank you all very much for not falling asleep. We tried to keep it somewhat relevant for the commercial folk joining us today, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for really tapping into one of the very big and still unresolved huge pain points of our industry in the world. So, we are now ready for 2 sessions of storytelling. First, we have with us through a video talk, Ilya Espino de Marotta. And then afterwards, we are going to hear Dr. Malini Shankar's My SheEO story. So we'll just let the photographers be done and then sit back and enjoy and get inspired. So yes, tech crew, you can now run the first story.
Hi, my name is Ilya Espino de Marotta. I am the Deputy Administrator of the Panama Canal and the Chief Operating Officer. I am a marine engineer graduate from Texas A&M. I started my career in the Panama Canal as a young engineer in the shipyard. As a marine engineer, I did not take the option to sail away. So my first job was working in all of the maintenance of our floating equipment in the shipyard in the Atlantic side of the Panama Canal. It was a wonderful experience. I have to say we were only 2 women engineers in the shipyard, and I felt no gender bias at all. I had a lot of support from all my coworkers. My job was fantastic. I've learned a lot. As a young engineer, you need to be attentive and open to learn from the people that have more experience from you. I'll have to say that there was one job that I put in for at the shipyard, which was a diver. I was a professional diver at the time. I had done some professional jobs, and I was not selected. But at the time, I didn't think much of it. I wasn't very happy because I qualified for the job, but I wasn't selected. So throughout my career in the canal, I moved into very different places. I worked in dredging, I worked in pure engineering. I moved around everywhere, and wherever I worked, I made sure to do a very good job, leave a good reputation, never say no to nothing, always being open to new ideas. And every time I moved to a new job, I never knew exactly what I was going to do in each job. But I thought if I'm interested, I'll learn it. And with the support of people, being a team player really helped my career through my 37 years in the canal. The highlight of my career, I have to say, came in 2002, not really knowing it was going to be the highlight of my career. But in 2002, I was selected to work with a small team on the Panama Canal expansion proposal. It was fantastic. It was 5 years of studies and analysis. And then in 2007, I got my first role as a supervisor/manager. I was in charge of supervising 100 people. And it was the first time that I felt a little bit not able to do the job, let's say, because I always was very focused in my area of expertise, and now I had to supervise very many different areas. So I actually got a coach, professional coach for 3 months, who showed me that at that time, it wasn't about my expertise, but it was on how to handle a team, how to make decisions, how to be there to support the people in their daily jobs. So I learned a lot, I learned quite a bit, and then I was chosen to be the project director of the expansion program in 2012, which was a much bigger group, over 1,000 people, but then I felt very comfortable because it was more of the same. And I have to say that was the highlight of my career, being able to see the expansion program from paper, ideas, to actually the construction of the project. That was the first time I saw the gender bias in my life. When I was selected to be the project director, I learned that I was being on probation because I was a woman. So that's when I acquired my pink hard hat. After being a year in the project, I've learned this, and I said, well, I need to make a statement. And I realized that there is a gender bias. I don't know if it's conscious or unconscious, and that was the first time I changed my mind on quotas. I always thought I never needed a quota to reach where I went. So I was not in favor of quotas until that day I said, because if we don't have quotas, we won't make women visible. And it's very important to be visible so you get selected if you have the right qualifications. After that, in 2019, I was chosen as Chief Operating Officer of the Panama Canal. And I'll have to say, all the managers are men. I was the first woman Chief Operating Officer. I am the first woman Deputy Administrator. So it shows that we can achieve great things with teamwork, with showing how professional we are. And we definitely need to speak out for other women in the industry. There's not a lot of women in the maritime industry, but we see more and more. And I'll give you an example. When I first started in the canal, there were no tugboat captains, let's say. Now we have about 5 of them. So you can see little by little, by being a role model, you will inspire other people. And being in the maritime field is very fulfilling. And it's a wonderful area to be in, so why not? So I recommend everybody to embrace the maritime world, embrace your profession, be a light, be a beacon for others so they can follow, and let's show that women can do as good as men.
As our prominent last speaker of today before the awards, I am so happy to welcome Dr. Malini Shankar on the stage. And I also want to share the story behind the scenes of Maritime SheEO. And please just come on stage, Malini. So 5 years ago, when Sanjam and I started talking in the north of Norway about what to do more to drive up the speed, because I was impatient with the speed of change in Norway, and she was impatient, and we were both, you know, in our home countries, we were both kind of struggling with like getting the message through and getting the initiatives through. And we figured out that, well, much better to team up and help each other mobilize diversity initiatives across borders. And then 2 weeks after, as I was coming and visiting in Mumbai to speak at an engineering conference, then Sanjam was able to get Dr. Malini to join us, and the honorary consul from Norway to Mumbai. So the 4 of us was sitting together in, I think, a place where there probably hasn't been that many all-female meetings, or what? And as I mentioned earlier today, it is so important the pay it forward approach, because if we get there to those roles where we have power, when we get there, we have to continue open the doors, and we have to enable and let other women stand on our shoulders. And I think one of these women where both Sanjam and I have been standing on her shoulders is Malini. Because if it hadn't been for your initial and very forceful support to begin with, I mean, the ball started rolling within less than a week after, we wouldn't have the Maritime SheEO initiative today. So.
And I'm going to butt in here. So it was in 2018 where Dr. Malini Shankar actually nominated, she called me up one day and she said, you know, there are these Sandvik Gender Awards and I want you to apply. And I hadn't heard of them, but I applied for them and I ended up winning the Sandvik Gender Award, and which was a huge turning point because it funded my survey to get data for women in maritime. So I would like to really thank Dr. Malini Shankar because she's the example of one of those women who really empower other women by carrying them on their shoulders. And I think that I owe so much to her. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And now we are going to hear your SheEO story.
Thank you so much for those kind words. I feel really humbled. We've been hearing so much stories of courage, stories of how the women overcame the challenges. And when I see those stories, when I hear those stories, because they're in a field which is highly male-dominated, I feel very humbled, and I genuinely feel that I haven't done much. I think all day you have been hearing about shipping and, you know, all matters related to shipping. I have the privilege of being the last speaker of this event, right? So I'm going to take a little diversion. My background is administration, so I have been in shipping for the last 5 or 6 years, but a lot of my learning as to how to be a leader or how to mentor women comes from my experience as an administrator. So I will take a small weakness from my experience of over 35 years and actually share with you what are the challenges and what we can do and what we can achieve and how you face failures also. You know, before getting into the civil service, as a matter of practice, I actually appeared for the interview of the State Bank of India. This is the public sector Bank of India, the largest bank, interview for management training. And when I appeared for the interview, this was way back in 1983-84, at the interview, I was asked, what is your age? Now, I had studied in the US, and I came back from the US to appear for the civil service exam. And this was a question which is not supposed to be asked, especially of a woman, right? So I mentioned the age, and the gentleman across the table said, well, if you were my daughter, I would be worried about your marriage. So I wanted to give it back, but obviously it's an interview, so I really, not that I wanted the job, but I actually said very politely, I think my parents are not worried about that. So that's how it starts 35 years back. But after entering the service, and I come from a background where there was no bias against women. You know, the people, my entire family was like, you have to study, you have to work. And at some point I said, why should I have to work? It's a very big, bad world out there. But I became, the first posting was what you call a sub-collector or a subdivisional officer, which is the administration of the second smallest unit in the district. And I did not know how to handle the office. I didn't have a government background. I said, how do I handle this? So I went to a very senior lady officer and I said, ma'am, how do you do this? How did you do it when you entered? She said, well, I married somebody from the civil service who was 2 years my senior, so I used to ask him. So then I went to that gentleman and I said, how do I do this? Because this is about court cases. No, it's a good continuum from this, legal perspective. So there were cases, and there were cases, serious cases, not so serious cases, cases involving land, cases involving women. I said, every lawyer comes with this many books and cases and judgments, and I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. So I asked this gentleman, how did you do it? And he said, adjourn. I said, how can you adjourn? I have to give a judgment. He says, if you give a judgment, you please only one party, but if you adjourn, you please both parties because they're both hopeful. So, no, but I learned not to adjourn. I said, I have to take a decision, so I had to read all those, case histories and everything, and I had to depend on myself. Then came the next promotion, and I was what is called the Chief Executive Officer of the Zilla Parishad. in Maharashtra. One of the best postings I had, this was a posting in a district which is very remote, and there were left-wing extremists who were kidnapping my engineers, kidnapping my officers. So when I would, and then when I was posted there, I had to go and call on my superiors in Mumbai. And then the secretary who was in charge of that department, he said, "Which idiot posted you there?" I said, "Sir, the government." He said, "No, I can't have a woman in that district." These were, remember, an era when there was no cell phone, no computer, not even a landline. You had to book a call and then get the call. He says, "Okay, every day at 4 p.m. you call me and say you're safe." I said, "So you're worried that these Naxalites, these are the left-wing extremists, they're going to kidnap me, right?" He said, "Yes, because that had happened about 2 months before." I said, "You put me on a good wicket, because remember when they kidnap," and these were genuine extremists, not the ones who are exploitative. Even if they kidnap everybody, they're going to send me as the person who negotiates with you, because they don't keep a woman with them and take the accountability. So I said, "Don't worry, if I get kidnapped, I'll be the one coming before you with their demands." But it became such a difficult district from the viewpoint of somebody who's sitting outside. I didn't tell my husband's parents that I was working in such a district. They would have been very, very worried. But, so the ministers, I didn't want ministers to come to the district. So when the ministers would come, I would, talk to the police, and then the ministers would not come, because I said, "What magic did you do?" Says, "We sent a telegram saying there is extremist activity has started yesterday in the district." I'm giving you this to just to lighten the mood, but the fact is, nobody came to the district, so it gave me a lot of freedom. And from this, I learned that when you administer anything, when you're heading the office, please give a lot of freedom to your subordinates. They will learn, they will make mistakes, they will grow. All you need to do is support, and I got that support in that district, and that's how that was a time I actually blossomed as an officer despite the adverse circumstances. My next thing, I came to the secretariat, which is something that no young officer likes to serve in, but I did. And I remember meeting this lady officer, absolutely fantastic officer, and she related an incident to me. She said she was working in the secretariat in the ministry in Delhi, and something had to be done, some decision had to be taken. And she put forth to her boss saying, "This cannot be done because the rules don't permit it." And the boss turned around and said, "Then why are you an Indian Administrative Service officer? I just need a clerk to tell me this rule will not work. What I need from an officer is how to make it work. What is the change that you have to do to make it work?" This made an indelible impression in my mind that my job is to ensure that something can work. What has to be changed? Some things can't be changed, but how do you go around it? And I think that was an excellent learning. So again, time and again, somebody tells something, and you just keep it in your mind and use it. We talk about, harassment against women on board a ship. Yes, it's a special case, but it happens everywhere. And I remember when I was working in the secretariat, this time as a senior officer, 2 women came to me and they said they're harassed by their bosses. So I had to actually sit down, call them home over a cup of tea and say, "You have to tell me very clearly, distinguish, is this harassment against a woman or is this harassment against a junior subordinate officer?" Because the two are very different and sometimes we get confused. So I had to get details from her. And there are laws and there are rules, but if you start applying the rules, it's difficult. You have to find a method to just send the point home to the person who is alleged to be harassing, as well as take this person out to safe grounds, which is what I did. I had to speak to the chief secretary and said, "Can you move this? You have to get proof. It's a lot of legal intricacies, but can we move this officer away from that superior?" But the minute she got moved, the message went that there was something wrong with the boss. So there are messages which go. Then came a point when there was an irrigation scam in the state of Maharashtra. And they were looking for an officer to head the irrigation department. Till then, it used to be headed by an engineer, and the problem was there were some scams coming out of the budget and the expenditure, etc. So whenever that happens in India, you look for a general administrator so that they can, they can resolve the issue. Now, everybody wanted a general administrator to go there, but nobody wanted to go there because there's been a scam. So when they approached me, I said, no, I'm going on leave. No, I have too much work. But finally, I said, okay, I'll take a chance. I'll take the plunge. I'll take it, but you have to support me in case there's a problem. It went right to the top, the file, and the question asked was, oh, but a woman? It was 45,000 people worked in that department, most of them engineers, and almost all of them male, probably 10 or 20 women who were engineers. But I had a boss, male boss, who told the chief minister, saying, yes, a woman, what's the problem? It's my responsibility to get work done out of her. It's my responsibility to ensure she delivers, and it's not, you just give me the go ahead and I will get it done. Now look at the confidence that the chief secretary placed on me. It's very important to place that confidence. They called me, he and a senior most officer called and said, listen, whatever decisions you take it on merit and we will be with you. So at one point I wanted to take action against an engineer. They called me and they said, listen, you are just so new there, don't take this kind of action, go light and we'll support you on that. So this kind of support is what makes you, be successful in future. The kind of trust, the kind of support, and your own hard work also. So I had to learn the engineering, I had to go in depth into it. I'm not an engineer, I'm science-based, but not an engineer. I had to tour every single corner of the state to the remotest corner. I would stay in places that officers would not stay. Reaching out to people was my success because the engineers normally look at the engineering part. They forget the people. That's my experience in government. So I remember one night I was staying in this remotest part, again near the, where the Naxals were roaming around. At night, 11 o'clock, I get a knock on the door and, these absolute abject poverty people from the village, they show up. I said, what are you doing here at 11 o'clock at night? Says, we have never been listened to. We have not got the compensation for giving up the land for this irrigation project. Can you do something for us? You listen to them, and the political leaders know that you're listening to them, so they have to be on your side because you're listening to the people. The engineers stay quiet, and listening to the people, reaching out to the people is one of the key things, because no matter which field you work in, except if you are a scientist ensconced in the dark rooms of a laboratory where you don't deal with people, you deal with germs, you deal with chemicals, etc. But most other fields, you're doing a job because it is for the larger benefit of some people, some society, some institution, and this is something we forget very often. So that's been my journey through the civil service. And when I became DG shipping, I think the previous speaker mentioned about failures, mentioned about how there are people who work against you. That happens, but your skill lies, it's not even a skill, attitude that lies in converting that adversity into a positive, a constructive work. So when there were elements at work which said you cannot go and represent the country in the IMO meeting because there's something else happening, dynamics happening in Delhi. I used the time to put in e-governance in place, and I think that has got much more returns in terms of the effort put in than anything else would have. So I will just end with this. Somebody asked me while I was working, saying, what do you think, how would you define power? How would you define leadership? And I think I would define power by saying, the ability or the extent to which you help an individual realize his or her potential. Because if you don't do that, your power, according to me, is quite useless. So if you've learned from all the experiences throughout your career or throughout your life, even personal life, and use it to help somebody realize their potential, I think that is power. That is leadership. With a positive note, I don't see why we cannot have more women in maritime, because if you look at the world, India is the country with the highest number of women airline pilots, the highest, because 19% of our pilots are women. Our diplomats, it's one of the highest number of women in professional diplomatic service compared to any other country, and we won't talk even about IT and medical, etc. So day before yesterday, I was in our campus in Navi Mumbai. This is the campus of the university, and I asked them how many women are there. Jillian is sitting there. I think she was definitely pleasantly surprised to see women pouring out, about 28 to 30 of them in nautical science. They are going on to become, first officers and captains. So the potential is there, and we just have to unite, not just the women, but all women and men unite to make this happen. And oftentimes, one is asked, I'm sure all of us have been asked, who's your role model, right? All of us look for role models. If you ask me, there's none, and there are many, because it's difficult to mention one. But today, we are gathered here, and right in front of us, we have a role model in Sanjam Gupta. From managing a shipping company to founding the Indian chapter of Vista and steering it through for 5 years, to mentoring somebody to take it forward in the future, then to conceptualizing, planning, and implementing such an international conference on diversity. It's not a joke. And I think the way she has grown, she has moved, she has evolved, is an inspiration to all of us. Okay, Sanjam, great going and all the best. And my best wishes to each of you here for a very bright future. Thank you.
And those words are so deserved, Sanjam. And Malini, now you made me cry. Yeah. So it is time now to get Sanjam back on the stage. And I mean, what a day it has been. I am so moved, and I feel this is so extremely, I think, personal and powerful and important. And I'm so much looking forward to our shared journey into the future together. So Sanjam, you are now going to kick off the awards, celebrating all the amazing people and actors out there driving diversity. So, starting with their, but I think you have to come back up anyway. So, yes.
So before we kick off onto the awards, I'm deeply honored and privileged today to have with us IMO Director Arsenio Dominguez join us. Thank you so much for taking your time off your busy schedule and join us today. I will invite you to come and share your thoughts and views with us, please.
Good afternoon, breaking protocol. And it's difficult to follow Dr. Malini, but thank you so much for those very interesting anecdotes that made us actually laugh, but also made us recognize what difficult and challenging times, women can have in order to become professionals like you. And I know that Sanjam has received many accolades today, but thank you so much for inviting me. It's my first time on Maritime SheEO, the largest diversity maritime conference in the world. And you're a true leader, and it has been recognized, and it's thanks to you the reason why I'm here. We met a couple of months ago, and I couldn't say no. And when you cannot say no to someone, that is a mark of leadership. And everything that you have done for women in maritime, it's something that we all praise and that more of us should follow. And we have an agreement. you are going to give me more ideas of how IMO can also help increase diversity in the maritime industry. Today is also the observance day for the UN. So it actually works very well that we're talking about diversity here. Now, IMO has a program on maritime women, and we have had it for more than 30 years. And we also supported the SheEO Leadership Accelerated Program. And I've heard today and met many of the examples and good results that have come out from that program. And normally I will stand here and start talking to you about decarbonization and all the work that the organization is doing, how we're going to revise the strategy, and we are going to revise the strategy by July next year. We're going to increase the level of ambitions because that's what the member states have already agreed. We're working on the new technologies that are going to support the decarbonization of the industry, the new ways of operations. We're talking about green corridors out there as well, the port infrastructure and how that's going to increase the new alternative fuels. In India is one of those that is paramount in this area. It's already focusing on hydrogen and ammonia as well as biofuels. But all of that just shows the amount of opportunities that are out there to increase diversity. Because we normally focus, and it has been the case in many years, of women on board ships, and that is very important. I'm not saying that that is not, but shipping is more than just females or women on board the ships. You heard today from the academia, and this is women leaders in ports, in canals, pilots, logistics, any part of the operations, designs, NGOs, ship owners associations. And that shows you all the opportunities that are out there. So we have many challenges. But with those challenges is the opportunities that we will all have to embrace in order to increase diversity. But diversity is not just having a SheEO conference for women. We have a very important role to play as men, because we need to promote it. We need to be the ones that also set the examples. We need to bring women on board, listen, give them a voice, and listen to that voice and learn from them and support the development, just as I just heard that women will support each other. And that is, as Dr. Malini mentioned, that's something that we have to do as well. And for me, I'm very proud that the organization that I work for has several programs, and it's working on improving its internal regulations in order to be a leader in diversity, in order to then use that experience, that expertise to move somewhere else, to move to everyone else in the sector. So this is a call for all of us to come together, to be pioneers in this sector, to learn from outside, because the shipping sector is not the only one that has struggled, and you have heard about that today. So we need to look outwards. We shouldn't just stay into the maritime cloister. We need to see what else has been done in other sectors. We just heard the examples of the pilots and aviation. So they have gone through the same thing that we did, because now is when we have the 90% of women pilots from India. So what did they do that we can learn from and actually introduce it here? And then how we can start with the first steps and then diversify it taking forward. So my call is for all of us to continue to work together. It's only if we have that partnership and that we'll achieve the same objective. The same way that I'm going to mix it and link it to decarbonization. So as we move forward with the new ships, the new designs, and I met several people that are teaching me about this and actually know a lot more than I do. And I'm one of the first ones to recognize that I still have a lot to learn. And this is why these kind of engagements are so good for all of us. Let's pick up on all those opportunities that are coming, automation, and from the learning curves from COVID. It was a difficult time. It demonstrated how indispensable shipping is to the world, but also how flexible we can be. We learn new ways of working, new ways of addressing difficult situations. So let's put all that together move forward with the decarbonization of the shipping industry, a safer industry, a more automated, and above all, a very diverse industry. Thank you very much.
May I request you to continue to stay on the stage? We will be starting the award ceremony now. Yes. Can I have Aarti on stage, please? Thank you, Aarti. It's all yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Aarti Narayanan, currently handling HR and legal for ABS Marine Services and the Honorary Treasurer for Vista, India. A befitting end to a conference on diversity and inclusivity is to recognize those that have done just that. Those that have walked the talk and proven that it is possible and beneficial to embrace diversity at every level in the shipping industry. We would like to thank our jury for their invaluable time. May I request them to come up on stage. Captain Rajesh Tandon, Chief Executive Officer, FOSMA, Maritime Consultant, ex-Global Director at V Group, ex-Chairman IMEC Varuna Awardee 2018. May we have a round of applause, please. And Gillian Carson Jackson, Managing Director at JCJ Consulting, immediate past President at the Nautical Institute. Our third jury member, Natalie Shaw, MBE, Director, Employment Affairs, International Chamber of Shipping. She's unable to join us in Mumbai today. We thank her for her efforts. On her behalf, I would request Andrella to come forward and take a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our jury. We appreciate them for their time and their effort in selecting the awardees. Thank you so much. I'd like to place on record that the winners have not been informed and all results are being announced live for the first time at this very moment. Before we move on to the awards, I think, may I request the director? Yeah, he's still on stage. Okay. So our first category, SheEO Leads. This award is given for excellent leadership in a company. We call upon Mrs. Nafisa Muluboy, Managing Director, AS Muluboy Private Limited, to present the award. And we now have the nominees for this award on screen. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. May I request our director to announce the winner, please?
I got all the cards for the winners, and I'm trying really hard not to read them because I also want to be surprised here. The winner of the SheEO Leads are Katharina Stansel and Dorothea IMO.
May I request Chris Hall to collect the award on behalf of Dorothea? We move on to the next category, Brilliant SheEO. This special award will be presented to a woman who has been nominated by a maritime association. We call upon Ms. Pavitra Mehta, Company Secretary of Bharat Mumbai Container Terminals, to present the award. May we have her on stage, please? So as she's coming up on stage, we'd like the nominees for this award to be displayed.
Thank you, and this time I'm going to apologize if I actually do not pronounce the names properly. So the winner of the Brilliant SheEO, nominated by an association, is Minansky Bukun.
Meenakshi is not here today, so can Tenas collect it on Meenakshi's behalf?
Pomesa Mauritius nominated Meenakshi, saying that she's very intelligent, positive, proactive, always cooperative and supportive. So we move on to the third of the list, Entrepreneur of the Year. This award is for a woman with her own business and who has crossed milestones in her own right. We call upon Captain Deepak Korea of Fleet Management to present the award. May we have the nominees for this award, please? Can we have the winner, please?
Yes, we can. We're having fun up here. I hope you're having fun down there. The winner of the Entrepreneur of the Year are Monica Damania and Lee Nuwal.
May we have a representative on behalf of Liji, please? Yes, thank you. Okay, so now we're done with the women. We're moving on to the men. Champion of Diversity. This award is for a man who has gone above and beyond to ensure that women's voices are heard. We have just one winner, and I request the director to announce the winner, please. We have just one winner.
We only have one winner.
Yes.
We're going to need a lot more winners in the future here.
Okay, we better ensure that.
The champion of diversity is Arvind Shankar.
Captain Arvind Shankar, Culture and Capability Manager at Maersk. Captain Arvind is responsible for launching gender sensitization training of faculty and ground staff for frequently interacting with other women cadets and plays a significant role in their mental health and wellness. We call upon Captain Shankar Shukla from FOSMA and Captain Shiv Halbe of MASA to present the award, please. Round of applause, the man of the moment. So moving on, SheEO to watch out for. Women in marine businesses who are excelling in their jobs and show the potential of reaching the top of their careers are eligible for this award. We call upon Geeta Sheth from JM Bakshi to present this award. As she comes up, we would like the nominees to be presented. We have a lot of them. Any guesses? She's just coming up. And the winner is?
The SheEO winner to watch out for are Amreen Bano and Captain Jacqueline Burton.
So moving on to company awards. Best company with sustainable practices. A company that has proven sustainable practices in the workplace is eligible for this award. We call on stage Secretary General Captain Tushar Pradhan from MUI to present the award, please. May we have the nominees?
And the winner is the South Asia Gateway Terminal.
The next award online, Best Company with Diversity Practices, an award to companies that have inculcated best practices in their firms. We call upon Mr. Sanjeev Vakil, founder and CEO of Hindustan Institute of Maritime Training, to present this award. And may we have the nominees, please.
And the best company with diversity practices is Seaspan Crew Management India.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great moment for Seaspan. We have done a lot on the diversity side, and I'm also the co-chair for Atlas Corporation and Seaspan Corporation. And this is a great recognition for all the good work that we have done. Our council is going to be extremely happy, and we treasure this award. And we would thank the jury for recognizing the good work that we have done on diversity. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sanjay.
Next, we have Media Company of the Year. We intend to award this prize to media organizations that have demonstrated fair and gender-bias-free reporting, as well as exemplary practices in journalism and inclusion of women in the spotlight. The nominees are May I request the director to announce the winner?
Thank you. The Media Company of the Year is Tradewinds.
We have a video to be played. Can we have that video, please?
Hi, Maritime SheEO. My name's Holly Burkett. I'm a reporter for Tradewinds. I'm here to accept the Diversity Award on behalf of our publication. Thank you so much for recognising all of our hard work in this way. Over the past few years, Tradewinds has really stepped up its efforts to represent all of the different people who work in shipping, and as well as to provide a channel for discussion so that between us we can all work out how to make the industry a fairer, more inclusive, more equitable place for people of all different backgrounds. So thank you so much for the award. it's a shampoo bottle for now, but we hope to get the real thing soon. It really does mean the world to us. I hope you've had a great event so far, and I'm so sorry we couldn't be there to accept the award in person. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, and we hope to see you next year. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Further to that, may I request Captain Sahi from Sitara Shipping to hand over the award to Andrella from the ICS. May I now request the director to talk about this award, the most diverse board.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you. This is how you know that there's no script for this award ceremony, and I think it's fantastic. This is a new category for companies that have the most diverse boards with either 50 or more % of women. Unfortunately, we didn't receive any nominations, and therefore no one has qualified for this award. As we all know, diversity is an issue at boards, and we hope that this Maritime SheEO conference will inspire everyone to reevaluate their boards, and we hope to receive many nominations under this category in years to come. So I think it's a good message that is being sent right now, and we need to start working on this, and we do call on all the companies, everyone around the world that is related to shipping and maritime in order to meet this quota. 50% is not much. And I would like to invite all then for a round of applause to all the winners, the Championship on Diversity and Inclusivity. I'm not going to thank myself, don't worry. I'm not there. But I think it's been very well organized. Sanjam, again, thank you very much for all this. And I think a round of applause to the winners and to you as well for being part of all this conference throughout the day.
Can we request all the winners to come for a group photograph? Director, can I request you to stay back for a group photograph with the award winners?
I'll follow your leadership. I'll stay here. I'll do whatever you ask me to do.
Thank you. We thank you for that.
We have the award winners come back for a group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for announcing the winners. Thank you all for joining in, and may I now request Sanjam Gupta to give her closing remarks.
Well, here we are, and I can barely believe that the day has already gone past. What an amazing day it was. I'm actually speechless. I had decided I'm going to say a zillion things. I feel humbled. I feel extremely emotional. It's been a wonderful day where so many of you have flown all across the world to join this conference. It is a huge honor for me, it is a huge honor for my team today to have you all with us. But this could not have been done by me alone, and I know that the thank goes to my team. And there's one very special person that I really need to thank. Tenaz, where are you? Can we have you here, please? Can we have a round of applause for Tenaz? We'd like to thank Raj, our event manager, who took care of everything. Raj, are you around? I'd like to thank the interns, the rest of the members of my team, the hotel. I know Birgit has said a lot about my family, but I think it would be incomplete if I would not thank them myself. They have borne with absences. When I've been busy planning the conference, my husband has been extremely supportive. My son Sehaj, he's all of 15. He's out there somewhere, but he's a little shy. And most of all, to you, you are my maritime family. I firmly believe it is with each one of yours support that I am able to do this. This is a magical event, and as Karan said the right word, there is magic in today's event. I believe that we will carry forward the message of Maritime SheEO. This does not stop here. This is just the beginning. And Director Dominguez, I promise you, you will be completely overwhelmed by requests from me. You're going to ask me to stop. But I believe we're in this journey together, and I would like to thank you all. Raj, you're here. Thank you, Raj. Can I have a round of applause for Raj, please? Thank you to the speakers, thank you to the sponsors, and thank you for being a lovely audience. Please enjoy now for networking and dinner, and we have a special 360-degree video booth for you, so I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much.
together.